Minus 69 hits, and your neighbors stop saying good morning and start thinking, how many calories is this guy worth? Food gone, heat gone, humanity also gone. Hanfang tried being nice, saved his crush, let her in, and got hit with the cleanest betrayal combo ever. Sweet talk, fake love. Then her boyfriend walks in and ends him for his supplies. Run 1, he got looted. Run 2, he wakes up before the freeze. Same people, same trap. But this time, bro comes back prepared and broken. He can multiply food like it's creative mode, and before the apocalypse even starts, he stacks everything else: fuel, heat, weapons, supplies. So while everyone else is outside freezing and fighting over scraps, Hanfang is inside. Endless food, stocked base, warm, safe, living like it's not even the apocalypse. Back to the early arc. Suddenly someone starts yelling our boy's name. Hanfang walks to the door, shivering, checks through the peephole, and it's Huana, his crush, barely able to stand in the cold. Man doesn't even hesitate, opens the door and pulls her inside. Next second she jumps him and kisses him. No warning, no buildup, straight attack. Hanfang is stunned, brain completely offline, because yeah, this is his crush. She keeps going, putting full effort into it, and he's just standing there like, what just happened? Then she confesses, says she always loved him, says after going through the apocalypse she realized he's someone who truly cares about people. And she doesn't stop there, grabs his hand, makes him feel her heartbeat, tells him she's ready to do anything with him. Straight emotional physical combo. Textbook setup. And our boy, yeah, he's falling for it. While he's busy imagining his life finally turning around, she presses even harder, literally rubbing her thigh between his legs, pushing him deeper into that trap. Now he's completely off balance emotionally. But even then he still tries to hold himself back, saying she means a lot to him, but this isn't the right situation for something like this. Bro tried, but Huan is not done. She tells him to close his eyes and just enjoy the moment. He listens, closes his eyes like an innocent kid about to receive happiness for the first time. And then, boom, first kiss turns into first death. Her boyfriend comes in and smashes his skull. No hesitation, no drama, just straight execution. Hanfang drops, blood everywhere, body twitching, and Huana, shocked, but not because she feels bad, just because she didn't expect it to be that brutal. Her boyfriend shuts that down immediately. No excuses. In this world, kindness is just loot waiting to be claimed. And that's exactly what they do. They celebrate finding his supplies. Meanwhile, Hanfang is lying there, drowning in his own blood, unable to move, watching the two of them enjoy the outcome. That's his final view. Betrayal fully delivered. So in that last moment, he makes it clear if he ever gets another chance, he's done being someone else's tool. No more nice guy, no more getting played. His consciousness fades. Darkness takes over. Then suddenly a warm light appears, pulling him in. For a second he thinks it's heaven, but nah, not that easy. His entire being gets torn apart in pain, like his soul is getting shredded piece by piece. Then he wakes up, in his bed, sweating, breathing, alive, and immediately confused, because a second ago he was dying. Now everything's normal. The world looks fine. No apocalypse. Sunlight feels warm. Real warm. The kind he thought he'd never feel again. He waits, checks again. Still normal. Then he looks at the calendar, June 28, and that's when it clicks. The apocalypse is supposed to start on July 15, meaning this isn't luck. This is regression. He's back, weeks before everything goes to hell. Same world, same timeline, but this time he knows exactly what's coming. Hanfang wakes up, and his face immediately shows that mix of shock, confusion, and what the hell just happened? Because yeah, bro just died, and now he's back like nothing happened. But something's clearly off this time. His hand, specifically, won't stop glowing red. Not hurting, not burning, just glowing like it paid the electricity bill. He tries to shake it off, wave it around. Nothing changes. The feeling is warm, almost comfortable, which somehow makes it even weirder. At first he thinks maybe his brain is still glitching from dying, but then out of nowhere he sneezes, and boom, the same hand switches from red to bright green. Now the confusion levels go up instantly, because this isn't just a visual change. The energy feels different, and worse, he can't control it. The glow suddenly expands, gets stronger, and he's just standing there panicking like, yo, chill, except it's not chilling. Then just as randomly as it grew, it starts shrinking back down. But unlike the red glow, this green one clearly behaves different, unstable, unpredictable. He drops down to sit, and that's when it hits him. His body feels drained, like someone just pulled the battery out of him. So yeah, green glow equals energy gone. That part is not fun. Frustrated, he waves his hand again, trying to figure it out, and suddenly it clicks in his head. This is exactly like those power fantasy stories he reads. Reborn MC, weird ability, probably broken as hell. At least that's what he hopes. So naturally, genius move, he grabs a knife to test it, and nothing happens. No reaction, no glow interaction, just him standing there looking dumb with a knife like it's gonna unlock DLC. And to make it worse, his stomach starts growling because of that energy drain earlier. So now he's not only confused, he's hungry too. He checks the fridge empty. Completely empty. Great. Bro came back from death just to starve faster. Situation's getting worse, so he needs anything edible before he passes out again. Then he spots a jar of roasted soybeans. Not fancy, Not exciting, but food is food. He grabs one, pops it in his mouth, and instantly the thing explodes into a full bean plant. Just like that. No delay, no warning. And at the same time, the green glow disappears, and his exhaustion is gone. Full reset. Now he's staring at it like, okay, now we're talking. He grabs one of the sprouts, checks it properly, and realizes, yeah, this is his ability, not theory anymore. This is real. Food multiplication or growth or whatever this is, definitely broken if used right. He wants to study it more, obviously, but priorities first. He almost passed out once already, so step 1 is securing supplies before the apocalypse hits again. Straight to the supermarket. Next scene, he's moving through a busy crowd, normal people doing normal things, completely unaware that their world is about to freeze into hell. Meanwhile, Hanfang is walking through all of it with a brain full of calculations. 2 types of glowing hands. Red stable, green unstable with energy drain, and the key moment was when the green glow touched the soybean and turned it into something usable. That's the pattern, but he still doesn't fully get the mechanics, and that annoys him. While he's thinking, someone calls out to him, and of course it's her. Hyuna. Same face, same voice, same person who got him killed. Still looks beautiful. Seeing her again hits him, because this isn't just a crush anymore, this is the person who set him up and watched him die. Quick reminder, he chased this girl for 3 whole years, tried everything, played nice guy to the maximum, and deep down he already knew he was just backup material at best. Now add betrayal and murder on top of that. Yeah, anger spikes instantly, but he doesn't explode. He holds it in, because going crazy now would just ruin everything. He calms himself down, locks that rage away for later, because revenge is not something you rush like an idiot. Right now, survival first. Hyuna notices him spacing out, waves her hand trying to get his attention, acting all concerned like nothing ever happened. He snaps back, keeps it polite, even compliments her looks, smooth, controlled, nothing extra. She plays along, calls him a smooth talker, and immediately tries to pull him into going shopping together, thinking she still has him wrapped. But this time, nah, Hanfang just walks past her, no hesitation, no second thought, treats her like background NPC, and that hits her harder than anything, because she wasn't expecting rejection from the same guy who used to orbit around her. Reality check delivered, clean and silent. Hanfang already sees through Huan completely. No confusion this time. No maybe she's different. Nothing like that. He knows she's only being nice because she wants a walking wallet. And yeah, that script already got him killed once. He's not signing up for round 2. So he cuts it off mentally right there and moves on, because bigger things are coming. His target is the Waldemar Shopping Plaza, the richest supermarket in the area, the kind of place that had everything stacked to the ceiling. And in his previous life, the second the Arctic apocalypse started, this entire place got wiped clean in one night like a speedrun loot mission. Nobody even knows who did it. Just gone. So this time, he's not being late to the party. He's here early to take everything he can. Man's got a full survival list ready. Food, winter clothes, medicine, fuel, daily necessities. The whole I refuse to die again starter pack. Only problem? Bro is broke. Like actually broke. Big plan, 0 funds, classic situation. He's standing there thinking how to fix this when suddenly he gets a notification saying he's eligible for a 170,000 loan. And right there, his brain flips from survival mode to big brain mode. Because let's be honest, who's repaying loans when the world turns into a freezer? Exactly. Nobody. So he goes all in, downloads every loan app he can find, starts stacking money from everywhere like a man building his villain origin fund. No hesitation, just future me is not paying this back. Meanwhile, Hyuna is somewhere else throwing a silent tantrum because her backup option dared to walk past her like she doesn't exist. That hit her ego harder than the cold ever could. She's out here calling him a pathetic loser, complaining he doesn't even have a car, basically coping hard because things didn't go her way. And right on cue, a car pulls up and honks at her. She looks over and yeah, it's Hanfang, same guy she was just trash talking. Now sitting in a car like he upgraded his life in 10 minutes. Instant mood switch. He steps out, casually tells her he just bought the car, drops a line about his father making money overseas and sending him cash, and adds that he was busy taking his dad to the airport earlier. Clean, simple story. And it works. Her entire attitude flips immediately, because now in her head it's not rejection, it's oh he was just busy. She even apologizes for bothering him earlier, then switches into full performance mode. Teary eyes, soft voice, acting hurt, like she didn't just mentally roast him 5 minutes ago. Professional level acting, honestly. Hanfang watches all that and plays along perfectly. Calls her foolish, pulls her closer, tells her he wouldn't ignore someone as important as her. Exactly what she wants to hear. And just like that, she's hooked again, thinking she's back in control. She starts suggesting going out, movies, dinner, building that same trap again, and right in the middle of it, he just dips, straight up, says he's busy, got too much stuff to carry back, and walks off like the conversation didn't matter. Timing is perfect, just enough bait, then gone. Now she's confused again, looking at all the stuff he bought, wondering what he's doing, and he just shrugs it off, saying he bought it because he felt like it. Then he adds one more thing, tells her he got her a present. That's it. That one line is enough. She leaves happy, thinking she secured the deal, already imagining what she's getting. Meanwhile, Han Fang is walking away with the same kind of smile. Both of them think they're playing the other, but the difference is, only one of them knows the future, and he's not sharing that advantage with anyone. When the world collapses again, when everything freezes over and people start turning into animals for survival, he's going to be sitting safe, while the same people who used him before start begging. And this time, he's not the nice guy anymore. He already decided. Huana and the guy who killed him, both of them are on the list. Revenge isn't a maybe, it's scheduled, because in 2 weeks everything changes. Heavy snow is going to fall across the planet, temperature dropping to -20 at first, then sinking lower and lower over the next month until it hits -70. At that point, going outside isn't even an option anymore, it's suicide. The entire world gets buried in snow, and from that moment on, food isn't just important, it's everything. Han Fang brings everything back to his apartment, and packs it tight, clean, and covered like a pro hoarder who doesn't want to look like one, making sure nothing screams, this guy is stockpiling for the end of the world. And for the risky stuff, the heavy or suspicious supplies, he schedules night runs so nobody sees anything. Because yeah, survival is one thing, but not getting robbed before the apocalypse even starts is another. He already knows power supply is going to collapse when things go south, so he doesn't gamble on that either. He secures fuel, and not just a little, a full year's worth, because if the grid dies, his backup better not. Heating is the next problem, because once the cold hits, normal systems won't keep up. So he brings in a construction crew and has his place modified, reinforced, adjusted to survive what's coming, turning his apartment into something closer to a bunker than a home. And on top of that, he sets up a dedicated storage room, organized, hidden, easy access. By the time all of that is done, July 14th is already here, 1 day left before the world decides to freeze itself into hell. And with supplies checked off, the only thing left on his list is his ability, because even he knows stacking food alone won't carry him forever. Not in a world where everything is trying to kill you slowly with cold. So he sits down with the same soybeans he used before, the ones his power turned into actual food. And now it's time for a proper test. Problem is, he still doesn't fully understand what triggers the ability, so this is half experiment, half gamble. He eats, waits, checks himself, and after going through half the plate with 0 side effects, no weird reactions, nothing going wrong, he confirms it. This food is safe, meaning he can produce and consume it without killing himself, which is already huge. But the main question still stands, what actually activates that glowing hand? So he moves on to testing, opens the fridge, looks for anything else he can try, different vegetables, anything plant-based, because so far soybeans worked, but that's just one case. Time passes, noon turns into evening, and next thing you know, he wakes up on the floor like his body just rage quit. Bro is holding broccoli in his hand, kitchen looks like a vegetable war zone, stuff scattered everywhere, and his brain is barely functioning because his own power drained him again. That's the trade-off, use power, lose energy. He eats more soybeans to recover and then pieces together what just happened. Before passing out, he tested multiple plants, and the results weren't consistent at all. Some didn't react, just normal items. Useless. Some, like seeds, behaved like the soybeans and grew into full plants instantly. And then there's the third type, the ones that straight up detonated in his hand for no clear reason. No pattern, no warning, just boom. But even that mess gives him something useful. The stuff that exploded left behind charred material, something like coal, and that's not trash, that's fuel. It can be stored and used later for heat, which in a -70 world is basically life itself. So even the failures are kind of wins. That realization hits, and now he's locked in, focusing harder, experimenting more, trying to control it instead of just triggering random results. But every attempt drains him, and eventually he crashes again. Back in the present, he's sitting there trying to make sense of it. Some plants work, some don't, some explode, and the logic is all over the place. But from all that trial and error, one thing becomes clear. The trigger isn't just physical, it's mental. The ability is tied to his consciousness, so he switches approach. Instead of brute forcing it, he calms down, meditates, tries to connect his mind with the ability, imagines that whole becoming one with nature concept, syncing his thoughts with the power. And this time, it works. When he opens his eyes, the green glow is back, stable, controlled, exactly what he was aiming for. That confirms it. The power responds to his mental state, not just random activation. So naturally, next test he tries it on meat, because if this works, bro upgrades his entire diet instantly. But nope, nothing, no reaction, no glow effect, just dead meat staying dead meat. He tries focusing, pushing it, basically begging the ability to do something, and still nothing. That's when reality hits him again. If this doesn't change, he's stuck living off plants. Then he remembers something from earlier during meditation. 2 colors. Not just green, but red too. So far, he's only been using green, meaning there's still one part of his ability untouched. So this time, he closes his eyes trying to reach that second side of his ability. And this time, it actually responds. His hand lights up red. And the moment it touches the meat, the thing twists into a nasty spiky blob that barely even looks edible anymore. Immediate reaction, disgust. He tosses it away like it offended him personally. Then walks up again because yeah, ugly or not, this is still data. He pokes it, grabs it again, checks carefully, trying to understand what just happened. At first glance, it looks cooked, which makes him think maybe the red glow is just heat. But the more he looks, the more that idea falls apart. This isn't cooking, it's the opposite. The structure is breaking down, like the meat is going backwards into decay, and just like that, it clicks. Green speeds things up, pushes growth forward. Red drags things backward, breaks them down into disintegration. Now that's a combo worth testing. So he doesn't waste time, he brings both hands together with the meat, green and red at the same time, and boom, a yellow flash hits. When it settles, the meat is no longer that small piece, it's a bigger fresh slab, bigger than before, clean, usable. But something's missing. The soybeans he had in his hand are gone, which means they didn't disappear, they merged, combined into the result. That's the trade. He checks the meat again, and yeah, it looks fresh, better than before, like it just came out of nowhere brand new. Now he's actually impressed. This isn't just survival anymore. This is control over resources. He tries again, aiming to repeat it cleanly, but this time it fails. Completely. Everything turns black. Result ruined. No control, no output. He slams his hands on the floor out of frustration. Because yeah, one success doesn't mean mastery, but he stops himself from spiraling. There's time. He's already learned a lot in one day. Green grows, red breaks, yellow combines. That's more than enough progress for now. He just needs control. If he masters this, he's not just surviving, he's dominating. Then reality taps him again. Food is great, but food doesn't stop people. And in an apocalypse, people are worse than the cold. So now he needs a weapon. Simple thought, but right as he's about to act on it, he notices it. The snowfall has already started. Same as last time. Heavy snow. Wrong season. July turning into winter overnight. That's the signal. The apocalypse has officially begun. But he doesn't stop. He knows once it hits -45, moving outside becomes a death sentence. So if he's getting a weapon, it has to be now. Problem is, guns are illegal, so it's not like he can just walk into a store and pick one up. While he's thinking, he notices a loudmouth nearby, some broccoli-haired clown yelling about how he's the younger brother of some big shot, using that typical "I've got connections" nonsense to win an argument. Han Fang recognizes him instantly. Same neighborhood, same annoying behavior. People even gave him a nickname, Homeless Joe. A guy who pretends to be important, always talking about deals and projects, acting busy while doing absolutely nothing. The kind of guy who flexes imaginary success. Useless most of the time, but maybe useful now. Han Fang approaches him, acts like they go way back, introduces himself as Xiao Han, plays into the guy's ego perfectly. And of course, Homeless Joe falls for it instantly, apologizing for not remembering because he's been so busy. Busy doing what? Nobody knows, not even him. But that's not the point. Han Fang pulls him aside, lowers his voice, and explains that he needs a gun. That hits Joe like a brick. Suddenly the act drops a bit. He's shocked, asking why the hell anyone would need that. He even tries to back off, warning that guns aren't a joke, they're illegal, and even with connections, it's risky business. For once, the clown is thinking straight. Han Fang doesn't hesitate. He makes up a story on the spot, says it's self-defense, says he got into a fight with some guy who disrespected him, spat in his face, so he beat him up in public and humiliated him. Now he's worried about retaliation. Clean, believable enough, nothing too complicated. He just needs Joe to think there's a reason, something worth the risk, and he leaves it there, letting the story sit, waiting to see if this fake big shot actually has the connections he keeps bragging about. So Han Fang finishes his little revenge-flavored backstory, explaining how the guy he beat came back with his whole squad the next day and absolutely folded him, turning him into a punching bag from head to toe. And yeah, after getting clowned like that, wanting a weapon suddenly makes perfect sense. Homeless Joe, instead of focusing on the actual point, locks onto the spitting part like it's a national crime, and starts acting morally outraged, saying that kind of disrespect deserves punishment, completely missing the bigger picture. But whatever, at least he's on board. The guy throws an arm around Han Fang like he's some big brother savior and promises to handle everything, saying he'll call his big brother and fix the situation. For once, his fake confidence actually lines up with what Han Fang needs. So no complaints here. Joe suggests they take a ride, casually mentioning his own luxury car is in servicing. Classic excuse, and Han Fang just goes along with it and shows him the car he brought. The moment they get in, Joe's eyes widen, price check mode instantly activated, and when Han Fang drops the number 700,000, this clown immediately starts acting like he just unlocked a new social status. While they're driving, Joe is already taking photos like he owns the thing, posting it with captions like it's his ride. Zero shame, full delusion. Meanwhile, they pull up to his so-called connections, where his big brother's group is just chilling around a fire, talking about how messed up the weather is. Han Fang stops the car. Joe hops out acting like he just pulled up in his own imported beast, and the other guys actually believe it for a second, asking if that SUV is his. And this man really doubles down and says yeah, bought it with his own money, right in front of the actual owner. Bold isn't even the word anymore. Then comes the main event. Joe drags Han Fang inside to meet the boss. And yeah, the guy looks exactly like you'd expect. Tattoos everywhere, face saying don't waste my time. First reaction, he's already annoyed seeing Joe, basically telling him to get lost. But Joe pushes forward anyway and throws Han Fang under the spotlight, saying his friend wants to buy a gun. Now the boss actually pays attention, gives Han Fang that stare like he's sizing him up, and Han Fang is just standing there thinking yeah, this could go wrong real fast. The boss isn't impressed, more annoyed that they came all this way for something as basic as a handgun, but still, he tells one of his guys to bring one. They toss it over, price set at 6,000, simple deal. But Han Fang didn't come here for a toy. He looks at it and basically says, nah, this isn't it, asking for something bigger, something with a scope. Straight up asks for a sniper rifle, like he's browsing an online store. The room goes quiet for a second because yeah, that's not a casual request. The boss immediately checks him, reminding him he's not here to shop around like this is some mall, and that he's in no position to make demands. And right when things are about to turn messy, Homeless Joe jumps in again with another one of his ridiculous stories, this time talking about how Han Fang's wife cheated on him 3 times, turning the whole thing into some emotional drama. The boss actually eats it up, gets fired up on Han Fang's behalf, like he just watched a tragic movie, and somehow that nonsense flips the mood. In the end, the boss agrees, says he'll arrange the sniper, but it'll take a few days, and tells his guy Chang to also prepare a semi-auto. On top of that, he tosses in the handgun for free, calling it a gift. That actually catches Han Fang off guard because yeah, he didn't expect charity from a guy like this. He plays it right, shows gratitude, and then casually drops something valuable in return. He mentions that he's got connections with the government and warns them that the weather is only going to get worse, that supplies will run out soon, so they should stock up while they still can. This time he's not joking, his tone is serious and it lands. The boss actually listens and accepts the advice, and just like that, the deal wraps up clean. On the way back, Homeless Joe is hyping himself up like he just negotiated a $1 million deal, talking about how he handled everything perfectly and how lucky it was that his brother was in a good mood today. Meanwhile, Han Fang just goes along with it, even offering to buy him cigarettes, because honestly, for once, this walking cap actually delivered something useful. Homeless Joe starts off acting like some generous saint, nodding along like, yeah bro, I got you. But the moment Han Fang mentions a reward, this man's morals immediately evaporate, and he casually asks for 8 cartons of cigarettes like he's negotiating a business merger instead of helping a guy with a broken leg. Priorities completely cooked. While Joe is busy calculating how many packs he can flex later, Han Fang is already mentally checking off his apocalypse list. Food, fuel, weapons, base, everything lined up. Only thing left is mastering his ability and fixing the food situation. Then it's smooth sailing, or at least that's what he thought, because karma clearly said not today. Mid-walk, bro suddenly slips right in front of Joe and hits the ground hard, and this isn't some light fall either. His leg is instantly done, pain shooting through him while he's just sitting there trying to process how his perfectly planned life just got sabotaged by gravity. He hands over the car keys, telling Joe to drive them to the hospital. Simple solution, except this genius quietly admits he doesn't even have a license. Of course he doesn't. So now instead of a smooth ride, it turns into a tragic buddy scene where Joe tries to support him like a broken shopping cart, and Han Fang immediately rejects that suffering and calls a taxi because he'd rather pay than experience whatever this is. Cut to the hospital, chaos everywhere, snow getting worse outside, people flooding in, and right at the center of it is the head nurse, Jinyan, running the night shift like she's carrying the whole building on her back. She's watching the snow pile up while getting called left and right because the place is understaffed, and meanwhile Han Fang gets the confirmation he didn't want fractured leg, 1 hour observation, meds after that. Perfect timing. Man prepared for the end of the world but got countered by a slippery floor. Joe, still playing businessman, dips out saying he's got deals to handle, leaving Han Fang alone with a busted leg and zero support. Classic. Now the hospital is packed, lines everywhere, people panicking because the weather is clearly not normal, and Han Fang is stuck waiting for meds like it's the last boss fight before discharge. That's when he spots Jinyan working in the distance, moving between patients, checking pulses, handling everything like a pro, and yeah, bro gets distracted instantly. Young, kind, efficient, and somehow still calm in this mess. No wonder everyone relies on her. Han Fang just stands there watching, already impressed, because yeah, after everything he's been through, this is a very different kind of presence. Then an old man calls her over, complaining about back pain, and she responds politely even though she's clearly overwhelmed, telling him it might take some time. But this guy isn't here for treatment, he's here being a creep. While she's focused on helping him, he sneaks a camera under her to take photos, and she doesn't even notice because she's actually doing her job properly. She promises to come back with an x-ray later, but this guy isn't done. He escalates and starts touching her, and she still thinks he's just a patient needing help. That's when things cross the line completely, and before he can continue, Han Fang launches his crutch straight into the guy's face. No warning, no hesitation, just full send. The old man drops. The nurse gets startled, asking if he's okay, and Han Fang casually apologizes, saying he doesn't know how to use a crutch. Yeah, right. While the guy is panicking, Han Fang grabs his phone, and the moment he sees the photo in the gallery, his expression changes completely. That calm act drops instantly. He calls him out on the spot, exposes everything, and threatens to call security, saying it'd be better to lock him up than let him roam around doing this again. He doesn't hand the phone back either, makes it clear that if this guy tries anything again, that photo is going public. The old man is stuck, can't argue, can't fight back, just forced to sit there after getting exposed like that, and for once, someone actually shut him down before he could get away with it. The old man doesn't even even try to argue anymore, he just bolts. Yeah, the same guy who was crying about back pain a second ago suddenly unlocks Olympic sprint mode and disappears out of the hospital like his spine just got factory reset. Even Jinyan is standing there confused at how fast that injured patient recovered. Meanwhile, Hanfang is just looking at the situation like, yeah, some people really think the world runs on stupidity. He shows her the photo straight up, makes it clear what that creep was doing from the start, and hands her the phone so she can deal with it properly. Jinyan is genuinely grateful, takes the phone, but then her brain catches up and she realizes, wait, wasn't his leg broken? And that's when reality hits Hanfang too. Adrenaline wears off, pain kicks in like a truck, and bro immediately starts yelling because yeah, fractured leg plus hero moment equals consequences. A bit later, she patches him up properly, does her job clean, and now the pain is manageable again. She thanks him sincerely, promising she won't let anyone take advantage of her again. But while she's saying all that, his foot is literally pressed against her chest because of the way she's treating him, and Hanfang just quietly concludes, yeah, this girl is still way too naive for her own safety. Before anything else happens, she gets called again, runs off in a hurry like the overworked MVP she is, reminding him to come back in a week for a checkup. Hanfang just watches her leave and already knows that follow-up is never happening because in 1 week, the world is cooked. He leaves with that thought sitting heavy in his head. Next day, things escalate fast. The weather goes from bad to worse, news everywhere, temperatures dropping globally, and now even places like Dubai and Egypt are getting hit with heavy snow like the planet just forgot how geography works. Experts from dozens of countries rush into emergency meetings trying to explain it, and they go with the usual safe answer, temporary phenomenon, will pass soon, stay indoors. Basically calm the public down before chaos starts. Hanfang hears all that and just mentally laughs it off because he already knows it's complete nonsense. Same lie he believed last time, same setup before everything collapsed. Not this time though. This time he's chilling in his modified room, heater running, supplies stacked, fully prepared. Outside the world is panicking. Inside he's basically in premium survival mode. Meanwhile, the building group chat turns into a battlefield. Residents are losing it, complaining about the cold, saying they can't stay warm, demanding the property management fix the situation like they've got control over the weather itself. And right in the middle of that chaos, one anonymous message drops the truth bomb. Ice Age apocalypse is coming. Snowstorm isn't random. It's something happening from within the earth. That instantly catches Hanfang's attention. That's not normal knowledge. That's not something random people should know right now. His brain immediately flags this mystery person as a problem, because he was supposed to be the only one with this information. Now suddenly someone else is speaking like they've seen the same future. The chat keeps spiraling. Residents turn into an angry mob, blaming management for everything, threatening refunds, acting like snow is part of the maintenance package they paid for. Property management is panicking on the other side, apologizing non-stop but having zero solutions, because obviously they can't fight a blizzard. People aren't hearing it though, they just want someone to blame. Hanfang watches all of it like background noise, already done with these pointless arguments. To him it's obvious, no one here understands what's coming. Then one guy, Jang, steps in with actual common sense, telling everyone to calm down, saying they should help each other instead of making things worse, because natural disasters aren't something management can control. Finally, one person using their brain, but of course not everyone likes that, because when panic hits, logic is usually the first thing that dies. These residents don't just disagree with Jang, they straight up jump him for it, acting like he committed a crime for using common sense. Instead of calming down, they start calling him out like he's siding with management, when the guy is literally just saying arguing won't melt snow. Jang keeps trying to explain he's not taking sides, he's just being realistic, but logic and panic don't mix, and this crowd clearly chose panic. Their only goal is simple, clear the snow so they can go shopping, because starving isn't part of their life plan. Jang still tries one last time, pointing out that even if they clear the entrance, the roads outside won't magically be usable, so walking might be the only option, since clearing paths is way easier than clearing entire roads. Basically, the only guy thinking ahead gets treated like a villain. Hanfang watches all this and instantly recognizes the wise speaker vibe. And yeah, his expression says it all. This isn't their first time crossing paths, and it clearly didn't end well. Then another guy jumps into the chat. No speeches, no philosophy, just straight facts. If you want food, get outside and start clearing it yourself, because talking isn't going to fix anything. Drops the message and logs off like a boss. That blunt attitude actually works better than logic, because now people start moving. Another guy volunteers, and slowly more residents join in, even the ones who clearly don't look built for snow labor. Survival finally beats ego. And of course Hihuna shows up. Hanfang sees her name and already knows something's off, because her suddenly volunteering isn't charity, it's strategy. And yeah, exactly that. She steps in looking helpful, but it's just bait. The moment guys see her out there, they start stepping up, doing the heavy work, while she conveniently participates from a safe distance. Classic move, maximum benefit, minimum effort. Hanfang logs off with that exact expression of yeah, she's still the same, because nothing about her has changed. Then she messages him, not because she cares, because she knows the old version of him would have folded instantly. She asks for food supplies, throwing in a seductive picture to push her luck, trying to play the same game again. Hanfang sees it, rates the effort mentally, but that's about it. Broken leg aside, even if he could move, he's not that guy anymore. So instead of playing along, he sends back a reply that hits her nerves directly, and it works. She's instantly irritated, the plan backfires, and for once she's the one annoyed. Quick recap hits. Third day since the blizzard started, temperature's already dropping hard, but it's still early stage. Heating still works, internet's still alive, so people are distracting themselves instead of preparing. Han Fang, same situation, physically stuck with a broken leg, mentally bored out of his mind. He's scrolling endlessly, trying to pass time, but even that gets old fast. He realizes real quick that isolation hits harder than expected, especially when you can't even move properly. Still, nothing else to do, so he keeps scrolling. Then something actually catches his attention. A news report about a guy with insane regeneration. Fell from the 15th floor, body completely wrecked, bones shattered, organs damaged, and yet he started healing on his own like nothing happened. That flips a switch in Han Fang's head. If abilities like that exist, maybe his can do more too. So he tries it, activates the green light, focuses on his broken leg, tries to heal it. Nothing. Tries again, still nothing. Same result every time. The ability just doesn't respond the way he wants. So he gives up for now, slumps back, disappointed because for a moment he thought he found a shortcut. Hours pass, scrolling continues, and eventually he drifts off to sleep. And then the dream hits. He's dressed in primitive clothes, riding a massive goat like it's completely normal, with an entire herd of goats flying alongside him. Not walking, flying. The whole scene looks ridiculous but real at the same time, like he's leading some kind of goat army. Everything is moving smoothly, until suddenly the goats stop mid-run, slam to a halt, and the one he's riding throws him straight off its back, ending the ride just like that. Lands badly, and yeah, his already broken leg takes another hit. Before he can even process it, one of those flying goats walks up and starts licking his injured leg. Now instead of feeling blessed, bro is just disgusted. Like, what kind of medical treatment is this? And he pushes the goat away. Big mistake. The goat gets offended, pulls out a tongue that has absolutely no business being that long, wraps it around his leg like a grappling hook, and yanks it upward. The moment that tongue makes contact, his leg starts healing instantly, like damage just got erased. That's when he snaps awake, sweating like he just survived a nightmare DLC. Still trying to process what he just saw, he suddenly notices something. His leg is glowing green. Not imagination, not leftover dream effects, actual energy, actively repairing the injury. He carefully unwraps the bandages, puts his foot down. No pain, zero. The same leg that was wrecked is now working fine. So yeah, that dream wasn't random. It triggered something. But the catch, it only worked while he was asleep. Now obviously curiosity kicks in. Instead of playing it safe, Han Fang grabs a knife and decides to test it the hard way. Handshaking and everything, but he still does it. Results pending. Meanwhile outside, the residents actually managed to do something useful for once. The mob that was arguing earlier is now out there clearing snow, and thanks to everyone pitching in, the path to the main gate is finally open. Credit goes to Jang for pushing the work together agenda, even if they roasted him earlier for it. He gives props to the old man who worked the hardest. The old man returns the praise to the twins, and everyone's playing nice for 5 minutes straight. Rare moment. Then Jinyan shows up, trying to walk through the snow and immediately struggling because yeah, hospital shift plus snow terrain isn't a good combo. The twins step in, help her up, then go right back to work like actual decent humans. Jang notices the snowfall getting worse, and tells everyone to hurry up, grab supplies, and get back fast before things escalate further. Right then, the old man remembers something and hesitates, but Jang pushes him to speak. So he drops a rumor. A few days ago, someone in the building was seen bringing in a truck full of supplies, acting like they were just moving in. Jang brushes it off at first. Sounds normal enough, but then comes the detail. Gas tanks and a fireplace. That's not normal moving behavior. That's someone preparing for something big. Suddenly it doesn't sound so casual anymore. Before they can dig deeper, the twins return and some random guy who was clearly eavesdropping jumps in. Curious as hell about this mysterious prepper. Instantly gets hit with a snowball by Jinyan for slacking instead of working. Jang steps in, shuts the chatter down, and tells everyone to move out since the path is clear. Jinyan's ready to head for supplies too, but the old man still isn't done. He asks Jang directly, what if that guy already knew the blizzard was coming? Jang pauses, then plays it safe, says the storm will pass soon, no need to panic, and even if it doesn't, having someone stocked up nearby might actually help everyone survive. Smart answer, avoids panic, keeps things neutral. The group moves toward the store, but the storm starts hitting harder, forcing everyone to speed up. And while all that is happening outside, Han Fang is inside his apartment, still passed out from earlier, completely unaware of the neighborhood turning into a survival squad. Then knock knock. He wakes up, hears a familiar voice, opens the door, and it's homeless Joe, holding the goods. Delivery successful. The boss kept his word. Joe explains that Brother Lee handled it, since he already stocked up and doesn't need to run around like everyone else now. Basically, man secured his future early, and now he's chillin'. Han Fang is actually grateful because coming out in this weather isn't exactly easy. But Joe didn't just bring weapons. He brought news. Apparently, rumors are spreading about something crazy. A supermarket in the Eastern District got completely wiped out overnight. Not looted halfway, completely empty. When the gang cleared the snow and checked it, nothing was left, not even scraps. Han Fang hears that and pauses. That's not normal. Clearing an entire supermarket in one night? That's not desperation, that's something else. Something calculated. And if it really happened the way Joe says, then someone out there is moving way ahead of everyone else. Maybe even ahead of him. Now this is where things start getting real for Han Fang, because that supermarket incident doesn't sit right with him at all. Bro realizes something is off compared to his previous life. This isn't just Apocalypse 2.0 anymore. Something extra is cooking in the background. And the worst part? He's not the only one with broken game mechanics anymore. For a second he's deep in thought. Then Brother Lee cuts in, gives him a simple warning. Dress warm, don't be careless, and dips out. Straightforward guy, delivers goods, drops advice, leaves. Door closes, silence hits, and now Han Fang finally gets to think properly. He runs through everything again, trying to make sense of that overnight supermarket wipe. Only conclusion he lands on? Someone with cheat code level ability. The kind you see in novels. Inventory space nonsense. Infinite storage. Pick everything up and vanish type. And once that thought clicks, the answer is obvious. If he has powers, someone else definitely can too. That realization hits different. Now it's not just survival, it's competition. No more wasting time. He immediately switches into testing mode, opens up his diary like a proper tryhard, and starts breaking down everything he knows about his abilities so far. Green light, red light, plant reaction, meat reaction, growth, duplication, heating, all noted, but the main issue? This ability is inconsistent as hell. It works until it doesn't. Soybeans have like a 10% success rate. Meat? Even worse. Basically RNG gameplay with real consequences. And right on cue, the power decides to embarrass him again. He activates it on a soybean. Boom. Instead of a plant, he gets a nasty green cloud and a useless stinky rock in his hand. Not even a cool failure, just straight garbage. At this point, yeah, frustration is building. This ability is powerful, but unreliable, and that's dangerous. So he locks in. No shortcuts, no whining, just practice. Hour after hour, testing, failing, repeating. Bro basically turns his apartment into a mini-lab. By evening, he finally gets a win. A proper soybean plant, fresh, alive, pods and everything. Clean success. But it wasn't easy. He's sweating like crazy, energy drained, but he finally cracked part of the system. And here's the key discovery. This ability isn't random. It's timing-based. The green energy isn't constant. Different items need different durations of exposure depending on their nutritional value. If you stop too early or go too long, you fail. And when you fail, you get that same burnt, useless rock. So basically, it's not just power, it's precision. And then it clicks for him. This isn't just power usage, it's like a rhythm game. You have to hit the exact timing window. Too slow, too fast. You lose. Perfect timing, success. Up, down, left, right. Except instead of buttons, it's energy flow and control. Catch the right moment, stop at the critical point, and boom, you get results. Now that he's got plants somewhat figured out, he moves on to meat, and instantly realizes this is a whole different level of pain. Same concept, but way harder. Mess up the timing even slightly, and instead of food, you get black sludge. Not even edible, just straight up cursed paste. Still, the principle should be the same, so he keeps trying, and keeps failing. Chicken leg after chicken leg, boom, gone. Explode, melt, turn into garbage, repeat. No progress, just failure stacking up. The process is way more sensitive than plants, and every attempt drains him more. At this point, it's just a cycle of trying, failing, resetting. Again, and eventually, yeah, his patience snaps. Han Fang is completely fed up, straight up yelling at his own ability like it personally betrayed him. Because this thing isn't just hard, it's disrespectfully hard. But quitting? Not happening. Outside, the snow keeps getting worse. Temperature dropping like the world is trying to uninstall itself. And inside, this guy is still grinding like it's a ranked match he refuses to lose. The kitchen is already a disaster zone. Failed attempts everywhere, but he keeps going. One last chicken leg left. Last attempt energy. Now he's fully locked in. Red, green, timing, control, up, down, left, right. Like he's sweating over a rhythm game where one mistake sends you back to level 1. Every move matters, every second matters, and if he messes up, it's restart again. Tension hits peak, hands steady, brain focused, and finally success. The chicken leg doesn't explode, doesn't turn into cursed sludge, it grows. Huge. Clean result. Han Fang just lets out that exhausted yeah, worth it type energy and drops to the floor, completely drained but satisfied. After all that suffering, he finally cracked meat synthesis. That's not just progress, that's survival secured on another level. Meanwhile, outside, the world keeps spiraling. News reports roll in saying it's already the third day of this snow disaster, July 17th, and the entire country is getting hit the same way. They start throwing big words around. Once in thousands of years disaster, emergency measures, authorities doing their best. Same script, different day. Han Fang wakes up to it like background noise, because he's heard all this before. before. Promises about fixing electricity, restoring transport, humanitarian aid coming soon. Basically just wait a little longer, propaganda. Then his phone starts blowing up, notifications stacking up like spam. Group chat is active again, and yeah, curiosity wins. He opens it, chaos. Everyone arguing about the news, half of them still trusting the government, the other half already preparing for worst-case survival mode. And then one voice cuts through the noise. Old Uncle Lou. This guy isn't buying anything. Straight up calls out the lies. Says if things were under control, help would already be there. Instead, he drops something heavy. Rumors about the government gathering tanks, armored vehicles, heavy weapons in the capital. Not for rescue, for war. That word hits the chat like a bomb. Silence for a second, then panic explodes. People asking if it's true, if they're basically doomed if war is coming on top of everything else. Hanfang just watches, interested, because yeah, this lines up with fragments of what he remembers. This isn't just a natural disaster anymore. Then Zhang steps in again, trying to stabilize the situation. He says if there's even a chance this is real, they need to act now, not panic. Some residents are already running out of supplies, and with government help uncertain, they need to rely on themselves. His plan? Organize, help each other, share resources. To prove he's serious, he puts half his own supplies on the table. Not talk action, people start reacting. Some agree immediately, others hesitate, but momentum builds. One guy supports the idea and even drags Hyewon into it, probably trying to look good or get her attention. But Hyewon flips instantly, switches to her weak innocent mode, saying she doesn't have extra supplies, acting all helpless. And right on cue, her fan club jumps in to defend her like she's the victim. Same pattern, different day. That little drama almost derails the whole plan. But eventually, people start contributing anyway. Food, clothes, medicine, stuff starts piling in. Zhang thanks everyone, keeps it moving, and realizes they need structure, not chaos. Too many people, too many resources, so he suggests assigning certain residents to manage everything properly. So just like last time, Zhang smoothly puts himself at the top of this so-called emergency committee, acting like the savior of the building while setting up the perfect system to control who eats and who starves. Hanfang reads that announcement and immediately smirks, because yeah, he's seen this movie before. Same script, same fake hero energy, same ending, people getting robbed politely in the name of distribution. Fast forward, July 19th, 5th day of the apocalypse, and now the temperature has dropped to a clean -40. Not cold, disrespectfully cold. This is the day central heating finally gives up and dies, and suddenly everyone realizes they were living life on easy mode till yesterday. Now it's survival DLC. People start panicking, trying anything. Tiny fires, random setups, just to not freeze inside their own homes. And yeah, just like before, it's only getting worse from here. Meanwhile, Hanfang, living like a final boss. Failed experiments turned into charcoal fuel, fireplace running perfectly, table stacked with cola and strawberry cake like it's a normal evening. And this guy is chilling playing single-player games while the outside world is getting deleted. Priorities? Perfectly aligned. Of course, peace doesn't last. Phone rings. Some block leader on the other end, talking about we're clearing the roads in 20 minutes, need manpower in the basement. Bro really thinks this is a snow day, not an extinction event. Hanfang almost roasts him on the spot but holds back. No point making enemies yet. Low profile matters more than ego right now. So he sighs, gets up, and heads down. First look at the entrance and yeah, reality check hits everyone at once. The snow didn't just pile up, it sealed them in. Everything they cleared before, gone. Completely erased, like it never existed. Volunteers are already pissed, but still stubborn enough to try opening the door. They call Hanfang over. Everyone stacks up, pushes together, and the moment that door cracks open, the storm doesn't knock, it invades. Snow floods in like it owns the place, wind slicing through them, visibility gone, breathing feels illegal. Step outside and you're basically signing your own death certificate. Hanfang instantly regrets leaving his couch. This isn't go outside and help, this is go outside and disappear. Even the others finally get it. No hero complex survives that kind of cold. And right on cue, the king of bad decisions shows up. Brother Lee, aka Homeless Joe. Man walks in like he's about to solo the blizzard, starts calling everyone cowards, talking big like the storm is just a minor inconvenience. Meanwhile, everyone else is shivering, trying to explain basic survival logic to this guy. But nah, logic isn't invited today. He finishes his cigarette like it's his power-up, then charges straight into the snow like some low-budget anime protagonist, starts punching the snow, yelling, acting like he's unlocking some hidden ability. For a moment, dude actually digs a human-sized hole, and then silence. Next thing you hear, muffled cries for help from under the snow. Yeah, reality hit him harder than the storm did. They drag him out, face purple, body half frozen, looking like the boss fight ended before phase 1 even started. That's when everyone finally accepts it. This isn't something you brute force. Door gets shut immediately. No more hero plans. Hanfang walks over, checks on Brother Lee, not because he respects him, but because dead idiots bring trouble. Then he tells everyone to move to the basement car park, find whoever's in charge, and figure things out there. No point standing at the gate arguing with a blizzard that doesn't care. They head down, and compared compared to outside, the underground parking actually feels like a luxury zone. Not warm, but at least it's survivable. Above ground is hell. Down here, just the waiting room before things get worse. Down in the basement, Mr. Jang is already in his natural habitat, center of the crowd, calm face, soft voice, looking like the kind of guy people trust way too easily. Reports come in from the lobby, and he immediately decides the snow clearing operation is off for now, and just like that, he redirects everything toward the basement car park, turning it into the official donation and collection point. Smooth move, too smooth. Han Feng stays in the back, quiet, just watching, because yeah, first time seeing this guy in person, but he already knows exactly what kind of leader he is. Polite voice, kind face, and a brain that's already calculating other people's supplies like it's his inventory. Jang starts praising everyone, talking about how generous the residents are, how these donations will save lives, how unity is their strength, and the crowd eats it up. People are smiling, feeling good about themselves, thinking they're building some kind of survival community. Meanwhile, Han Feng's just standing there like, keep smiling, you'll regret that donation real soon. Because unlike them, he's already seen how this unity arc ends. Brother Lee, still shaking from his failed main character moment earlier, decides he's had enough for the day and dips out after saying goodbye. And that's when Han Feng notices her, the same nurse from the hospital, Jin Yan Shu, standing out instantly, not because she's trying, but because she's just naturally noticeable. Cute winter onesie, carrying a stack of boxes way too big for her, walking like she's one bad step away from disaster. And of course, disaster shows up on schedule. She bumps into a few guys, loses balance, and just when gravity's about to claim another victim, Han Feng steps in and catches her clean. Perfect timing. He asks if she's okay, she opens her eyes, thanks him, and then recognizes him. Now it clicks. Hospital guy. Broken leg guy. Which immediately turns into confusion because yeah, last time she saw him, he wasn't exactly in catching people mid-fall condition. Han Feng's brain starts buffering. He stumbles through an explanation about fast recovery since childhood, weakest excuse in history, but lucky for him, she's not built for suspicion. She just accepts it like, wow, that's amazing. No further questions asked. Pure innocence, zero detection system. He offers to carry her boxes. She hesitates, says they're heavy, but he insists, because obviously he's not about to let that moment go. She finally hands them over and instantly, reality punches him. These boxes are heavy, not normal heavy, suspiciously heavy. He asks what's inside, and she explains they're medical supplies she's donating. Even admits they might be too much for one person. And yeah, now he's stuck holding them, but bro's not complaining. Give him double the weight, he's still walking straight if it's for her. Meanwhile, she keeps reminding him not to push himself too hard, saying she's actually pretty strong herself. When he asks about it, she gets a bit guarded, drops a vague line about there being a reason, something that happened recently, then immediately backs off, apologizing like she said too much. That little slip? Yeah, Han Feng clocks it instantly. They keep walking, talking, and she finally asks his name. He introduces himself, she smiles and gives hers, Jin Yan Shu. And yeah, that smile hits harder than the cold outside. For a second, bro is just gone, completely distracted. But then comes the follow-up question. What does he do? And he answers honestly, unemployed. Yeah, perfect timing to fumble. Before the moment can fully die, some impatient dude barges through, bumps into her, and she loses balance again, this time falling straight onto Han Feng. No saving pose, no heroic catch, just full contact. She grabs onto him to stabilize, and yeah, her body presses right into his arm. Bro freezes, completely still, brain off, moment on. She immediately pulls back, apologizing, flustered, while he tries to respond like a normal human being. But let's be honest, he's still processing what just happened. That moment could have actually stayed clean. Smooth intro, decent chemistry, maybe even a normal human interaction for once. But nah, disaster arrives right on cue, and her name is Huana. Looking half dead from hunger and cold, she drags herself in like a walking red flag with frostbite, and the first thing she does, latch onto Han Feng like she found her personal food supply again, straight up pressing herself against his arm, asking who the pink-haired girl is, like she just caught him cheating in a relationship that never existed. Ji-hyun instantly senses the awkward energy spike and nopes out of the situation. She grabs the boxes back, says she just needs to log the supplies, and dips toward the donation area. And just like that, Han Feng watches a perfectly decent interaction walk away, while this parasite clings onto him again. He asks what she's even doing here, and she spins it instantly. Came for supplies, was worried about him, noticed he's been quiet. Bro scratches his head, plays along, says he was about to message her. She calls him out immediately, saying he looked pretty busy chatting with someone else. Then comes the real goal. Asks if he has extra food, says she's almost out. Classic, straight to business. And here's where Han Feng doesn't get mad. He smiles, because now he's the one playing. He tells her he doesn't have much either, but he could share, just not with people who ignore his messages. Then he steps closer, grabs her waist, and casually asks if she's willing to come stay with him for a few days. Smooth delivery but with a trap built in. That caught her off guard. For a second, she actually loses her composure, then immediately resets, pushes him away and switches back to her acting mode. Soft smile, controlled voice, says if he wants to talk, they can just do it online. Clean rejection, wrapped nicely. Han Fang doesn't push it, turns around like he's done, starts walking off. That's when desperation kicks in. She grabs him, stops him, starts talking about how he's changed, how she's always been serious, how she doesn't want people thinking she's using him for money, so she just needs time, full performance, puppy eyes included. And yeah, if this was his first life, he folds instantly. But this time, he's just watching the act, because he's already died once to this same script. Now he's not here to believe it, he's here to expose it. He thinks it through fast. No need to go hunting for her boyfriend. Last time she brought the guy to him herself, so this time he'll just let history repeat, but with better preparation. Back then, it was a steel bat. Now, he's got something way more convincing waiting, so instead of blowing things up, he backs off, laughs it off, says he was just joking. Now she's the one feeling awkward, thinking she overacted for nothing. He tells her he'll wait for her message and bring food tomorrow. Clean exit, both of them smiling, both of them lying. She walks away with that same ugly smirk creeping back onto her face, thinking she's still in control. What she doesn't realize, this time, she's the one getting played. And Han Fang, he enjoys it, quietly. 2 days pass, no message from him. Instead, her phone turns into a complaint factory. Angry texts, frustration, asking where her food is. Meanwhile, this guy is sitting comfortably, eating a hot steak with a drink like it's a normal dinner night, just watching her messages stack up. Honestly, nothing hits better than eating good food while watching someone who killed you in your past life slowly lose patience. And yeah, that food, that's not normal anymore. He finally figured out the method to produce actually good meat, not just edible, proper satisfying food. While everyone outside is freezing and starving, this guy is inside sweating in a bathrobe, living like the apocalypse forgot his address. But he's not just chilling, he's been testing non-stop, and now he confirms 2 key things. First, meat can't be expanded infinitely. There's a limit. Second, reproduction, that part has no cap. Same logic as the soybeans. Grow, split, reuse. Half for consumption, half for replication. And once he applies the red and green energy properly, the result is clean. Half a steak plus soybeans turns into a full piece again. So yeah, while everyone else is worrying about survival, Han Fang already solved food. And now, he's just waiting for everything else to catch up. Now that the method is locked in, Han Fang just loops the process like a cheat code. Half steak, soybeans, red and green energy, repeat. And yeah, that's basically unlimited food secured. After testing it again and again, he confirms it properly. Food is no longer a problem for him. Not survival food, actual good food. Meanwhile, the rest of the world is negotiating with starvation like it's a daily meeting. Fast forward to August 2nd, day 19 of this frozen nightmare, and the situation outside has officially gone insane. Even places that should never see snow are now buried under it. The islands near the equator, sitting at -42. Ocean freezing in real time like someone hit pause on nature. Ice layers thick enough to walk on. The kind of stuff that makes scientists look useless on live TV. Han Fang watches all this from his setup, sipping wine like it's a documentary, and just scoffs, because what they're showing, that's the toned-down version. Reality is worse. Then suddenly, boom, a loud explosion in the distance. He moves to the window, pulls the curtain, and spots a building burning. That's the 7th one in just a few days. No explanation, no pattern, just chaos stacking up. And on top of that, more military helicopters flying around the city like something bigger is happening behind the scenes. Nobody knows what's going on, and that's exactly what makes it worse. Down in the basement, things aren't any better. The survivors have basically turned it into a marketplace for desperation. People trading whatever they can, arguing, exploiting each other, and right in the middle of it, Mr. Jang is still playing his role. Calm voice, kind face, handing out resources like a saint, while controlling everything behind the curtain. Today, Han Fang decides to step into that mess himself, not because he wants to help, yeah, not happening, but because he needs information. The moment he leaves his room, the cold hits him instantly, like a reminder that outside his little fortress, the world is still trying to kill him. He already regrets coming down, but he pushes through because something important is coming. He remembers it clearly, a rebellion that started from this exact place. So he observes, quietly. Lines are long, way too long. That tells him everything. People are running out of supplies fast. And at the front, one guy is already losing it, complaining about how he donated multiple boxes but is now getting scraps in return. Just a canned item and a sausage. That's it. Jang responds smoothly. Of course, equal distribution, fairness, unity, all the right words. The guy demands his stuff back, but that's not happening. Jang sifts the angle immediately, talks about the bigger picture, promises future compensation, money later when things stabilize. But yeah, money later means nothing when you're starving now. And just like that, the crowd flips. Instead of supporting the guy, they start attacking him, calling him shameless, telling him to move along, acting like he's the problem for wanting more food for his family. Mob mentality kicks in hard, all under the influence of that committee. Han Fang just watches, because he already knows both sides are playing dirty. The committee won't return anything, and the crowd is hiding behind fake morality. Everyone's acting righteous until hunger gets personal. And then, the legend returns. Brother Lee. Except this version, completely nerfed. The guy who was punching snow like a maniac earlier, now looks like he lost a fight with reality itself. Thin, shaky, face-strained, barely holding it together. Han Fang sees him, and yeah, it's obvious, this man is not okay. Lee tries to act normal, says he's fine, just cold. But even he can't keep that act for long. Finally admits it, he's struggling. No food left, just drinking water to suppress hunger. Brother Lee finally admits the truth. Back when everyone was playing charity hero, he dumped most of his supplies into that committee thinking the storm would end soon. Now the storm didn't end, his food did. And those tiny rations they hand out, yeah, not even enough to keep a grown man standing. Classic case of generosity speedrunning into starvation. Han Fang listens, already seeing the opportunity. He pulls Lee closer and quietly offers a deal. Small job, simple task, and in return, 4 packs of instant noodles and 2 sausages. That's it. In this world, that's not a snack, that's a contract. Brother Lee pulls back like he just heard heaven calling his name. This man almost cries. He thinks Han Fang is just being a good little bro trying to help him survive. Meanwhile, Han Fang is calculating like a businessman. Cheap investment, long-term benefit. Lee grabs him, promises loyalty like he just signed a lifetime agreement, and says he'll handle whatever job it is. Food later, job first. But hunger hits harder than loyalty, so he heads straight to line up for rations. Han Fang watches him go, satisfied. For the price of some noodles, he just hired himself a full-time information collector. No more freezing trips downstairs for intel. Efficient. Slight guilt? Maybe. Enough to change his plan? Not even close. Everything's smooth, until fate decides to throw hands. Literally. He hears his name and before his brain even processes it, smack, a clean slap across his face. No warning, no buildup, just impact. And yeah, it's her, Hyuna. That's her version of hello today. Han Fang stands there stunned, not because it hurt, but because the audacity is insane. She's yelling now, loud enough for everyone to hear, calling him useless, angry he didn't reply to her messages, making sure the whole basement audience gets the show. He just freezes for a second, because this is new. In his past life she used him. This time, she's publicly disrespecting him too, and she's doing it like she still owns him. Anger spikes instantly, fast, sharp, but he doesn't explode. He breathes, cold air fogging up and switches modes. Acting mode. He apologizes. Calm voice, serious face, tells her his supplies got stolen, says he left the food outside his door for a moment to grab keys, came back and everything was gone. Claims he searched but found nothing. Clean story. She doesn't even question it properly. Just switches focus immediately, asks if he still has food left. Not concern, not sympathy, just inventory check. He says yes, barely, enough for a few days if he eats once a day. And just like that her face changes. Again, back to sweet mode. Smiling, soft voice, acting like she cares, then drops the real line, suggests they split his remaining food and survive together by eating one meal every 2 days. Yeah, that's not partnership, that's daylight robbery with emotions attached. Han Fang just looks at her internally done but externally smiling, because to her he's still the same tool. And he lets her believe it. He agrees, plays along perfectly, promises to share equally. Even when she pushes for the food right now, he delays it, says he needs time to pack. She buys it, smiles, says she'll wait tonight, leaves thinking she secured her survival plan. Han Fang waves her off politely, already planning something else entirely. Fast forward to evening, 8 p.m. She's already messaging him. No reply. 9:30 she's outside near his floor, waiting in the freezing hallway, shivering, alone, desperate, with the elevator dead after weeks of neglect. Hyuna doesn't even get the luxury of pretending if she wants that food she's climbing. No shortcuts, just stairs and regret. She swallows whatever pride she had left and starts dragging herself up the staircase, step by step, already shivering before she even hits halfway. The cold is biting, her body's weak from days of barely eating, and every step feels like it's draining the last bit of energy she has. But desperation is a strong motivator. 16 floors? Yeah, for food she's doing it. By the time she's climbing higher, even the emergency lights decide to give up, leaving the upper floors dark and quiet in the worst way possible. The kind of silence that makes every little sound feel suspicious. Then she hears something, stops, nervous, calls out, asking who's there. Answer comes flying. A black plastic bag drops straight down from above, aimed perfectly at her head. She freezes. No reaction, no dodge, just standing there waiting for impact like her brain lagged. The bag hits, loud and right on cue the lights flicker back on. White dust bursts everywhere, filling the stairwell. She's covered, head to toe in flour, and right in front of her, Han Fang, casual as ever. He claims he just woke up, rushed down after seeing her messages, and when the lights went out, he accidentally dropped the flour bag. Total accident. Absolutely believable. Completely fake. She's standing there, covered in flour, cold, disgusted, barely holding her expression together as that sweet mask starts cracking for a second. Meanwhile, Han Fang is internally enjoying every second of it. This wasn't an accident. This was scheduled, and he's not done. He lifts another plastic bag and tells her he packed up his remaining food for her. She checks inside, and yeah, it's trash. Moldy food, rotten meat, stuff that looks like it should have been thrown away days ago. Straight garbage. Han Fang scratches his head, acting clueless, saying he worked hard to keep these leftovers. Then flips it instantly, acts offended, tells her to give it back if she doesn't want it. Now she's stuck, because starving hits harder than pride ever will. She grabs the bag back fast, says she wants it. Han Fang just looks at her, really looks this time. The same girl he used to chase, the one he thought was untouchable, standing here covered in flour, digging through rotten food like it's treasure. She doesn't even pretend anymore. Starts rummaging through the bag right there, looking for anything edible. Even grabs the leftover flour like she just hit jackpot. Same flour she got blasted with a minute ago. No thanks, no goodbye, just turns and leaves. Han Fang doesn't care. That garbage bag, that's not kindness, that's payback. And if it messes up her stomach for a few days, even better. Showering in this cold? Not happening. She's walking around like that for a while. He heads back satisfied, but then something feels off. Subtle. Movement. Behind him. He doesn't react immediately. Just keeps walking like nothing's wrong. Reaches his door, and then perfect timing, he turns the tables. Slips behind the door, waits, and the moment the shadow follows, he grabs them hard and slams them down. Straight aggression, ready to throw a punch, then stops, because it's not who he expected. It's a girl. Messy hair, half-asleep expression, thick glasses, just staring at him like her brain hasn't even loaded the situation yet. No panic, no scream, just blank. Han Fang pauses, confused now. A stalker, sure, but not the kind he imagined. She doesn't say anything, doesn't react, just looks at him. Now he's curious, because someone following him at this hour isn't random, and silence like that, that's not normal either. So yeah, if she won't talk, he's going to make her. Han Fang tries the direct route first, threatens her, tells her he'll strip her coat off right there in the freezing cold if she keeps playing mute. Harsh but effective, not even close. The girl doesn't flinch, doesn't panic, doesn't even blink differently. At that point, he's done entertaining it. No reaction. Waste of time. So he lets her go with a warning, basically telling her next time she won't get this kind of mercy if she keeps spying on him. Simple. End of interaction. Or at least, that's what he thinks. He turns to leave, and suddenly feels a tug on his sleeve. Yeah, she's not done. He looks back, confused now. This girl hasn't said a single word, but she's grabbing him like she's got unfinished business. Still silent, still staring. Han Fang tells her to stop that creepy staring and either speak or leave, but again, nothing. No defense. Instead, she just points somewhere and starts pulling him along. Now even he gets it. She's trying to show him something, so he follows. They reach her room, and the moment he steps inside, the difference hits instantly. Warm, bright, comfortable, completely disconnected from the frozen hell outside. Han Fang pauses for a second, genuinely caught off guard. Then he looks around. Boxes, everywhere, stacked supplies filling the space. Sure, some are empty and there's trash scattered around, but that's not the point. The point is, she has this much left, weeks into the apocalypse. That's not luck, that's preparation. And now Han Fang's thinking the same thing. This quiet, expressionless girl, she might not be as random as she looks. Han Fang directly asked her if she somehow knew beforehand that the ice apocalypse was coming. Surprisingly, the girl finally decided to speak. She explained that she had personally done calculations and research which predicted a future ice age. Turns out she was the same strange person who kept posting warnings in the community chat before the disaster started. Han Fang obviously had no clue what she was talking about. To this man, knowing the future usually meant cheat abilities and regression powers, not somebody solving equations in their bedroom like a sleep-deprived scientist. Still, he knew she definitely didn't bring him here just to explain climate calculations. And he was right. The girl showed him multiple screens filled with CCTV footage. Every monitor in the room was focused on Han Fang. One clip showed him carrying stacks of supplies into the elevator while casually digging for treasure in his nose. Another showed workers delivering piles of gas cans into his apartment. Another had Brother Lee bringing over the gun case. Turns out the girl had been spying on him for a long time. Every monitor in the room was filled with footage of Han Fang carrying supplies, gas cans, even the gun case Brother Lee brought earlier. This man really got turned into a reality show without knowing it. Now that she was more relaxed, the girl casually started changing clothes right in front of him because the room was too warm for winter clothes. Han Fang immediately misunderstood and told her to stop putting on a live performance in front of him. The girl just calmly replied that it was hot inside. Meanwhile, Han Fang stood there fighting demons that didn't even exist. Eventually, even he had to remove his coat because compared to the frozen wasteland outside, this room felt illegal. After calming down a little, Han Fang finally pieced things together. She started monitoring him because she became suspicious after seeing him stockpiling supplies before the snow even started. Thankfully, She wasn't gathering dirt on him for blackmail. She simply wanted to figure out whether he was smart and capable enough to cooperate with her. The only problem was understanding what exactly she meant by cooperation, because this girl communicated like a broken NPC. Since talking clearly wasn't her specialty, she decided to demonstrate instead. Han Feng misunderstood her movements again and almost prepared himself for another awkward situation, but instead she simply pulled a generator out from behind the bed. Bro's imagination was working harder than the generator itself at this point. Turns out she just wanted Han Feng to teach her how to use it. The girl was basically maxed out in intelligence and completely bankrupt in survival skills. She could predict the apocalypse but probably couldn't survive 10 minutes in a camping trip. After a while, Han Feng managed to get the generator running steadily. Thankfully, we're all just pretending this generator magically doesn't gas the entire room. Han Feng hoped that would finally end the side quests, but the girl's blue eyes locked onto him again, asking for more help. This time, it was the hot water boiler. So our exhausted hero became customer service once again and set that up too. He even reminded her to conserve water and actually turn the tap off properly, because apparently that also needed explaining. Then came the refrigerator inspection. Han Feng opened it and immediately understood that this girl's survival instincts were hanging by a thread. Raw meat was sitting in the fridge instead of the freezer, things were messy everywhere, and the whole setup looked one power outage away from biological warfare. Han Feng had to explain basic food storage to her and warn her that if she kept things this dirty, she'd end up dying to bacteria before the apocalypse could finish the job. And unfortunately for him, the lessons kept going. He had to teach her how to replace gas cans for the stove safely while making her repeat every step properly. Then he ended up teaching her how to cook and roast food over the fire too. At this point, Han Feng looked less like a survivor and more like a father teaching his genius daughter how to function as a human being. By the end of it all, Han Feng was completely exhausted. When dinner was finally ready, the food smelled incredible. Han Feng told her to eat while it was still hot, while silently wondering how his life had collapsed into this weird survival sitcom. Han Feng quickly realized there was absolutely no winning this conversation, and awkwardly brushed it off by saying he was just joking. At this point, the man was mentally finished for the day. All he wanted was to crawl back into his warm bed and forget this entire survival tutorial arc ever happened. But when he looked over at the girl, she was already asleep at the table with food still in front of her. Somehow she had managed to fall asleep mid-meal like her battery just suddenly died. Even Han Feng was stunned for a second. This was genuinely the first time he had seen somebody treat a dining table like a bedroom. Still, he sighed and carried her over to the bed. This man came here thinking he uncovered a suspicious stalker mastermind, and instead spent the entire day taking care of an overgrown child with apocalypse calculations and zero survival instincts. During the night, the snowfall outside only got worse and the temperature dropped even lower. The next morning, Han Feng had barely woken up before somebody started demanding his attention again. And of course, it was the same girl. She had brought gifts to thank him for helping her yesterday. Even Han Feng looked surprised seeing how much stuff she carried over. For someone who barely understood how refrigerators worked, she definitely knew how to pay tuition fees properly. But after Han Feng took the boxes inside, the girl just kept standing at the door staring at him. That look again? He already recognized it now. Another side quest was coming. Sure enough, she pulled out another generator and asked him to teach her one more time, because she apparently forgot yesterday's lesson already. Han Feng looked like a man realizing his suffering had only just begun, so he had to teach everything all over again from the start. After several more days of dealing with her, Han Feng finally accepted the truth. This girl was completely hopeless when it came to survival skills. Common sense barely existed inside her head, and her understanding of what was normal and what wasn't was absolutely cooked, but somehow she never gave up. Every single day she dragged Han Feng back into her room to teach her more survival skills and basic daily tasks. Eventually, she finally managed to cook something that at least resembled edible food. Han Feng considered this massive progress already. Before this, even stray dogs would have looked at her cooking and walked away offended. But during an ice apocalypse, people would probably start fistfighting over a warm bowl of that garbage. Standards had fallen into the basement. After spending so much time together, Han Feng finally decided to ask for her name. She introduced herself as Zhao Xingan. Even now, Han Feng still couldn't understand why she spoke so strangely or why her behavior was so unusual. But despite everything, he had no intention of abandoning her. Meanwhile, down in the basement where supplies were being distributed to the residents, the atmosphere had completely fallen apart. Hungry people were now openly fighting over the tiny amount of food left. Chaos spread everywhere as residents started snatching supplies from each other, while arguing that nobody could prove ownership anymore. The weak collapsed from exhaustion, while the strong grabbed whatever they could carry. The peaceful days in this community were officially over. Civilization was hanging on by duct tape and instant noodles. People fought desperately over scraps they believed belonged to them, and once somebody managed to steal something, they guarded it with their life. Any small argument, residents were punching and kicking each other so hard that fists and shoes ended up stained with blood. Humanity really folded fast the second food became limited. But while the entire basement looked like the final round of a survival game, Mr. Jang stayed completely calm. He grabbed the megaphone and suddenly blasted the volume loud enough to destroy everyone's ears at once. The feedback sound instantly stopped the fighting because everybody was too busy suffering from sonic damage. Bro really used an AoE sound attack like an anime villain. After the screeching finally stopped, Mr. Jang calmly addressed everyone. He picked up one of the badly beaten residents and asked if this was really worth it. They were practically killing each other over scraps of food. Wasn't that pathetic? But the crowd immediately exploded with anger toward him instead. After all, he was the one who introduced the donation system in the first place, and now people were only getting a pack of noodles every few days. If they didn't die fighting, they were going to die starving anyway. Jang pretended to calmly listen to all their complaints about resource distribution. Then he suddenly flipped the pressure back onto them. If they were willing to beat each other half to death over scraps, then maybe they deserved to starve. He asked them to think carefully about who actually caused this situation in the first place. The angry residents blamed him immediately, but Mr. Jang picked up a piece of bread and started steering the crowd exactly where he wanted. Bread that once cost only a few dollars was now being sold by wealthy residents for insane prices. Some people were even cutting single pieces into smaller portions just to auction them off separately. The rich residents were squeezing desperate people dry while hiding mountains of supplies inside warm apartments. Meanwhile, the starving people in the basement had already run out of money, resources, and options a long time ago. Yet instead of turning their anger toward the people hoarding food upstairs, they were down here destroying each other over leftovers, while the elites sat comfortably protecting their stockpiles. Jang's words slowly started shifting the crowd's anger away from each other and toward a brand new target. According to Mr. Jang, the real problem wasn't the starving people down in the basement. It was the rich residents upstairs hoarding supplies and raising prices like final bosses in a capitalism simulator. Those people were the ones selling bread for insane amounts while everyone else fought over crumbs. Mr. Jang asked the crowd if any of that sounded fair, and the moment he realized the crowd was fully swallowing every word, he pushed even harder. He told everyone to stop fighting among themselves and unite to take back the resources that should belong to everybody. The hungry residents immediately started convincing themselves that they were the real victims here. Why were the wealthy residents eating comfortably while everyone else was starving to death downstairs? Mr. Jang quietly watched the anger spread exactly where he wanted it to. He barely had to do anything anymore. The hatred was already growing on its own. The starving residents slowly convinced themselves that they weren't stealing. They were simply reclaiming what belonged to them. Honestly, one speech later and the basement turned into a revolution starter pack. While the chaos kept building, Brother Lee stood nearby watching everything carefully. Out of everyone there, he was practically the only person who could see through Mr. Jang's performance. The crowd had already lost their minds, and Brother Lee immediately realized something huge was about to happen. So he hurried to warn Han Fang before things exploded completely. Meanwhile, Han Fang was peacefully lounging around in his apartment, pretending to read a book while actually half asleep. Bro was fake reading professionally. Then suddenly his phone rang and woke him up. It was Brother Lee warning him about the disaster brewing in the basement. According to the messages, Mr. Jang's non-stop incitement had finally pushed the crowd over the edge. The residents were now organizing raids to seize supplies from everyone else in the building. They were already going door to door, prying locks open, and carrying weapons and tools with them. These weren't desperate survivors anymore. This was basically a loot goblin army with anger issues. Brother Lee warned Han Fang to stay hidden and avoid confronting these lunatics directly. Han Fang could only hope Brother Lee himself stayed safe out there too. Even Han Fang didn't expect things to escalate this badly. Sure, he bought guns beforehand for emergencies, but actually using them against another human being was a completely different matter. The thought alone made him uneasy. And if those raiders ever discovered how many supplies he really had hidden inside his apartment, they would absolutely lose their minds trying to get to him. These people would strip his place cleaner than a supermarket shelf during a panic sale. Han Fang immediately realized he needed to prepare for the worst-case scenario. So he went into the storage room and grabbed wires, tools, and several fire extinguishers before crudely rigging his front door with exposed live wires connected to the doorknob. The setup looked janky as hell, but desperate times create dangerous electricians. After finishing the trap, Han Fang slowly stretched the wire across the floor while trying to test everything properly, but before he could finish, the entire building suddenly lost power. Then it became obvious the blackout wasn't limited to one apartment. Every building in the surrounding area had gone dark at the exact same time. Residents tried contacting management, but those people had basically vanished long ago. Han Fang quickly figured out what happened. The worsening snowstorm combined with everyone overloading the electrical grid trying to stay warm had finally pushed the system past its limit. And with the roads buried under snow and temperatures turning deadly, maintenance crews weren't fixing anything anytime soon. The worst part was that Han Fang immediately understood this blackout might be permanent. No electricity, no signals, no outside communication. Once people realized the power wasn't coming back, panic would spread even faster. And panic inside a starving frozen apartment complex? Yeah, civilization was about to uninstall itself completely. Meanwhile, about 30 minutes before before the blackout, Hyuna was busy stuffing noodles into her mouth while sitting comfortably beside her newest benefactor. This rich, blonde clown proudly bragged about how he bought supplies earlier at 50 times the normal market price, while desperate people sold everything just to survive. According to him, he only spent around $500,000 to stockpile all these resources. Then he started auctioning food piece by piece, while poor residents fought over scraps like pigeons in a parking lot. Bro really turned the apocalypse into a business seminar. The rich bastard smugly ran his hand across Hyona's face and asked if she thought she made the right decision choosing him. And naturally, the witch smiled sweetly and nodded. As long as somebody had resources, she'd happily switch teams faster than a survival game trader. Meanwhile, Blondie was already imagining he owned her just because he had food and money. Absolute clown behavior, but their cozy little villain meeting got interrupted by the sound of heavy footsteps rushing through the hallway outside. The basement residents had arrived carrying tools and weapons to break doors open in the middle of the night, and Blondie quickly overheard something terrifying. He was being specifically targeted because of his role in driving up prices inside the group chat. A few seconds later, the raiders started slamming and kicking his apartment door repeatedly, trying to force their way inside. Suddenly, all that money and all those supplies didn't look nearly as comforting anymore. Blondie stood there frozen, completely unsure what to do, while the angry crowd outside kept smashing against the door harder and harder. Mr. Jang's little basement revolution had officially gone full monkey mode. The snowstorm outside kept raging harder and harder while the entire apartment complex slowly transformed into a frozen riot simulator. Meanwhile, inside Hanfang's apartment, the floor was covered with wires, tools, supplies, and enough random junk to make the place look like a failed engineering project. Bro was basically filming Home Alone Apocalypse Edition by himself. Hanfang kept trying to finish his electric trap on the front door, but every time he tested it, the reading showed no current running through the wires. He stared at the thing like it personally betrayed him. Then out of nowhere, the badly tied wires suddenly sparked, exploded, and caught fire. Looks like the power decided to come back at the worst possible second. Hanfang got blasted by the smoke and immediately started coughing while scrambling to put the fire out. Even after all that, he still had no clue what he was doing wrong. If the internet still existed, Bro would have searched how to build Murder Door for Dummies and finished this in 5 minutes. Then suddenly someone started knocking on the door before he could even finish the trap. Hanfang instantly froze and carefully peeked through the peephole. He couldn't see the face properly, but the tiny height and messy hair gave it away immediately. It was Zhao Xingan again. She stood there with the same emotionless face, asking for help like this was perfect timing. Meanwhile, Hanfang was literally one loose wire away from electrocuting himself to death. But the moment he grabbed the doorknob, memories from his previous life hit him again. The witch betrayal, the ambush, getting folded by lunatics. Bro immediately got paranoid and slowly pulled his hand away from the lock. Instead of opening up, Hanfang warned her through the door that raiders were already breaking into apartments and stealing supplies. He told her to hurry back home because he wasn't opening the door for anyone. Zhao Xingan just stood there silently in the freezing hallway while the building echoed with distant yelling and banging noises. Then suddenly she started pounding on the door even harder. When Hanfang still refused to open it, she simply sat down on the cold floor outside his apartment and started shivering. Honestly, this girl operated on pure NPC logic sometime. Meanwhile, the raiders were already reaching the 18th floor. They weren't checking who lived there or asking questions anymore. Their entire strategy was basically, kick door first, think later. Two rough-looking men walked down the hallway celebrating that they were the first ones there and immediately started dividing apartments between themselves like loot goblins, splitting dungeon rewards. And of course, Hanfang's apartment was the closest target. One of the raiders walked straight to the door with a crowbar and started smashing at it while pretending to be someone delivering supplies. Absolute clown acting. Inside the apartment, Hanfang immediately yanked Zhao Xingan in and covered her mouth tightly so she wouldn't make a sound. Since nobody answered the door, the raiders stopped pretending and started forcing the lock with the crowbar. Hanfang quietly reassured her that those idiots weren't getting through his reinforced door anytime soon. Hearing that, she finally calmed down a little. The raiders kept rattling the handle over and over, trying to force it open, but the reinforced iron door didn't even care. After struggling for a while and getting nowhere, the raiders eventually marked the apartment and moved on to easier targets. And honestly, thank God Hanfang installed that absurdly reinforced setup. The iron plates around the frame were so thick even the contractor got confused when installing them. Hanfang almost started admiring his own genius until he realized he was still covering Zhao Xingan's mouth like he kidnapped her himself. Bro was so scared of making noise he forgot basic human interaction. After he finally let go, Zhao Xinggan quietly thanked him for letting her in before the raiders noticed her outside. The two waited silently for a few more minutes until the hallway finally became quiet again. The second the danger passed, Hanfang instantly went back to fixing the electric trap. If he could make this thing work properly, the next idiot touching his doorknob was about to meet electricity personally. Zhao Xinggan watched curiously and asked what he was doing. Hanfang proudly explained that it was an anti-intruder electrocution device, then immediately hit her with the classic condescending line, saying she wouldn't understand even if he explained it, which was hilarious because this man barely understood it himself. But turns out the quiet little stalker girl was actually cracked when it came to electronics and anti-theft systems. Voltage differences, wiring, power flow, all of this was basic stuff for her. Meanwhile, Hanfang had been fighting wires like they were final bosses. So Zhao Xinggan calmly started coaching him from the side step by step. She told him to shut off the power first, wrap the exposed wire carefully around the handle, then connect the next wire from the circuit box properly before restoring power. Hanfang followed her instructions exactly this time instead of freelancing like a disaster mechanic. And finally, when he tested the handle again, the voltage meter instantly shot up with a strong electric reading. The trap was finally live. Hanfang looked at the result, completely stunned. Bro spent hours failing alone just for the silent girl to fix it in 5 minutes. When Hanfang asked how she even knew all this electrical engineering nonsense, Zhao Xinggan answered with the most Zhao Xinggan sentence possible. She calmly said the true eye of the evil king could see the truth of everything in the world. Bro asked for wiring advice and got anime lore instead. Since she helped finish the Death Doorknob project, Hanfang asked what exactly she needed in return. The girl didn't even bother explaining properly. She just walked over to the couch, dumped the contents of her backpack all over it like she was unpacking after moving in, then casually announced that the true eye of the evil king would be staying here from now on. Hanfang's brain genuinely stopped processing for a second. This girl invited herself into his apartment with the confidence of someone paying rent. He immediately started panicking and told her to go back to her own room because there was absolutely no way she was living here. But while freaking out, Hanfang accidentally tripped over the mess of wires spread across the floor. He stumbled forward, flailed around for balance for a few seconds, then crashed straight toward the coffee table. Except, the impact never came. The table that was solid a second ago had suddenly turned soft like clay. Hanfang stared at it in confusion while a weird purple glow danced around his hands. Even the toolbox nearby looked warped and squishy where the light touched it. He grabbed a hammer to test it, and the metal head literally bent in on itself like warm candy. Bro waved it around once and the thing lost its shape completely. At that point, Hanfang finally realized the purple light was somehow softening everything it touched. Meanwhile, Zhao Xinggan watched this entire thing happen with the exact same blank face she always had. No screaming, no shock, no reaction. This girl watched reality bend in front of her and looked mildly interested at best. Hanfang got so distracted testing the power he almost forgot she was still standing there staring at him like an SCP observer. Then suddenly her eyes lit up and she declared that Hanfang had been chosen as an emissary of the true eye of the evil king. Bro unlocked superpowers and immediately got recruited into a fake anime cult. Hanfang quickly decided it was smarter to play along instead of explaining anything. This girl already operated on another frequency entirely, so he just accepted the role of chosen subordinate and nodded along like any exhausted man dealing with chaos. As fellow emissaries, apparently, Zhao Xingyan proposed that they should cooperate from now on. And by cooperate, she obviously meant sharing Hanfang's apartment permanently. Before he could even reject her again, she was already walking toward one of the rooms like she owned property rights in the Evil King headquarters. Hanfang didn't even get a vote in the discussion. At that point, he decided figuring out the purple power was way more important than arguing with this socially broken genius. From what he could tell, the purple light softened objects, meaning he probably had more abilities than just the green light he already discovered. Bro was slowly collecting infinity stones inside his apartment. Thinking back carefully, Hanfang realized the ability activated when he tripped and desperately wanted to avoid smashing into the table, so he tried recreating that exact feeling. After concentrating for a while, the purple glow finally appeared around his hands again. Now that he could summon it properly, Hanfang started testing it on everything nearby. First the wires, then random tools, then a kitchen knife. The moment the purple light wrapped around the blade, the steel started turning soft instantly. The knife became so squishy it folded around his fingers like rubber jelly. And after that, Bro went completely scientist mode. Wood, metal, plastic, household junk, everything started getting tested. Every material he tried became softer the longer the purple light stayed on it. That was the only effect though. No explosions, no extra transformations, just turning objects into mush. By itself, the ability honestly felt kinda useless. Hanfang even started looking disappointed. Then suddenly another idea hit him. Since he already had the green light and the purple light, what if he combined them together? Now Bro started cooking for real. Hanfang quickly got used to merging both lights at the same time. He grabbed the melted-looking kitchen knife, coated it with both the purple and green energy together, then screamed, "Bankai!" And somehow, it actually worked. The melted kitchen knife instantly hardened back into shape, and not just normal hard either. The blade came back looking polished enough to use as a mirror. Bro accidentally forged a legendary weapon in his apartment while screaming Bankai like an unemployed shonen protagonist. Curious now, Hanfang grabbed a tissue paper box nearby and repeated the same process on one single tissue. Then he tried bending it, and somehow that tiny piece of paper became ridiculously hard to deform. That was when he realized the real effect of combining both lights together. Purple softened objects, green reinforced them, and when fused together they could massively increase toughness. And the first thing that entered Hanfang's mind was obviously defense. Bro instantly started thinking like a bunker goblin again. Meanwhile downstairs, the raiders who stole supplies from other apartments were already showing their true colors. The same people screaming about fairness and equality a few hours ago suddenly didn't want to share loot anymore. Funny how revolution disappears the second snacks enter the inventory. They secretly kept portions of the stolen supplies hidden away because they were scared resources would run out. Some of them even argued they shouldn't waste food on women and elderly people. But they also knew if the others discovered the hidden supplies, things would get ugly fast. While they were whispering about their shameless little stash, one of the raiders suddenly noticed something strange on the 18th floor wall nearby. The concrete surface started wriggling unnaturally. Bro looked at the wall and immediately got hit with nightmare fuel. The moment they shined a flashlight on it, a human face started emerging directly from the concrete like some cursed horror movie scene. The face twisted and grimaced while pushing outward like it was trying to escape from inside the wall itself. Then arms started forming too. At that point, the raiders completely lost it. They ran downstairs in pure panic, thinking the 18th floor was possessed by demons. Meanwhile, inside the apartment, Hanfang was the actual idiot trapped inside the wall. Turns out he'd been testing his powers on the apartment walls themselves and accidentally softened them too much. Bro literally got half stuck inside his own wall while trying experiments. He could barely breathe while struggling to pull himself out of the clay-like mess before suffocating. After escaping that disaster, Hanfang decided to properly test the combined purple and green enhancement on an actual section of the wall. Covering something that large with both lights at once was exhausting though. He had to focus hard just to maintain the fusion. Eventually, he managed to fully reinforce the wall. The process drained him badly, but the result looked insanely sturdy. Naturally, the next step in Hanfang's science was violence. So Bro pulled out a giant sledgehammer and stood there staring at the wall like he was about to challenge it to a duel. Then he swung with all his strength. The hammer smashed directly into the reinforced surface over and over again. Hanfang kept hitting it until his arms were barely functioning anymore, and the wall didn't even scratch. At that moment, Hanfang finally realized how broken this ability actually was. If he kept improving this, his apartment was basically turning into a raid boss fortress. Meanwhile, back in the basement parking lot, most of the raiders had returned pretending to donate part of their loot. One guy nervously handed over a tiny bag of food while claiming that was all he managed to steal. Bro looked guilty before he even opened his mouth. Then suddenly someone grabbed him from behind and slammed him onto the floor. One of the Jin brothers pinned him down hard and demanded to know where the rest of the stolen supplies were hidden, because apparently this clown was earlier seen carrying 3 full bags and now returned with one sad little package like he thought everyone had memory loss. Even while getting his arm twisted, the raider kept denying everything. Jinbro was already preparing to beat honesty out of him the old-fashioned way when someone calmly stopped him with a hand on the shoulder. And of course it was Mr. Jang. The smiling basement politician stepped in like some fake messiah again and told Jinbro to let the man go first so they could talk peacefully. Then the terrified thief looked up and saw Mr. Jang extending a helping hand toward him with that same warm smile everybody trusted way too much. And honestly, that smile was getting scarier every chapter. The raider finally folded and brought out the other 2 hidden food bags. Just like Jinbro suspected, this greedy raccoon really tried sneaking away with extra loot while pretending to be innocent. The man apologized shamelessly and explained that he had 5 people at home to feed and the official rations were nowhere near enough. And honestly, that was the scary part about this whole situation. Everyone had a reason now. Starvation was slowly turning normal people into thieves, liars, and lunatics. Then Mr. Jang pulled out his own ration and handed it over to the man personally. Bro really knew how to manipulate an audience. He calmly explained that rules still mattered and all stolen supplies had to be redistributed fairly according to household size. But he also understood the struggles people were going through. The thief almost started crying on the spot. Lao Wang grabbed the food like he just received salvation itself and swore loyalty immediately. He even promised that if Mr. Jang ever needed help in the future, he'd be there no matter what. Mr. Jang then turned toward the crowd lined up for rations and gently told everyone to collect their share and return home quickly. Calm voice, kind smile. Meanwhile, this man was quietly building a basement cult in real time. Even the Jin brothers got curious afterward. They asked how Mr. Jang managed to make the thief surrender the hidden supplies so easily, and why he even gave away part of his own food afterward. Jang modestly claimed he didn't really do much. According to him, he simply helped the man understand a principle. And naturally, the Jin brothers wanted to hear this magical philosophy. Jang explained that throughout history, riots and rebellions always happened when social classes clashed over benefits and survival. But the important thing was that collective behavior diluted responsibility. If you weren't caught directly, punishment became difficult because the blame spread across the crowd. However, the second someone violated the group's own rules, they stopped being part of the collective and became an individual criminal instead. That was the fear Mr. Jang planted in La Wang's head. If the community rejected him, he wouldn't just fear legal punishment after the disaster. He'd also face revenge from every owner he robbed personally. Basically, Mr. Jang weaponized peer pressure and social fear like a professional politician. Watching everything from afar, Uncle Lu stayed completely silent. Unlike the others, he immediately understood what Mr. Jang was actually doing. This man intentionally ignored one very important detail. In every riot or movement, a leader always emerges from the crowd. Whether hero or villain, troubled times always create powerful figures, and Uncle Lu could already see that potential growing inside Mr. Jang. Meanwhile, upstairs, Han Fang was still busy stress testing every inch of his apartment like a paranoid engineering goblin. He kept smashing reinforced walls and windows with a sledgehammer over and over again to verify their toughness. The process drained him badly, but the results were insane. Bro practically turned his apartment into a boss arena. Now he had reinforced walls, reinforced windows, reinforced furniture. Honestly, if a tank showed up outside, Han Fang would probably start testing durability instead of panicking. And just when he finally thought he could relax for a second, somebody knocked on the door again. At this point, visitors were spawning more frequently than zombies. Han Fang carefully stepped through the mess of wires on the floor and walked toward the entryway while wondering if those looters came back for round 2. But when he peeked through the peephole, his expression instantly changed. It was Hyona. The witch stood outside shivering in the cold with tears in her eyes while softly calling his name. And the moment Han Fang saw that scene, memories from his previous death replayed instantly in his mind. She started speaking in the exact same emotional tone from before, saying only hard times reveal true feelings, saying only someone who truly loved her would help her unconditionally, saying if he opened the door, she would finally open her heart to him. Bro almost heard the death soundtrack playing in the background, because these were literally the same words she used right before he got ambushed and murdered in his previous life, which meant one thing immediately. The bastard partner was definitely hiding nearby, waiting to smash Han Fang's skull open the second the door unlocked. Han Fang's first instinct was pure rage. He genuinely wanted to grab his gun, open the door, and erase this trash couple from existence immediately. But halfway through the thought, he forced himself to stop. The power was out. The hallway was dark. Whoever was hiding outside had the advantage, while Han Fang would expose himself the moment he stepped out. If he missed even once, he could die again exactly like before. Even the electric trap wasn't reliable enough here because getting both idiots to touch the handle together would be almost impossible. So Han Fang forced himself to calm down and immediately shut off the generators to eliminate any light advantage. This was his one chance to reverse what happened in his previous life, which meant he couldn't let anger control him now, because the real threat wasn't the crying actress standing outside the door. It was the rat hiding somewhere in the darkness waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Finding the hidden attacker was the difficult part, but luckily for Han Fang, this wasn't his first time getting betrayed by these clowns. He still remembered exactly how he died in his previous life. The killer should be hiding in the blind spot right behind the doorway waiting for the ambush. Han Fang quietly gripped the sledgehammer tighter while estimating the man's position through the wall itself. Then a nasty little idea formed in his head. Risky, weird, and honestly insane, but probably his best chance. He slowly placed his hand against the wall and activated the purple light. The surface immediately began softening like clay, while Hyona continued outside with her Oscar performance. She kept crying and begging Han Fang to open the door already, while acting like the world's coldest victim. Meanwhile, the idiot hiding nearby was already starting to hesitate. Bro was probably realizing this robbery mission felt way more dangerous than advertised. But Hyona kept pushing him, insisting Han Fang had mountains of supplies stored inside. Truckloads delivered before the disaster. Enough food to survive for ages. Honestly, greed was the only thing still keeping these two clowns motivated. Then suddenly, the softened wall behind the hidden attacker started bulging outward unnaturally. It twisted and stretched like wet cement, trying to grow a limb. The killer finally noticed weird noises coming from behind him, but by the time he turned around, it was already over. A freaking sledgehammer-shaped mass burst out from the softened wall and smashed directly into his jaw with terrifying force. Bro got launched like a ragdoll immediately. His entire face folded sideways like the game physics bugged out. Hyuna jumped back in horror after watching her partner fly across the hallway. She kept asking what happened, but the guy couldn't even answer anymore. His whole body was twitching in pain and freezing cold. Then slowly, the reinforced apartment door creaked open. Hanfang stepped out holding a fire extinguisher with the calmest petty revenge smile imaginable. This man looked like he'd been waiting years for this exact moment. Before Hyuna could even process what was happening, Hanfang blasted the extinguisher directly into her face. White powder exploded everywhere while she screamed and stumbled backward blindly. And somehow, even during this disaster, Hyuna still tried acting cute and pitiful while begging him to stop. This woman stayed committed to the performance till the bitter end. She even inhaled some of the extinguisher powder and immediately started coughing like her lungs rage quit. When she managed to open her eyes again, she finally saw the blonde rich prick she brought along lying on the floor convulsing miserably. The man looked less like a gangster now and more like expired yogurt. Then through the extinguisher fog, Hanfang's hand suddenly reached toward her. Hyuna reacted fast enough to dodge most of it, but Hanfang still grabbed her scarf and ripped out a chunk of her hair in the process. Adrenaline carried her hard there because otherwise she was finished. The witch immediately ran down the hallway screaming for help, while Hanfang clicked his tongue in annoyance. She escaped quicker than expected, but the blonde rich kid wasn't going anywhere. The guy was still struggling to even stand after getting his jaw turned into modern art. Hanfang walked over fueled entirely by rage from his previous death and kicked him directly in the stomach. And the second Hanfang prepared to stomp him again, the blonde brat suddenly started crying about his father. Classic rich villain survival tactic. Bro thought my dad is important was a shield spell. He warned Hanfang that terrible things would happen if he touched him again. Hanfang answered by punching him straight in the face again. The spoiled brat instantly switched strategies and started calling Hanfang brother instead. Funny how quickly arrogance disappears after getting folded with a wallhammer combo. But Hanfang wasn't hearing any of it. Memories from his previous life kept replaying in his head while he mounted the guy's chest and started raining punches non-stop. Every hit carried years of rage. This bastard murdered him while he was literally minding his own business before. Blood covered Hanfang's gloves while the rich prick's face became completely ruined. Hanfang kept demanding answers, but the guy's jaw was so broken he couldn't even speak properly anymore. Then Hanfang slowly stood up and picked up the modified baseball bat lying nearby, the exact same bat that killed him in his previous life. For a second, he just stared at it silently, while the rich brat cried on the floor coughing blood everywhere and asking why Hanfang was treating him like this. That question instantly made Hanfang's anger explode even harder. The bastard who murdered him for absolutely no reason was now lying there demanding an explanation like he was the victim. Hanfang's patience finally snapped completely. He raised the steel bat covered in nails and slammed it down straight onto Blondie's face with full force. The sound was disgusting. Bone cracked, blood sprayed across the hallway, and the 18th floor instantly turned into a horror movie set. And just like that, Hanfang finally got his revenge. The man who killed him in his previous life was dead. For a second, Hanfang just stood there breathing heavily while adrenaline rushed through his body like crazy. But once the anger started cooling off, reality hit him hard. The sight in front of him was brutal enough to make even him almost throw up. Bro turned his head sideways and immediately started vomiting on the floor. Revenge looked cool in his imagination. Reality looked like a crime documentary. While Hanfang was trying to calm himself down, somebody casually cleared their throat behind him. He turned around and saw Zhao Xingyan quietly sitting near the doorway, playing with the dead guy's blood, like this was arts and crafts hour. At that moment, Hanfang realized once again this girl was absolutely not normal. Most people would be traumatized forever after seeing that scene. This girl looked mildly curious at best. She even offered to help clean up the mess, and together they handled the crime scene surprisingly fast. Zhao Xingyan didn't even flinch at the blood or gore. Meanwhile, Hanfang was standing there wondering if he accidentally adopted an escaped lab experiment. That only made him more determined to get her out of his apartment before things got worse. He warned her that more people could come for revenge at any moment, and the next few days were going to be dangerous as hell. Both of them could die, but this girl just sat there sipping orange juice completely unbothered like she was listening to weather forecasts. Hanfang genuinely wanted her gone for her own safety, but she absolutely refused to leave. The more he explained the danger, the calmer she became. Then she slowly placed her orange juice down dramatically, like an anime villain preparing dialogue, and declared that the evil king's true eye would protect them no matter what. But apparently even edgy cult leaders need naps, because right after saying that, she added that the evil king's power was exhausted, and she needed sleep first. Hanfang was done with the roleplay at this point. He grabbed her arm before she could disappear into the room and told her to stop talking like a rejected Chuini protagonist for 5 seconds, because this situation was serious. Zhao Xinggan simply looked at his hand gripping her shoulder, then calmly finally told him to open the room door. Confused, Hanfang followed her instructions and peeked inside. And whatever he saw instantly froze him solid. The man became completely speechless. Meanwhile, downstairs in the basement parking lot, the ration system was functioning again somehow. People lined up everywhere waiting for scraps of food while others blocked pathways and argued non-stop. It wasn't peaceful exactly, but compared to before, at least nobody was actively smashing each other's skulls in for noodles. Progress, I guess. Hyuna also showed up in line looking miserable after narrowly escaping Hanfang the previous night. Her rich sugar daddy never returned after getting folded into the floor like cheap furniture, so now she was back standing with everybody else trying to survive. She gave her apartment number and got handed a tiny piece of bread. Honestly, after the stunt she pulled, even the bread probably felt insulted. But Hyuna couldn't stop thinking about Hanfang's apartment. Before escaping, she clearly saw lights inside and even felt warm air coming from the room. That meant Hanfang had power somehow. In this frozen apocalypse, electricity was basically divine treasure loot, and suddenly everything clicked together in her greedy little brain. Hanfang didn't just prepare supplies beforehand. He probably prepared for the entire snowstorm before anyone else even realized danger was coming. That thought filled her with bitterness immediately. She felt cheated because while she was surviving on scraps and manipulating idiots, Hanfang had been sitting comfortably inside his private fortress this whole time. The witch wanted another look inside that apartment no matter what. But while she was busy daydreaming about stealing Hanfang's secrets again, she accidentally bumped into another survivor standing nearby. The guy instantly recognized her and flashed a bright flashlight directly into her face like some discount predator NPC. Then he started inviting her over to Block 5 where survivors gathered around braziers for warmth. Hyuna immediately rejected him because even she could tell this creep's intentions were written all over his face. But the guy kept pushing harder. He bragged about having enough food for several days if she stayed with him. Even Hyuna looked disgusted by him. When bribing her with supplies didn't work, the creep suddenly switched tactics and loudly accused her of falsely claiming extra rations for other households. Which honestly, was completely true. The shouting quickly attracted attention from nearby survivors. Hyuna instantly got irritated and smacked the guy across the face with the food she had just scammed from the ration line. Humiliated in front of everybody, the creep completely lost it and raised his flashlight. Before he could swing at Hyuna, Jinyan stepped in and slapped the absolute soul out of him. The guy flew straight into the wall like his ancestors got disconnected from the server. Hyuna just stood there stunned because this sweet-looking nurse casually carried monster truck strength under that calm face. Jinyan immediately switched back into angel mode and politely handed Hyuna a name card, asking her to visit if she felt sick or injured. Bro got launched into drywall and she still stayed professional. Hyuna thanked her quickly and tried escaping before more attention landed on her, but the creep refused to let it go. He charged back at Jinyan, tackled her to the ground, and started screaming insults at probably the nicest woman left in the building. That was the exact moment Brother Lee entered the scene. One clean yank later and the creep got ripped off Jinyan like a plastic bag stuck on a fence. Brother Lee looked half-starved, dehydrated, and one bad sneeze away from collapsing. But one thing this man absolutely could not tolerate was dudes hitting women. Right when the situation was about to become basement UFC again, Jang finally arrived. The creep instantly started snitching like his life depended on it, accusing Hyuna of scamming extra rations and hanging around the rich guy who inflated supply prices earlier. Brother Lee heard enough and immediately tried jumping him again, but before he could move, Jang grabbed the creep by the collar and started lecturing him about the committee's purpose. According to him, the committee existed to protect weak survivors and make sure everyone had food. In the end, the creep only got a warning. Dude caused chaos, attacked people, screamed like a lunatic, and still walked away with a lecture package. After calming things down, Mr. Jang apologized to Jinyan and Brother Lee and invited both of them to join the committee officially. Brother Lee rejected that instantly. He said he'd rather starve than rob people under the excuse of helping the community. The man might look like a gangster side character, but morally he was somehow one of the cleanest people there. Jinyan also refused, though way more politely. She said she couldn't support the committee's forceful methods, but she'd still help treat sick people whenever needed. As they started leaving the parking lot, Hyuna suddenly jumped in and wrapped herself around Mr. Jang's arm, trying to squeeze value out of her remaining charm points. Even after getting rejected by life multiple times, this witch still kept trying to secure premium membership benefits, but Mr. Jang shut that down immediately. He calmly explained that the committee only accepted useful people. Brother Lee could fight, Jinyan could treat patients. Meanwhile, Hyona's current skill set was basically professional problem creator. In short, she brought zero value to the apocalypse economy. Hyona's face almost cracked from embarrassment, but she desperately tried thinking of something useful before getting discarded completely. Then suddenly, she claimed she knew a place with massive amounts of supplies. Meanwhile, upstairs inside Hanfang's apartment, things somehow became even weirder. Hanfang was basically playing lootbox roulette with Zhao Xinggan's black hole ability. He kept describing items he needed while she randomly pulled nonsense out of the void. Bro asked for a equipment and nearly received a mannequin like she was furnishing a haunted mall. Eventually, she explained that her power was dimensional storage. She could open a black hole-like space that sucked in nearby objects. Putting things inside was easy. Pulling specific things out, though? Total disaster. Her retrieval accuracy was terrible. Basically infinite inventory with broken search function. Hanfang immediately got curious about how the inside of the dimension worked. Since she casually reached into it without dying, he figured it should be safe enough to inspect himself. So this genius shoved his head directly into the black hole. Please do not explain this scene out of context to anybody. Inside, Hanfang found himself staring into a gigantic, endless subspace packed with floating supplies everywhere. Food, random objects, tools, equipment. It looked like an entire supermarket chain got vacuumed into another dimension. The scale was ridiculous. Zhao Xingan had basically robbed reality itself. Then suddenly, Hanfang realized one tiny important detail. There was no oxygen inside. Bro instantly panicked and yanked himself back out while gasping for air like a fish thrown onto pavement. Just a few seconds inside almost dried his lungs into raisins. Hanfang started complaining immediately, asking why she didn't warn him there was literally no air in there. But Zhao Xingan completely ignored his suffering and kept digging through the black hole calmly, like this happened every Tuesday. Finally, she found what they were looking for. Boxes of drones and RC cars started pouring out one after another. Hanfang's mood instantly recovered. Near-death experience forgotten immediately. This man sees remote-controlled gadgets, and suddenly all survival instincts disappear. Meanwhile, on the icy stairs of the 18th floor, more raiders were creeping around trying to rob apartments again. Rumors about some monster haunting the floor had already spread everywhere, but one guy wearing glasses didn't believe any supernatural nonsense. Bro was about to learn that the 18th floor had enough trauma waiting for everybody already. The raiders honestly didn't believe half the ghost stories spreading about the 18th floor. Some monster roaming the hallway? Please. In their minds, starving people just started hallucinating after eating half a noodle every 3 days. Besides, Mr. Jiang personally sent them there to scout the floor, so backing out now would make them look useless. And in apocalypse corporate culture, useless employees get paid in death and expired ramen. Still, even while climbing the frozen stairs, a few of them admitted they weren't fully trusting Hyona's information either. That witch had the reliability of a broken GPS. But orders were orders. What they didn't know was that Hanfang had already been watching them the entire time through the cameras connected to his new toys. Luckily, they finished setting up the monitoring system just in time. Hanfang immediately activated Plan 2. The man even pulled out a stopwatch like he was running military operations, instead of defending an apartment with RC cars. After setting the timer for 2 minutes, he calmly walked out to prepare the trap. Meanwhile, on the staircase, the raiders suddenly froze after hearing a creepy mechanical sound echoing from above. Then lights started flashing everywhere inside the dark stairwell. A second later, remote-controlled toy cars rolled into view. The raiders relaxed instantly after seeing them. Unfortunately for them, they failed to notice the explosives strapped onto the tiny RC cars. The fuses burned down and boom, multiple small blasts erupted around the staircase. Luckily, the explosions weren't lethal. Hanfang specifically used lime explosives to blind and disorient them instead. The raiders immediately started screaming and stumbling around half-blind while coughing everywhere. And right when they thought things couldn't get more annoying, a drone suddenly flew over their heads carrying another explosive attached underneath. At that point, the raiders completely lost composure and started retreating down the stairs in panic. Zhao Xingan was controlling the drone like she was born in a military control room, while Hanfang stood there absolutely loving every second of this nonsense. He wanted these idiots traumatized permanently before even reaching his floor again. But while bullying the raiders, the drone flew too low and got too close to one of them. One desperate swing from Glass's raider's crowbar clipped the propeller instantly. The drone lost stability immediately and started spiraling out of control. And this was bad, really bad, because this was their only aerial drone. Zhao Xingan tried desperately to stabilize it, but the thing flew straight out the window while spinning like a drunk pigeon. Right at that exact moment, Hanfang's timer hit 0 and the firework attached to the drone exploded outside the building like somebody launched Arctic Festival season early. The blast completely ruined the remaining propeller and all control was lost. Still, Zhao Xingan somehow managed to perform an emergency landing near another floor outside the building. Honestly, her piloting skills were carrying this entire operation harder than Hanfang's plans. Hanfang immediately suited up because there was no way they could afford to lose the drone now. That little flying camera had basically become their apocalypse CCTV system. But before leaving, the drone footage captured something strange lying motionless on the staircase. At first, Hanfang thought it was a corpse. Then the camera zoomed in, and the corpse turned out to look suspiciously like Brother Lee. Hanfang immediately wondered what happened to him. Maybe he got attacked too? Maybe he froze while moving around outside? Either way, there were now two reasons to leave the apartment: recover the drone and save his bro. Before heading out, Hanfang warned Zhao Xingan not to open the door for anybody no matter what happened. He packed emergency supplies, grabbed a radio for communication, then loaded his pistol while silently hoping he wouldn't need to use it. Flashlight in hand, Hanfang carefully descended the staircase. The floors below were quiet now after the scouting raiders retreated, but the cold outside had become terrifying. According to the drone's readings, the temperature was already approaching minus 50 degrees Celsius. At that level, humans weren't surviving long without protection. They were becoming frozen collectibles. Brother Li was in serious danger, and Hanfang knew he needed to move fast. Meanwhile, downstairs, the failed scouting team reported everything to Mr. Zhang. They explained the strange lights, explosions, and drone attack, while looking absolutely miserable. Mr. Zhang listened calmly and thanked them for their hard work. Then their reward arrived: 3 thick clothing pieces and a single noodle pack each. That was it. Apocalypse employee benefits package complete. Still, with how scarce food had become, even one noodle pack was treated like legendary loot. Only people who contributed to the collective received rewards now. Standing nearby looking completely wrecked, Hyuna immediately asked again if she could finally join the committee. Mr. Zhang rejected her again without hesitation. He explained that they still couldn't confirm whether Hanfang was actually behind the attacks. Honestly, if Uncle Liu hadn't personally witnessed suspicious resource movements before the disaster, Mr. Zhang probably wouldn't even be entertaining Hyona's stories anymore. But now they planned to confirm everything personally. This time they would go with larger numbers. If Hyona's information was real, she would finally prove her value. If not, well, good luck surviving after wasting everybody's time. Hyuna grabbed a steel pipe with both hands and prepared herself to join the raid. The witch had officially entered her desperate survival mode arc. Before heading upstairs, Mr. Zhang reminded everybody that each person was valuable manpower for the collective and needed to prioritize safety. Then, with Mr. Zhang leading from the front like an apocalypse union boss, the large raiding group finally started marching toward the upper floors. Halfway up the stairs, the raiding group suddenly found Brother Li collapsed from the cold and barely conscious. The guy looked one strong breeze away from becoming an ice sculpture. Mr. Zhang immediately had someone hand over hot water, then forced Brother Li to drink it. The gangster woke up instantly with his tongue basically getting boiled alive. When Brother Li finally opened his eyes and saw the committee members surrounding him, his first reaction wasn't gratitude. It was pure disgust. Bro looked at them like stray rats stole his last cigarette. Zhang's loyal lapdogs immediately stepped up and demanded Brother Li thank Mr. Zhang properly for saving his life. Brother Li just laughed sarcastically right in their faces. Even half frozen and barely able to stand, this man still refused to bow to anybody. He called them out immediately for pretending to be heroes while acting like organized thieves. The lapdog instantly got angry and tried to jump him, but Mr. Zhang stopped the guy before things escalated. Zhang pulled out that same calm smile again and extended another invitation for Brother Li to join their group officially. And once again, Brother Li rejected it without hesitation. At this point, the raiders were getting genuinely irritated. They rescued this man from freezing to death and he still treated them like garbage. But Brother Li clearly hated being controlled more than he hated dying. Right before Brother Li turned around to continue climbing the stairs, Zhang suddenly grabbed him firmly by the shoulders. Still smiling like some corporate cult leader, he calmly explained that maybe there was a misunderstanding. According to him, the committee only wanted to strengthen itself so weaker survivors would have a better chance to live. But Brother Li saw straight through the act. He immediately pointed out how the so-called protectors of the weak were giving elderly people one meal every 3 days. That wasn't survival support. That was starvation with paperwork attached to it. Brother Li also made it clear guilt tripping wouldn't work on him because he had no nearby family to protect anyway. The man had nothing left to lose and everybody there could feel it. Meanwhile, one floor above them, Hanfang was silently watching the whole conversation unfold, and hearing all this confirmed exactly what he suspected about Mr. Zhang's operation. The committee didn't truly care about everybody surviving equally. They specifically targeted younger and healthier people because they were useful manpower, while older, sick, and weaker survivors were slowly being abandoned. Hanfang immediately realized that if things continued like this, the committee would eventually collapse into internal conflict sooner or later. Back downstairs, the lapdog finally got tired of Brother Li's attitude and started barking in his face again like an unpaid side villain. Huge mistake. The idiot stepped right into melee range. Brother Li instantly smashed his forehead straight into the guy's face with a brutal headbutt. The impact hurt Brother Li too. His whole body trembled afterward and he could barely stay standing. But the man still stood there refusing to back down. And honestly, the look in his eyes alone made the armed raiders subconsciously step backward. Brother Li looked like a starving wolf that genuinely didn't care whether he lived another hour or not. That kind of energy scares people fast. The underlings started glancing toward Mr. Zhang, waiting for orders, while slowly regaining courage. Bit by bit, they started surrounding Brother Li again. Even while swaying from exhaustion, Brother Li challenged all of them to come at him anyway. Bro was literally one cough away from collapsing but still acting like the final boss. Watching from above, Han Feng realized Brother Lee was about to lose consciousness any second, but there were way too many raiders down there for him to safely intervene. If he got surrounded too, things could turn disastrous fast. Still, Brother Lee had helped him countless times before. Han Feng couldn't just stand there and watch his bro die in some frozen staircase showdown. Then suddenly an idea hit him. Han Feng slowly pulled out his pistol. Down below, the raiders were still pressing toward Brother Lee, while the gangster struggled just to remain upright. Before anybody could make the first move, bang! A gunshot exploded through the stairwell. The bullet landed dangerously close to Mr. Zhang's lapdog's crotch and instantly shattered the group's confidence. Panic spread immediately. Nobody there expected an actual firearm to appear in the building. Until now, it had just been pipes, crowbars, and starvation DLC combat. Suddenly, guns entered the lobby. Han Feng slowly descended the stairs with the pistol raised and calmly ordered everybody not to move. And wow, it worked immediately. The entire raiding group backed off from Brother Lee almost instantly. Brother Lee looked around nervously at first, but once he recognized the gun and saw Han Feng approaching, he immediately realized his little bro had come to save him. Meanwhile, Hiona's eyes widened the second she saw Han Feng holding a gun. The witch finally understood this man wasn't just stockpiling supplies anymore. Bro upgraded into armed fortress mode. Han Feng carefully handed Brother Lee his apartment key while both of them slowly retreated upstairs together without lowering their guard. The raiders looked toward Mr. Zhang again, waiting for orders. Some idiots were still considering rushing them while they moved backward. Han Feng immediately shut that idea down with another warning shot. He already told them not to move, and these people still wanted to test their luck against a loaded gun. Survival instincts completely deleted. Then Han Feng ordered everybody to throw down their weapons and kneel. One by one, the raiders slowly obeyed while staring nervously at him the entire time. For now, that bought Han Feng and Brother Lee enough time to retreat safely toward the apartment. After kneeling there silently for a few seconds and listening to Han Feng and Brother Lee's footsteps disappear upstairs, Mr. Zhang was the first one to stand back up. The man looked calm as always and asked if anyone recognized the gunman. That was Hiona's cue to immediately start snitching like her survival subscription depended on it. She revealed that the armed man was Han Feng himself. Zhang's lapdog instantly exploded at her, demanding to know why she conveniently forgot to mention they were raiding a guy with an actual firearm. Honestly, fair question, but Mr. Zhang quickly calmed everyone down. He didn't think Hiona had any reason to lie about something this serious. In fact, hearing that Han Feng possessed a gun only convinced him even more that the rumors about huge supply stockpiles were true. Because think about it, if a man prepared enough to own firearms during the apocalypse, then obviously he also prepared food, fuel, and everything else. The moment the crowd heard that possibility, their eyes lit up instantly. Starving people hearing massive supplies is basically the apocalypse version of activating zombie aggro. Zhang became fully convinced that Uncle Liu's earlier reports about large deliveries before the disaster were real after all. Still, there was one huge problem now. Han Feng had a gun. Any direct assault could easily get someone killed. Zhang calmly reasoned that Han Feng was probably too soft to actually murder anyone. If he really had killer instincts, he would have shot several raiders already instead of firing warning shots. And besides, nobody could stay locked inside their room forever. Eventually, Han Feng would have to come out. So Mr. Zhang changed the plan. For now, they would retreat, regroup, and prepare proper safety measures before returning. But one thing became very clear. Room 1804 absolutely had to fall. Meanwhile, Han Feng and Brother Lee finally reached the apartment door safely. Brother Lee's hands were trembling so badly from cold and exhaustion that he struggled just to unlock it. Han Feng stood nearby with the pistol ready the entire time in case the raiders tried anything stupid. The second the door opened, warm air rushed out into the hallway. Brother Lee literally looked like a man seeing heaven. Once inside, he froze again, this time from shock instead of cold. A working radiator, a functioning generator, electricity, warmth, supplies everywhere. Behind one glass door sat enough resources to make starving survivors start crying instantly. Brother Lee turned toward Han Feng completely stunned and asked what kind of heavenly cheat code apartment this was. While the gangster was still processing the luxury setup, Zhao Xinggan casually walked out of her room and immediately asked Han Feng whether he retrieved the drone. That's when Han Feng remembered he completely forgot the original mission because he got distracted rescuing his bro. Priorities shifted mid-quest. A few hours later, after several heavy meals and finally warming up properly, Brother Lee got told part of the truth. Han Feng explained that he somehow predicted the disaster beforehand and prepared as much as possible. He also apologized for never telling Brother Lee earlier because he feared information about his supplies would leak. After finishing his meal, Brother Lee suddenly stood up and bowed deeply toward Han Feng. The man was genuinely emotional. He admitted that without Han Feng, he would have frozen and starved to death already. Just eating warm food again felt like unbelievable kindness to him. When he lifted his head, Instead, tears were literally running down his face. Hanfang awkwardly told him he was only returning all the favors Brother Lee had done for him before. That just made Brother Lee even more emotional. The gangster started praising Hanfang for being a genuinely good person. Once things settled down, Brother Lee started explaining the current situation inside the apartment complex. Ever since the power outage happened, everything completely changed. Zhang began stealing supplies from residents under the excuse of collectivism and community survival. The man gathered a massive following quickly, but also created plenty of enemies who hated his methods. Some survivors eventually abandoned the committee because the rations were too tiny to survive on. But strangely enough, Mr. Zhang never seemed bothered by people leaving. That's because behind the scenes, he regularly sent Jin Qinwu, his loyal lapdog, to quietly deal with deserters and reduce threats against the collective. Han Fong got genuinely surprised hearing that because the Jin twins used to be known as sweet and caring people before the apocalypse. Basically, the committee expanded its power using manipulation, intimidation, and dirty tactics. Still, Brother Lee believed karma eventually catches everybody. And according to him, Mr. Zhang made one gigantic mistake recently. The committee tried robbing a man named Zhang Hao. Unfortunately for them, Zhang Hao happened to be a former middleweight boxing champion. So naturally, every raider who went after him got folded into premium quality ground beef. But instead of backing down after getting embarrassed repeatedly, Mr. Zhang kept sending more people because he refused to lose authority or respect in front of the collective. And every single time, those raiders got absolutely demolished again. Eventually, the boxer started building a following of his own. Turns out people really like standing behind the guy who punches committee members into factory reset mode. Brother Lee explained that the boxer faction was growing fast, and among them 2 people were becoming especially famous. One was Zhengyang Yu, a complete boxing maniac who used to fight in underground matches for years. The guy was known for ridiculous speed. Blink once and your teeth are already on the floor. The other was Jinjiang Hao Shai, another hardcore supporter of the boxer. Unlike the speedster, this dude was built like a refrigerator with anger issues, pure monster strength. With those 2 standing beside the former champion, a whole new faction was basically being born inside the neighborhood. And all of them hated Mr. Zhang's fake saint act with passion. Brother Lee explained that Mr. Zhang was getting desperate to crush this conflict before it spiraled out of control, which was why he targeted Hanfang's supplies in the first place. He tried warning Hanfang earlier, but passed out on the stairs before reaching him. Honestly though, hearing all this was actually good news for Hanfang. Mr. Zhang's little empire was slowly cracking from the inside. Turns out manipulating starving people works great until somebody stronger punches back. But while the 3 of them discussed their next move, strange skittering sounds suddenly echoed outside the apartment. Zhao Xingan immediately pulled up the live camera feed near the entrance and revealed the raiders gathering outside the door again. Hanfang instantly stood up to activate the electric handle trap, but Zhao Xingan stopped him and calmly warned him that there was a sulfur smell coming from the hallway. 1 second later, boom, the entire room shook violently. These lunatics actually brought bombs. Zhao Xingan quickly analyzed the sound and figured they were using localized demolition explosives, powerful enough to breach structures, but probably not enough to collapse the entire floor. Still, insane behavior by the way. Checking the live feed again, Hanfang finally noticed why the raiders were carrying heavy riot shields. They fully came prepared for war this time. And of course Hyuna was standing with them like the shameless DLC villain she is. While the raiders prepared another explosive charge, Hanfang hurriedly connected the electric trap. A second later, a horrible scream echoed outside. Looks like one unlucky idiot touched the handle and got turned into grilled side content instantly. The raiders panicked and stepped back. Zhang immediately ordered them to continue. This time he instructed them to target the borders of the door and double the explosive packets. The followers obeyed without hesitation and detonated another blast. Boom! The walls cracked loudly, but the entrance still held. Zhang quickly realized the explosives weren't weak. Hanfang's defenses were simply absurdly reinforced, so naturally this man decided the solution was more bombs. Peak leadership logic. He increased the load to 3 packets and declared they would keep escalating until the house finally broke open today. Inside the apartment, Hanfang and Brother Lee shoved furniture and supplies against the entrance to reinforce it further. But after the 3rd explosion, the barricades nearly flew apart and everybody's ears almost exploded with them. Then they heard it. Cracking. Actual structural cracking. The explosives were finally damaging the walls. If this continued, the fractures would spread until the entire defense failed. Simple barricading was useless now. But Hanfang suddenly came up with another plan. First, they needed to remove all the heavy junk piled near the entrance. Zhao Xingan immediately stepped forward to help. Brother Lee honestly doubted the tiny, emotionless girl could move anything heavy until she casually opened her black hole storage ability again. The gangster almost had a spiritual crisis on the spot. Furniture, barricades, and heavy objects disappeared into the black void instantly. What should have taken several minutes was finished in seconds. Brother Lee looked genuinely terrified now. Bro witnessed a girl vacuum an entire barricade into another dimension before breakfast. Without wasting time, Hanfang activated the purple light around his hands and rushed toward the damaged walls. He spread the energy across the cracks, softening the surface just like before. He had to stay extremely focused because if he lost control, restoring the structure would take too long. Once all the damaged areas softened properly, he activated the green light. Thankfully, the combination worked exactly as he hoped. Purple softened the damaged structure, green restored and reinforced it. Together, they basically repaired the cracked wall while making it even tougher than before. Brother Lee just stood there staring blankly as both his roommates casually violated the laws of physics in front of him. This poor man came looking for shelter and accidentally joined the X-Men. Before anybody could even react further, Zhao Xingan suddenly warned them to get down. Another explosion erupted outside immediately afterward. The trio crouched and covered their ears just in time. Han Fang had barely finished reinforcing the walls, but fresh cracks were already spreading again. And then he realized the real problem. The raiders had stopped targeting the door. Now they were bombing the floor itself. At that point, it didn't matter how many times Han Fang repaired the damaged area. They would just keep creating new fractures elsewhere, until the structure eventually failed. So Han Fang started thinking again, and finally came up with another strategy. But this plan was dangerous, extremely dangerous, and it required absolute trust between all three of them. Zhao Xingan, as usual, looked perfectly fine with whatever insanity was about to happen. Meanwhile, Brother Lee was already too deep into the ride-or-die zone to back out now. At this point, if Han Fang said jump into dimensional warfare, Brother Lee would probably just nod and ask if they should bring snacks first. After a few more rounds of explosions, Room 1804's entrance finally gave up. The reinforced door that had tanked enough bombs to qualify as military equipment finally blew open, and the raiders slowly pushed inside with shields raised like they were storming a final boss dungeon. Zhang warned everyone to stay alert for ambushes, while his starving cult members rushed through the apartment looking for supplies. They searched the kitchen first. Nothing. Living room? Also nothing. All these clowns found were random junk and a sad little box of seeds sitting in the kitchen. After wasting half the neighborhood's explosives budget for garbage and gardening equipment, the raiders immediately turned toward Hyona with murder in their eyes. The witch panicked and insisted she wasn't lying. She pointed at the bedroom and swore the supplies had to be hidden there. According to her, she had personally seen lights and even felt warm air coming from inside before. The moment they tried opening the final room, Brother Lee suddenly burst out and kicked a shield directly into a raider's face. The poor guy folded instantly. Right behind him stood Han Fang with the pistol already raised. Without hesitation, Han Fang fired straight at Mr. Zhang Hao. Clang! The heavy shield blocked the bullet. Han Fang coldly warned them to get out before he stopped being polite. Meanwhile, Mr. Zhang stood behind the shields acting like the chairman of a starving cult TED Talk. He accused Han Fang of selfishly hiding resources while innocent residents suffered and starved. According to him, they were only there to seek justice and help the collective survive together. Bro really came armed with bombs, riot shields, and robbery charges while talking about teamwork. Absolutely shameless. His followers completely bought into it too. The way they stared at Han Fang looked less like survivors and more like hungry wolves waiting for permission to bite somebody. But instead of panicking, Han Fang immediately flipped the narrative. Putting on the most offended face imaginable, he asked what supplies they were even talking about. Hyona instantly jumped in and screamed that he must have hidden everything somewhere. She reminded everyone that she had personally seen lights and warmth inside the apartment before. Han Fang got tired of hearing her voice and fired another shot in her direction. The witch immediately folded in fear, but the shield protected her again. Han Fang then called her shameless for spreading lies and reminded everyone that this same woman had already scammed him before by trading his food and necessities for useless seeds. Slowly, the raiders started doubting Hyona instead. Zhang noticed the mood shifting immediately and stepped in before his little army started tearing itself apart. Calm as always, he proposed a simple solution. If Han Fang was telling the truth, then they just needed to search the bedroom thoroughly. Han Fang acted annoyed, but allowed them to check, keeping his finger ready on the trigger the entire time. A few minutes later, the raiders came out looking pissed. No hidden food, no secret storage, no luxury stash, just more trash, and a little girl. Then Zhao Xingan perfectly played her role. She hugged Han Fang and called him her brother while crying that she was hungry and scared. At that point, the raiders looked ready to explode from frustration. They had spent half a day bombing an apartment just to discover a broke dude babysitting a weird child inside a junkyard. Now everyone's attention shifted toward Hyuna again. Mr. Jang demanded an explanation because they had wasted enormous time and resources on this raid. If she couldn't explain herself properly, the raiders were ready to tear her apart themselves. Hyuna slowly started losing it mentally. She kept insisting she wasn't lying, but nobody believed her anymore. The only explanation her brain could come up with was that Han Fang was somehow tricking everyone. And naturally, instead of admitting defeat, she blamed Han Fang for ruining her life again. Classic Hyuna behavior. Accountability allergic. Finally, the witch completely snapped. She rushed out from behind the shields while shining a flashlight directly into Han Fang's eyes. Blinded for a split second, he lost grip of the pistol, and by pure dumb luck, Hyuna actually grabbed the gun first. The entire room froze. She pointed the pistol directly at Han Fang's chest and screamed for him to reveal where the supplies were hidden. Meanwhile, the raiders looked at her like she had fully escaped the mental asylum. Han Fang just kept provoking her calmly, insisting she had already scammed away everything he owned long ago. Right as Hyuna was about to pull the trigger, the raiders themselves stepped in and smacked the gun out of her hands before she could shoot anybody. Mr. Rio, Zhang's followers quickly restrained the hysterical witch while she continued screaming that she wasn't lying. But while Han Fang moved to recover the pistol, another hand reached it first. Mr. Zhang calmly picked up the gun. Then slowly, without changing his expression at all, he raised the pistol and pointed it directly at Han Fang. Mr. Zhang's lapdogs kept barking at Hyuna for dragging everybody into this disaster raid. A few of them were already ready to beat her with metal pipes right there on the spot. Zhang suddenly stepped in and stopped them before things escalated further. Now that the mission failed horribly, this man instantly switched into damage control politician mode. He calmly reminded everyone that the committee was not a violent organization and that Han Fang's apartment was not an execution ground. Crazy statement coming from the same guy who arrived with bombs and riot shields 5 minutes ago. Then, while casually holding the gun, Zhang scared Hyuna a little before generously deciding to give her a chance to change. After that, he even apologized to Han Fang for all the distress and misunderstanding caused today, and surprisingly, he willingly handed the pistol back. Han Fang cautiously accepted the gun while keeping his eyes locked on the smiling snake in front of him. Then Mr. Zhang shamelessly extended an invitation for Han Fang to join the committee. According to him, Han Fang should think about it carefully and give an answer tomorrow at the supply distribution point. With that, Mr. Zhang and his little riot squad finally retreated, leaving the trio alone inside the now wrecked apartment. Han Fang lowered his head for a second, clearly exhausted from the whole performance. But once the footsteps disappeared completely, he finally let out a sigh of relief. The show was over. And honestly, the performance was Oscar-worthy. Now that the apartment was compromised, the trio immediately relocated upstairs to Zhao Xingan's surprisingly huge and cozy apartment. Thanks to her dimensional storage ability, they managed to fool the entire raid perfectly. Before the raiders broke in, Han Fang had coordinated everything flawlessly. All the important supplies and valuables were stuffed inside Zhao Xingan's black hole storage. Then they scattered trash, wrappers, and random junk around the apartment to make it look like they'd already starved through most of their resources. They even opened the windows to let the freezing cold inside, so the place would feel abandoned and hopeless. Meanwhile, the committee morons spent half the day bombing a broke-looking apartment for absolutely nothing. During dinner, the trio celebrated the success of the plan while eating a luxurious meal in secret. Brother Lee pointed out that Zhang's failed operation would definitely create tension inside the committee. Those greedy raiders were already frustrated, and since Han Fang turned out to be armed, Hyuna would obviously become the easiest scapegoat. The operation almost failed when Han Fang lost the pistol, but even that had already been considered in advance. Han Fang explained that if Mr. Zhang got hold of the gun, he would most likely avoid violence to preserve his fake righteous image in front of the others. And if the guy actually tried shooting, the gun was already empty anyway, because Han Fang deliberately used up the bullets earlier, meaning he intentionally let them take the pistol to make the whole act feel more believable. Brother Lee finally relaxed and joked that from now on, they just needed to pretend to suffer while secretly living like kings upstairs. But Han Fang corrected him immediately. Their real mission now was bringing the committee down completely. Meanwhile, back in the basement parking lot, food distribution continued as usual. The portions kept getting smaller and smaller, yet the starving people still thanked Mr. Zhang like he was some kind of savior. Starvation really lowers the DLC requirements for worship. While everyone focused on collecting rations, two suspicious figures quietly moved in the background. Han Fang and Brother Lee had infiltrated the restricted area. According to Brother Lee's investigation, the building's first 4 floors had already been cleared out. Floors 5 and 6 housed logistics workers and their families. Mr. Zhang and his core group stayed between floors 9 and 12, which meant the supply warehouse was most likely hidden somewhere around floors 7 or 8. The plan was simple. Move quietly, avoid using the gun unless absolutely necessary, and rely mostly on metal rods. They needed stealth, not another hallway war. As they climbed higher, something immediately felt strange. There were almost no guards. In fact, the deeper they went, the quieter things became. Without even needing to fight anybody, the duo reached the 7th floor smoothly. Brother Lee started doubting the situation immediately because this level of security made no sense at all. Sure, the committee lacked manpower, but leaving such an important area, practically unguarded, felt suspicious. So the two split up to search the floor separately. Hanfang originally expected traps, guards, or at least some resistance. Instead, the infiltration was going way too smoothly. And in apocalypse stories, whenever things become too easy, somebody's about to get cooked. Since the committee still had overwhelming numbers on their side, Hanfang understood they couldn't just fight head-on like action movie idiots. They had to destroy the organization from the inside. As far as he could tell, the entire committee only stayed together because of one thing: supplies. Starving people will tolerate a lot if someone keeps handing out noodles every few days. So the plan was simple. Find the warehouse, let Zhao Xingan vacuum everything into her black hole storage, and watch Mr. Zhang's little dictatorship collapse overnight. No food, no followers. Revolutionary strategy sponsored by starvation. The problem was actually locating the stash. Searching an entire floor quietly would take time, and they had to avoid getting spotted. Eventually, Hanfang heard Brother Lee signaling him from nearby. When he walked over to check what his bro found, he almost lost brain cells immediately. One of the doors literally had warehouse written on it. Not even subtly, just straight up labeled like a tutorial level. Even worse, the key was already hanging in the keyhole. Brother Lee looked ready to open it too. Hanfang had to stop this blonde gorilla immediately, because this was the most obvious trap imaginable. Bro might be loyal, but his survival instincts were sponsored by expired noodles. Looking carefully, Hanfang noticed thin wires wrapped around the key and handle. Basic trap setup, and considering these maniacs were already using bombs earlier, touching random doors was basically volunteering for the afterlife. Hanfang told Brother Lee not to touch anything recklessly. For now, they only needed information and key locations for the future attack. But while the duo quietly discussed their next move, the door right beside them suddenly creaked open. Two guards stepped out. Everybody froze for one awkward second, trying to process the stupidity unfolding in front of them. Then Hanfang immediately turned around and bolted with Brother Lee following right behind him. The guards reacted fast and chased after them through the corridor. They finally caught up near the staircase where one guard swung a metal rod directly at Brother Lee's head. Hanfang stepped in just in time and blocked the strike with his own arm. Crack? Yeah, definitely fractured, but Brother Lee instantly retaliated with a brutal kick straight into the guard's groin. That poor man's future bloodline folded instantly. The hit bought them enough time to reach the staircase and slam the door shut behind them. Unfortunately, the noise attracted more guards from the lower floors. Now the duo had no choice except run upward and pray they didn't meet more enemies. When they reached the 8th floor, Brother Lee noticed Hanfang clutching his injured arm tightly. That block earlier definitely messed him up badly. They needed a hiding spot fast. But before they could search properly, Brother Lee suddenly stopped moving. Something behind Hanfang made him freeze. Before he could even warn him, a huge figure suddenly grabbed Hanfang from behind and dragged him into a dark room like he weighed nothing. The door slammed shut instantly. When Hanfang opened his eyes, he saw a tall hooded man towering over him in the darkness. Meanwhile, Brother Lee banged desperately on the locked door outside. The hooded figure sternly demanded to know what they were doing there. Trying to salvage the situation, Hanfang lied and claimed they were only there to collect supplies. The old man immediately stomped on his injured arm. Hanfang screamed in pain while the hooded stranger coldly told him to stop lying because he wasn't buying any of that garbage. Under the hood was an old man with gray hair, a messy beard, and enough aura to make random side characters reconsider life choices. He pointed out that he saw them deliberately avoid floors 5 and 6 earlier, meaning they were obviously targeting something specific. When Hanfang asked if the old man had been following them the whole time, the man calmly asked another question instead. Why did Hanfang think there were almost no guards on these higher floors? Hanfang finally looked around properly and realized something insane. The guards assigned to protect the warehouse area were already unconscious and stacked together in the corner like discarded laundry bags. This old man had already dealt with them himself. Before they could talk further, loud footsteps echoed outside. More committee guards were flooding the floor now, which meant Brother Lee had probably been caught already. The old man clicked his tongue in annoyance and casually walked toward the nearest window. Then he opened it. Freezing wind immediately blasted into the room. Hanfang stared at him like he'd gone insane because they were on the 8th floor. But the old man calmly explained that due to the ridiculous snow buildup outside, the actual fall was only equivalent to around 4 stories now. The snow between buildings had already piled up near the 3rd and 4th floors. According to him, the snow would cushion the landing enough to survive. Meanwhile, outside, the guards were already trying to break the door down. So the choices were simple: jump, or stay inside and get beaten to death by the committee mob. Hanfang was still processing the insanity of the plan when the old man suddenly jumped out the window without hesitation. Absolute grandpa behavior. No countdown, no dramatic speech. Bro just said trust the snow and disappeared. As soon as the door exploded open behind him, Hanfang immediately decided that falling 8 floors into frozen death sounded way better than getting beaten to death by Mr. Zhang's cultists. So without wasting another second, he jumped right after the old man. Mid-air, Hanfang quickly positioned himself hand first toward the snow below, preparing to activate the purple light at the last second to soften the impact area. Meanwhile, the old man had already landed safely and casually dug himself out of the snow like this was his daily morning exercise routine. Hanfang crashed down awkwardly right after him, half buried in snow and gasping for air, but alive. Bruised ego, damaged lungs, still breathing. Good enough. Up above, the committee raiders stared through the broken window, completely stunned. To them, these 2 lunatics had just voluntarily jumped off a building during an ice apocalypse. Nobody in that group had enough courage or stupidity to follow. They immediately gave up on jumping and started rushing toward the stairs instead, like normal human beings. The old man didn't waste time celebrating survival either. He immediately sprinted toward a nearby apartment window and smashed the frozen glass open with his elbow. Hanfang honestly had to respect it at this point. The 2 escaped inside before the raiders could catch up. Eventually, the old man led Hanfang into another room and lit a small fire for warmth. The atmosphere was already weird enough. Then Hanfang noticed there was literally a dead body lying nearby. Casual apocalypse interior decoration. Hanfang admitted he would have definitely gotten caught if the old man hadn't helped him. Instead of hiding on lower floors like normal people, the old guy dragged him all the way back up toward the 5th floor because he correctly predicted the committee would search downward first and rig traps there. Seeing Hanfang looking uneasy, the old man asked if he was scared. Bro, there's a corpse next to the bonfire. What kind of question is that? When Hanfang asked why he saved him, the old man immediately corrected him and bluntly said that given the opportunity, he'd actually like to kill Hanfang himself too. Real comforting fellow. Still, he admitted Hanfang at least had enough brain cells not to fall for the painfully obvious fake warehouse trap earlier. That alone earned some respect. For now though, the old man wanted information. He demanded Hanfang tell him everything he knew about the committee, warning that if he lied or stayed quiet, he'd gladly beat the answers out of him. Hanfang quickly realized this old man was definitely targeting the committee himself. Whether it was revenge, theft, or personal hatred, the guy clearly had unfinished business with Mr. Zhang's group. When Hanfang asked directly if he had a grudge against Mr. Zhang, the old man admitted he did. More importantly, he claimed Mr. Zhang was hiding a secret that immediately got Hanfang's attention. But instead of explaining further, the old man suddenly stood up and pressured Hanfang again, demanding he spill everything he knew first, unless he wanted to become corpse number 2 in the room. Not wanting his obituary written tonight, Hanfang started explaining his own situation with a mix of truth and carefully packaged nonsense. He talked about how Mr. Zhang's people attacked him, destroyed his house, robbed his supplies, stole his girl, and pushed him far enough to pull out a gun in retaliation. He conveniently skipped a few details, of course. Bro was trauma dumping with selective editing enabled. The old man seemed convinced enough. He sighed and pointed out that a cheap pistol wouldn't scare people like Mr. Zhang at all. In fact, the biggest clue was that Zhang willingly let Hanfang keep the gun earlier, instead of confiscating it. According to the old man, there were only 2 explanations. First, Zhang was obsessed with maintaining his image as the righteous leader, and didn't want unnecessary bloodshed ruining that reputation. Or second, the much scarier possibility. The committee might already have access to even stronger weapons hidden somewhere else. Hanfang added that he and Brother Li originally planned to eliminate Mr. Zhang directly and cut off the head of the snake before the committee became even worse. The old man actually agreed with part of that. He admitted the committee probably started with decent intentions, but under Mr. Zhang's leadership, people were slowly becoming convinced that cruelty and exploitation were simply the best way to survive now. And once people completely lose their conscience during the apocalypse, there's basically no going back afterward. Still, the old man pointed out another problem. Even if they succeeded in killing Mr. Zhang, what then? Without leadership, the entire neighborhood could collapse into total chaos, looting and slaughter over scraps of food. Before Hanfang could answer, another voice suddenly entered the conversation. Apparently somebody had been secretly listening from outside the room the whole time. A water canister suddenly flew toward the old man's head. The old man instantly retaliated with a punch, only to stop in surprise when his fist got blocked by a much smaller figure. For the first time since meeting him, Beardy actually looked shocked. Beardy immediately noticed that the hands stopping his punch were trembling hard. Whoever grabbed him was clearly scared out of their mind, but still stepped in anyway. The old man quickly shifted his stance, ready to cave the Snoop's head in, but froze the second he heard a familiar voice. Turns out the tiny figure was Jinyan. Pink hair, cute winter coat, terrifying strength hidden inside a nurse build. Apocalypse really said character customization enabled. The moment she saw Hanfang, she recognized him as the guy from the hospital. Once things settled down, Jinyan started treating Hanfang's fractured arm while apologizing non-stop for overhearing their conversation. She explained that she came to recheck Grandpa Lee after bringing him supplies, only to find the old man already dead. Then she heard people entering and instinctively hid in the other room. Beardy wasn't fully convinced though. To him, nurses acting kind during the apocalypse looked suspicious as hell. He bluntly suggested that Jinyan might have been involved in Grandpa Lee's death somehow and called her selfless attitude fake. Honestly, Grandpa trusted absolutely nobody. Bro treated paranoia like cardio. Still, Jinyan didn't back down. She admitted people could call her cruel or selfish if they wanted, but surviving was the only way she could continue helping sick people. She also explained that Mr. Zhang gave her freedom to move around because she worked as a nurse, and she depended on committee supplies too, even if she wasn't officially part of them. But lately things had gotten worse. Mr. Zhang had started throwing out more sick and elderly residents, including Grandpa Lee. Less mouths to feed meant more food for loyal young followers. Cold logic, but effective. Brother Lee's earlier story about the Boxer faction suddenly made even more sense now. With Zhang Hao and his people becoming a threat, Mr. Zhang was trying harder than ever to keep the healthy fighters loyal while abandoning everyone considered useless. And if both factions kept escalating like this, a full-blown faction war was probably coming soon. That's when the topic shifted toward the rumored weapon stash. Beardy asked Hanfang what exactly he planned to do even if he somehow found the armory. Hanfang admitted he didn't fully know yet, but he refused to sit around waiting to die while psychopaths fought for control of the building. The old man simply shrugged and said they were probably screwed either way. Still, he warned Hanfang that Mr. Zhang and the committee were just the beginning. In a collapsing world, stronger monsters would appear eventually, and survival would only get bloodier from there. Dog-eat-dog world. Last one standing wins. Grandpa dropped that line like an apocalypse philosopher, and then immediately opened the window to leave. This man genuinely hated doors with passion. After Beardy disappeared into the freezing darkness again, only Hanfang and Jinyan remained in the room. Jinyan then eagerly asked if there was anything she could do to help. Hanfang initially refused because dragging another person into this mess sounded like a terrible idea, but Jinyan stayed stubborn. She already heard everything and couldn't just ignore what Mr. Zhang was becoming. She even got visibly angry hearing how badly Hanfang had been treated. Seeing how serious she was, Hanfang finally accepted her help. And honestly, he did have a plan in mind now. Back in the parking lot, the guards were busy reporting everything about Hanfang and the mysterious old man. Then suddenly, the very person they were talking about casually appeared out in the open. Hanfang intentionally walked himself straight into enemy territory. Absolute psychopath behavior. The moment they isolated him inside a room, Zhang's lapdog immediately started beating the hell out of him. Hanfang got kicked repeatedly until he was coughing and throwing up while tied to a chair. The committee thug kept ranting about how stealing from the committee was unacceptable and even threatened to break Hanfang's other arm if he ever came back again. The beating only stopped because some emergency suddenly demanded the committee's attention elsewhere. Once the goons finally left, Hanfang slowly lifted his head, and green light started glowing across his body. The bruises and wounds slowly healed while Hanfang endured the pain in silence. He paid the price physically, but now he had successfully entered the committee area again. His real objective was still the armory. After healing himself enough to move, Hanfang used the purple light to soften the ropes binding him and slipped free. He even repaired the fracture in his arm, though the process drained him badly. Using the green light on his entire body at once consumed way too much energy. Hanfang nearly blacked out midway through healing himself, and quickly realized he needed better control over the ability. If he couldn't learn how to target specific injuries, instead of blasting his whole body with healing energy, he'd eventually collapse before finishing the job. Right after healing himself and slipping free from the ropes, Hanfang suddenly heard footsteps approaching outside the room. The door creaked open and the goons casually tossed Brother Lee inside like a bag of expired potatoes. Thankfully, Hanfang reacted fast enough to wrap the loosened rope back around himself before getting spotted. The committee thugs were clearly in a rush because they dumped Brother Lee there and immediately left again. The second the door shut, Hanfang rushed over to check on his bro. And man, Brother Lee looked rough. Look, Brother Lee was never winning beauty contests even before the apocalypse, but now his face looked like it got folded by a construction crew. Hanfang even made things worse by slapping him awake immediately. Efficient? Yes. Friendly? Absolutely not. Brother Lee groaned and complained that Hanfang could have at least slapped the less swollen side of his face because the left side was already completely numb. After recovering a little, Brother Lee explained what happened before he got caught. Apparently, while escaping earlier, he managed to sneak into the power distribution room and hide there. Inside, he discovered a weird hole leading downward alongside a bundle of electrical wires stretching into darkness. Thinking the guards would eventually search the room, Brother Lee made the most gangster survival decision possible and climbed down the cables into the unknown. Bro really said, "If I die, I die." At first he thought the tunnel would lead back to basement level 1, but instead it extended all the way down into basement level 2. And strangely, nobody was there. Instead, the entire place was filled with neatly stacked sealed boxes. Tons of them. Naturally, curiosity got the better of him, so he opened a few. Inside were giant sausages. Like, absurdly huge sausages. Each one was almost as thick as his arm. Brother Lee was about to inspect them properly when somebody suddenly approached from behind. The next thing he remembered after that was waking up from Hanfang's disrespectful slap combo. Now the committee's confidence finally made sense. If they had that much food hidden underground, no wonder Mr. Jiang acted like he owned the building. But Hanfang immediately pointed out something weird. If the committee already had mountains of supplies hidden away, why were they desperately raiding apartments and bombing doors just to steal more food? Brother Lee admitted the boxes didn't actually have labels. He only assumed they were sausages because of the shape. Still, the entire thing felt suspicious. At the very least, they now knew for sure that Mr. Jiang was hiding a secret warehouse underground. Right then, they heard guards returning outside. The goons complained about how weird it was that Mr. Jiang suddenly ordered Brother Lee killed after trying to recruit him just yesterday. Hearing that there was now an actual kill order out on him nearly made Brother Lee's soul leave his body. The moment the guards entered with weapons ready, both prisoners had already vanished. The idiots barely had time to process it before Hanfang and Brother Lee jumped them from hiding and beat them down instead. Unseo Reverse Apocalypse Edition. Within seconds, the tables completely flipped, and now the committee goons were the ones tied up on the floor. Since Mr. Jiang was willing to issue kill orders just because somebody discovered the basement stash, whatever was hidden down there had to be incredibly important. But even if they returned to basement 2, there were still dozens of sealed boxes waiting there. Brother Lee wondered what they could realistically do about any of it. Hanfang calmly replied that once they regrouped with the evil king, handling the supplies wouldn't be a problem anymore. After retrieving his earpiece, Hanfang contacted Zhao Xingan and immediately asked if the big sister he sent had arrived safely. But instead of confirming it, the little girl asked something concerning. She wondered whether it was really okay to let the girl who stole Hanfang's gun inside the house. Instantly, Hanfang realized the disaster unfolding upstairs. It wasn't Jinyan at the door, it was Hyona. Hanfang immediately warned the evil king to keep the door shut and avoid that crazy witch no matter what. But before he could say more, the transmission suddenly cut off. Now Hanfang had no idea what was happening upstairs. The duo immediately started sneaking back through the freezing lower floors for the second time that day, trying their best not to get spotted again. But before long, loud crashing noises echoed through the halls ahead. The entire committee area had descended into chaos. People were evacuating toward the upper floors while the able-bodied members were ordered to arm themselves and move toward the basement. Elderly residents, injured survivors, and exhausted women were all struggling up the staircases while panic spread everywhere. Nobody even looked organized anymore. The only explanation Hanfang could think of was that the war with Zheng Hao's faction had finally started. And honestly, for Hanfang, that chaos was perfect. As long as everybody else was busy panicking, he and Brother Lee could simply throw on masks, blend into the crowd, and quietly make their way back toward the evil king before things got even worse. The stairways were packed with terrified survivors pushing upward in complete panic, and honestly, Hanfang and Brother Lee blended into the chaos perfectly. Everybody looked cold, miserable, and one missed meal away from becoming a villain. Unfortunately, staying low-key stopped being an option real fast. Right in the middle of the evacuation, Mr. Zhang's lapdog suddenly got knocked flat on his ass. Turns out Zheng Hao's top fighters had intercepted the evacuees and immediately started throwing hands. Brother Lee instinctively grabbed Hanfang and pulled him aside before the staircase turned into a live-action riot compilation. Meanwhile, upstairs, the evil king was quietly watching Hyona through the peephole. The witch pressed her ear against the apartment door, trying to figure out whether Hanfang was hiding inside, but couldn't hear anything. She already looked suspicious enough to get arrested in normal society. Unfortunately, normal society died several chapters ago. Right then, Jin Yan finally arrived carrying her medkit. The moment she asked Hyona why she was snooping around Hanfang's door, the witch completely froze, trying to come up with an excuse. The best lie she managed to produce was that she came searching for food. Yeah, nobody bought that garbage, especially because she wasn't alone. Behind Hyona stood a whole squad of starving losers armed with pipes, bats, and random apocalypse starter pack weapons. Hyona immediately started feeding poison into their ears, telling them that Jin Yan Jinyan was connected to Hanfang and probably hiding supplies inside. Jinyan calmly explained that she was only there to treat someone in the room, but Hyuna was way too paranoid and desperate to believe that. She ordered the goons to grab the nurse and use her as bait to lure Hanfang out. The raiders hesitated a little because even idiots understood kidnapping the only nurse in the building was probably a terrible long-term strategy. But they still moved forward anyway, because hunger lowers IQ dramatically. Jinyan warned them politely to stop interfering with her work. They ignored her. Big mistake. The second they grabbed her arms, the tiny nurse casually lifted the grown men and smashed them together like folding chairs. Everybody immediately backed away in horror. Bro, they finally realized the cute nurse had raid boss strength hidden under that winter coat. Jinyan took a breath and warned them one more time. But Hyuna had already gone completely insane at this point. She suddenly pulled out a hidden knife and slashed toward the nurse. Thankfully, the thick winter coat blocked the blade before it could cut skin. Even then, Hyuna screamed at the others to stay alert because Jinyan was some kind of freak with monstrous strength. And right at that moment, the apartment door slowly creaked open behind them. Every weapon in the raiders' hands suddenly started trembling violently. Pipes, knives, bats, everything began shaking harder and harder until the weapons literally got ripped out of their hands by an invisible suction force. Standing in the doorway was Zhao Xinggan herself. The self-proclaimed evil king had entered the battlefield, and of course she made it extra dramatic by throwing random ninja hand signs first like she was summoning a forbidden jutsu from a low-budget anime. The black hole ability activated fully and started sucking every weapon straight toward her. The pull became so strong that even Hyona's ragged clothes started getting dragged forward too. The terrified raiders immediately tried to run away, but now they genuinely thought a ghost was hunting them. Honestly, fair reaction. Back downstairs, meanwhile, the faction war had completely exploded into full chaos. Fists flew everywhere, people screamed, skulls got cracked open, and survival instincts completely replaced human decency. In the middle of all that madness, Hanfang and Brother Li were suddenly being chased by an absolute unit of a man. Turns out Hanfang accidentally punched the wrong guy earlier, and not just any guy either. One hit made the dude's face swell up like a giant red apple. So now the man wanted revenge, with interest included. Hanfang had only managed that punch because in desperation he combined the green and purple lights into a reinforced glove at the last second. The result hit way harder than expected. Unfortunately, things got even worse when Mr. Zhang's lackeys recognized the two of them during the riot. If they got caught again, the committee definitely wouldn't bother keeping them alive this time. So while running through the chaos, Hanfang quickly came up with a plan and suddenly split off from Brother Li to scatter the pursuers before things completely spiraled out of control. While Brother Li grabbed their tiny Demon King roommate and prepared to retreat, Hanfang volunteered to stay behind as bait. Absolute terrible idea, which of course meant he was fully committed to it. Hanfang immediately started sprinting around the basement parking lot like a wanted criminal with infinite stamina, making sure every single person there noticed him. Then he jumped onto the roof of a parked car and screamed loud enough to wake the dead. Bro really climbed on a sedan just to become the main character publicly. Hanfang raised both middle fingers toward the crowd and loudly announced that he was the one who raised supply prices because he wanted all the poor people to starve. The entire basement went silent. Committee members, rival factions, starving survivors, everybody suddenly stopped fighting each other. For one beautiful moment, humanity achieved unity through pure hatred. Every single person there wanted Hanfang dead immediately. Honestly, the distraction worked way too well. Hanfang vaguely remembered spotting a giant metal gate sealing the basement entrance earlier. Behind that gate were enormous piles of compacted snow pressing down constantly from outside. Right now, that gate was basically the only thing stopping nature from deleting everybody in the parking lot. So naturally, Hanfang sprinted directly toward it. Unfortunately, one of the infamous twins caught up and punched him clean off his feet. Hanfang got launched backward and crashed right against the exact gate he wanted to reach. Perfect accidental delivery service. Now cornered between the gate and an angry mob, Hanfang placed his hand against the freezing metal and focused hard. Purple light spread rapidly across the entire surface of the gate. The crowd instinctively stopped advancing for a second after seeing the weird glow. But the moment the light disappeared, their rage came back instantly. That's exactly what Hanfang wanted. He screamed at the crowd to come get him, baiting everybody forward at once. And the second they rushed him, disaster hit. The giant metal gate had already been softened completely by the purple light. It was basically jelly now. And jelly doesn't hold back several tons of compacted snow very well. The entire barrier collapsed instantly. A monstrous avalanche exploded into the basement floor and swallowed everything in sight. Cars got tossed around like toys, while the fighting factions disappeared beneath waves of freezing snow. At that point, nobody cared about killing Hanfang anymore. Everybody switched to survival mode immediately. People screamed, ran, tripped, climbed over each other. Pure panic. The lucky ones barely escaped toward the exits before the snow buried the entire level completely. When things finally settled, the whole basement floor had basically become an Arctic graveyard. Meanwhile, Han Fang calmly dug himself out from a hidden spot he prepared in advance. Bro triggered an indoor avalanche and survived it like this was another Tuesday side quest. What surprised him most wasn't the destruction though. It was the fact that softening that gigantic metal gate barely exhausted him at all. Compared to before, his abilities seemed way more stable and efficient now. While Han Fang was still thinking about that, the old man suddenly appeared again like some apocalypse cryptid. At this point, Han Fang genuinely started feeling like this boomer had been stalking him full time. Soon afterward, surviving members of the mob cautiously re-entered the basement area. Hearing footsteps approaching, the old man immediately grabbed Han Fang and dragged him away before anybody spotted them. The two eventually stopped in a secluded corner of the first basement floor. While catching his breath, Han Fang finally demanded answers. He wanted to know who this old man really was and why he kept showing up everywhere like a retired assassin NPC. Realizing there was no point hiding it anymore, the old man finally introduced himself. He was Zhang Ha, the same Zhang Ha leading the war against Mr. Zhang. And honestly, that reveal hit different. Grandpa had been moving like a homeless kung fu master the whole time. Zhang Ha extended his hand and proposed cooperation. Earlier, he rejected Han Fang's idea of teaming up, but apparently the situation changed his mind. Han Fang stayed cautious though. Getting manipulated during the apocalypse was basically a hobby for everyone now. But from Zhang Ha's perspective, both of them wanted the same thing anyway, bringing Mr. Zhang down. And honestly, teaming up with a guy capable of knocking people unconscious barehanded sounded way smarter than fighting alone. Even if Han Fang still didn't fully trust him, he accepted the temporary alliance. The two shook hands and officially joined forces. Meanwhile, deeper underground, Mr. Zhang calmly inspected the military jeeps hidden in the second basement parking area. Even after hearing reports about the avalanche destroying the upper basement level, he barely reacted. The temperature inside the building was dropping fast. His people were scattered everywhere, and prisoners had escaped. But Mr. Zhang still believed those were just minor setbacks compared to the bigger picture. Nearby, Han Fang and Zhang Hao quietly listened while sneaking around the lower floors. Zhang Hao explained that he discovered these military vehicles earlier and overheard discussions about relocating survivors somewhere else. The only problem? Nobody understood where the hell they planned to relocate people during a literal frozen apocalypse outside. And instead of carefully gathering more information like sane people, Zhang Hao immediately charged forward with nothing but his fists. Bro heard military convoy and activated boxer mode instantly. Completely unaware that chaos was already sprinting toward him, Mr. Zhang calmly continued ordering his men around inside the basement. Then gunshots suddenly echoed nearby and the entire operation instantly went sideways. Before the guards could even process what was happening, Zhang Hao had already infiltrated behind enemy lines and started dropping Mr. Zhang's inner circle one by one using nothing but pure hands. The guards panicked and immediately started firing everywhere, but Zhang Hao genuinely did not care. Gunpowder, bullets, screaming. Grandpa Boxer was treating all of it like background music. This man trusted his fists more than modern weapons, and honestly, the confidence was starting to make sense. While the guards focused on protecting the boss, they completely failed to notice Han Fang slipping through the weak spots in their defense. Big mistake. By the time they realized it, Han Fang already had a pistol aimed directly at the back of Mr. Zhang's head. Instead of panicking, Zhang smiled. He thanked Han Fang for finally showing up, and admitted he already knew this confrontation would happen eventually. One of the twins turned around and saw his boss basically sitting in checkmate, but Mr. Zhang calmly ordered everyone to stand down. He started talking about Han Fang stockpiling mountains of supplies before the apocalypse, and said he originally suspected Han Fang had connections with some larger organization. Then he told Han Fang to check the pistol magazine carefully. Attached to it was a recording device. Turns out this smiling bastard secretly planted it back during the apartment incident when he returned the gun. Bro handed the weapon back like a gentleman while installing spyware at the same time. Actual snake behavior. Zhang explained that thanks to the recorder he already knew almost everything about Han Fang's plans. If he truly wanted him dead, he claimed Han Fang would have been gone already. The reason he kept sparing him was because he still wanted Han Fang inside the faction. Together they could keep sacrificing smaller groups so the majority could survive longer. Han Fang immediately rejected becoming part of this frozen dictatorship starter pack. The second he refused, Mr. Zhang gave a hidden signal and several soldiers in full tactical gear entered the basement. These weren't starving pipe-swinging raiders anymore. Their movements were disciplined and sharp. 3 Special Forces soldiers immediately raised automatic rifles toward Hanfang. Hanfang almost turned into a live-action panic attack right there, but Zhang Hao quickly dragged him behind cover first. When Hanfang asked how they were supposed to deal with trained soldiers carrying rifles, Zhang Hao casually replied that there were only 3 of them. Grandpa really said that like they were mildly annoying delivery drivers. Zhang Hao then rushed out from cover with his body lowered and charged directly at the gunman. Bullets tore through the air around him, but he kept weaving forward at terrifying speed until he entered close range. Once he got close enough, the soldiers basically lost their advantage entirely. His fists moved like weapons themselves. The old man's reflexes and close combat skills genuinely stopped feeling human at this point. While Zhang Hao kept the soldiers occupied, Mr. Zhang tried escaping in one of the military jeeps. Hanfang quickly activated his purple light and coated the concrete beneath the vehicle, turning the floor soft like clay. The jeep tire instantly sank into the mushy ground, stopping the vehicle completely. Mr. Zhang checked the side mirror and saw the floor literally swallowing the tire. Even he looked confused for a second, like reality itself had started trolling him. Hanfang was enjoying messing with the jeep safely from a distance until a hooded stranger suddenly appeared nearby and skipped every possible warning step by throwing a frag grenade directly at him. The hooded guy even saluted afterward like he was proud of the throw. The grenade bounced near the jeep and Hanfang immediately realized his life expectancy had dropped to 0. Then it exploded. Hanfang got caught point blank in the blast. A normal person would have died instantly from that explosion. His body was completely torn apart. The grenade absolutely did its job. Then suddenly Hanfang opened his eyes again to a familiar sensation. Something soft and ticklish was licking him all over. The weird dream goats had returned. Tiny goats surrounded him while happily licking his body as green light flickered around them. Hanfang actually relaxed into it for a second until an enormous tongue suddenly joined the experience. Yeah, giant goat entered the scene again. The massive tongue wrapped around his destroyed body while traces of green light spread everywhere. The glowing energy rapidly intensified as his flesh started melting and reforming around the green brilliance. Back in reality, the green light rapidly repaired every damaged part of his body in seconds. Torn flesh healed instantly, injuries vanished, and his destroyed body reconstructed itself almost completely. Hanfang had technically died, but the moment his powers activated automatically, his body reconstructed itself almost instantly. The problem was that even though his flesh recovered, his mind clearly wasn't all there anymore. Inside the armored jeep, the Jinyan twin finally managed to free the tire from the softened concrete and prepared to drive away. Before he could even hit the gas, a red flash suddenly sliced across the side of the vehicle. The entire section of the jeep crumbled apart like it had been erased from existence itself. The red light flickered ominously, devouring everything it touched. Hanfang slowly raised his hand and casually deleted half an armored jeep with one swipe. One of the twins immediately aimed his pistol at Hanfang, but the moment the gun touched the glowing red light, the weapon exploded into pieces, straight up disassembled into dust like reality rejected its existence. The destruction kept spreading through the twins' clothes and skin while Mr. Zhang instantly lost every bit of his calm composure. The boss scrambled out of the ruined jeep the second the roof started disappearing above him. Meanwhile, the Jin twin wasn't so lucky. The freezing cold from the avalanche above mixed with the red light devouring his body. Within seconds, the guy froze to death right there. His brother watched the entire thing happen and immediately lost his mind with rage. Jin Qinwen grabbed a metal pipe and charged Hanfang head-on, determined to crush his skull. Unfortunately, the moment the pipe touched the red light, the weapon shattered apart into fragments. Even Mr. Zhang finally realized things had gone completely off script. He immediately called for reinforcements because this situation had officially surpassed the committee's pay grade. Hanfang ignored the surviving twin entirely and slowly walked toward another armored jeep with glowing purple light covering both hands. The second he touched the vehicle, the entire jeep started sagging and dripping like melted wax. The people trapped inside screamed and tried escaping, but it was already too late. The melted vehicle suddenly hardened again, trapping the passengers permanently inside the reshaped metal shell. Those poor idiots basically got canned like apocalypse sardines. To stop the rampage, guards started shooting at Hanfang from a distance. One bullet barely grazed his cheek, but green light instantly healed the wound before their eyes. That alone completely broke the guards' confidence. The guys were already shaking while firing, and after seeing wounds regenerate in real time, they immediately started retreating once their ammo ran dry. The special ops soldiers switched targets and focused entirely on Hanfang in order to protect Mr. Zhang's group. Seeing everybody gang up on his new business partner annoyed Zhang Hao enough that he intercepted one of the soldiers himself. One special ops agent trying to box with that old monster was basically signing a death certificate. Meanwhile, Hanfang started moving along the walls, using the purple light to stick himself upward and gain height. While bullets chased him, he softened the floor beneath the soldiers, turning the ground into a jelly-like mess that ruined their balance and aim. Once they lost stability, Hanfang instantly closed the distance and erased their rifles with another burst of red light. Then the green and purple lights combined together around the destroyed weapon fragments, reshaping the remaining metal into a crude twisted blade. It looked unstable and savage, pretty much matching Hanfang's current mental state perfectly. With one clean swing, he slit the throats of the remaining Special Ops soldiers. After those kills, the strain from overusing his abilities finally caught up to him. His body started shutting down right there. Seeing the opening, the surviving twin jumped out from hiding with a metal pipe raised for a sneak attack. But before the pipe could connect, Hanfang suddenly collapsed unconscious onto the frozen ground. The twin thought he finally had his chance to kill the monster while defenseless. Unfortunately for him, Zhang Hao was still nearby. A single Special Ops soldier already struggled against the old man earlier. A revenge-crazed twin with a pipe had absolutely zero chance. Zhang Hao quickly secured Hanfang's unconscious body and realized firsthand that this kid basically transformed into a walking disaster whenever he lost control. Then he suddenly heard movement approaching from outside and immediately retreated into hiding with Hanfang. Zhang returned to the second basement with an entire fresh battalion equipped with riot shields and blunt weapons. This time the smiling cult leader even carried a gun himself. The group conducted a perimeter sweep and quickly found the bodies of the dead Special Ops soldiers. There were supposed to be 3 of them, but only 2 corpses remained. Now the bigger problem hit Mr. Zhang's group. The soldiers who knew the route to the other base camp were dead. Zhang finally accepted that today's operation had been a complete disaster. His men got folded, special forces died, vehicles got turned into modern art, and one guy literally froze to death after touching Hanfang's red light. Safe to say the meeting did not go well. With no other choice, Mr. Zhang ordered a retreat so they could recover and rethink their strategy. Meanwhile, inside an abandoned room, Hanfang suddenly woke up screaming about a grenade. That was the last thing he remembered before everything went black. Naturally, the first thing running through his head was why he was somehow still alive. The second question was where the hell he even was. Thankfully, there was at least one familiar face nearby. Zhang Hao had dragged him out again. Grandpa Boxer really became his unpaid rescue service at this point. When Hanfang asked what happened, even Zhang Hao admitted he had no normal explanation for what he witnessed. More importantly, though, he had finally figured out part of Mr. Zhang's bigger plan. Nearby sat a very unfortunate soldier tied up and paying for information with blood and broken fingers. Zhang Hao was interrogating him the old-fashioned way. Very old-fashioned. According to the captured soldier, the Special Forces group belonged to some larger base camp. They had come to conduct a transaction with Zhang Shuyu involving food, weapons, and residents from the apartment complex. When Hanfang asked why they wanted residents, the soldier awkwardly claimed they just needed manpower for construction. Yeah, nobody bought that garbage for even half a second. In an apocalypse where everybody barely has enough food for themselves, no sane group is volunteering to feed extra mouths out of kindness. The soldier kept insisting the base was rebuilding civilization and trying to save as many people as possible, but Zhang Hao immediately responded by snapping one of the guy's fingers. After screaming long enough, the soldier finally admitted that today's failed mission would simply cause the base to send more personnel later. Then Zhang Hao casually asked if the base also had superhumans. The soldier immediately avoided eye contact and pretended not to understand the question, which basically confirmed everything. The base had mutants too. That realization made the situation way worse. Making enemies with another organized faction full of enhanced humans was not exactly ideal. Hanfang had only just recovered, and now he was watching Zhang Hao calmly torture and execute someone without hesitation. Once the old man realized they wouldn't get any more useful information, he brutally killed the soldier right there. To Zhang Hao, this mysterious base was simply another dangerous faction with unknown motives. Their options were either to eliminate the group eventually, or leave the area entirely before things spiraled even further. Hanfang decided he needed to regroup with his crew first before making any decisions. On the way back through the building, Hanfang kept thinking over everything they learned. Honestly, escaping the complex and finding another safe location sounded more appealing by the minute. Before heading upstairs though, he stopped by the second basement again to check on the armored vehicles and heavy machinery. If they were planning to flee someday, transportation mattered. While sneaking through the basement, Hanfang suddenly heard footsteps nearby and immediately tried to ambush whoever was approaching. Unfortunately, he walked straight into bait. Another figure instantly attacked from his blind spot and threw a punch directly toward his head. Hanfang reacted on instinct, coating his arm with green and purple light to block the strike perfectly. What surprised him wasn't the attack, it was the fact that he didn't feel pain at all. The earlier Berserk incident apparently unlocked smoother combinations between his powers. Before the fight could continue, a flashlight revealed the attacker was actually Jinyan. The allies nearly started a civil war for absolutely no reason. After things calmed down, Hanfang explained everything that happened with Mr. Zhang, the soldiers, and the mysterious base. He also revealed his current plan to search for a possible escape route out of the building entirely. Brother Li instantly got furious after hearing that Mr. Zhang was trading residents for supplies like some frozen marketplace merchant. Meanwhile, Jin Yan still tried to look at the optimistic side and wondered if maybe the base genuinely offered better survival chances. Han Feng immediately pointed out the obvious flaw. If the place was really a paradise, Zhang would have already moved there himself instead of staying behind with armed escorts and shady trades. At the end of the day, they still lacked enough information. They didn't even know if the so-called base truly existed or if it was something worse entirely. But one thing was clear. More enemies would probably arrive soon. For now, securing transportation became the priority. The basement still had several heavy-duty vehicles available, but most of the better ones required keys they didn't have. While checking the remaining armored jeeps, Brother Li found a crate filled with weapons. The group immediately decided the little Demon King should store all of it away for future use. The weapons had been recovered from the melted jeep left behind during Han Feng's Berserk rampage. This was actually Han Feng's first time seeing the aftermath of what he did while unconscious. Meanwhile, the girls noticed something strange elsewhere in the basement. In one corner of the parking area, a massive curtain had been set up to hide something. Jinyan swore she could hear noises coming from behind it. The little Demon King immediately pulled out the biggest flashlight she had from her storage like she was preparing for a ghost hunting stream, and together the four of them grabbed the curtain and ripped it down. The moment the curtain dropped, everybody froze in disbelief. Hidden behind it was a massive tunnel carved straight through the frozen underground, stretching deep into darkness like something out of a survival horror game. And judging by the size of it, whoever dug this thing was absolutely not normal. Suddenly, the soldier's confession about a mysterious base stopped sounding crazy and started sounding like the smallest piece of a much bigger nightmare. Brother Li quickly noticed frozen drainage pipes running along the sides of the tunnel. But before anyone could get carried away, Han Feng immediately called for a timeout and dragged the group away from the entrance. Smart decision, honestly. They agreed this kind of exploration needed proper preparation first, so the group gathered food, survival gear, weapons, and even explosives for emergencies. Han Feng made it crystal clear that this was only a scouting mission. If anything dangerous happened, they were running immediately. No hero nonsense. Thankfully, the little Demon King's storage ability kept the preparation process ridiculously convenient. Having a walking inventory system during the apocalypse honestly felt illegal. Eventually, Han Feng and Brother Li prepared to head out while the girls stayed behind. Before leaving, Han Feng reinforced the walls and doors with his powers again to make sure intruders couldn't break in easily. The girls sent them off while the little Demon King confidently declared that her true eyes would bless her adventuring apostles. She really never missed a chance to sound like a final boss NPC. With the possibility of another dangerous faction hiding underground, the duo finally entered the tunnel and started marching deeper inside. They originally assumed underground tunnels would at least be warmer than outside. Wrong. Everything was still frozen solid. Honestly, it was impressive someone even managed to dig through all this in the first place. 15 minutes later, they were already climbing across dangerous icy terrain. 30 minutes after that, the tunnel suddenly branched into multiple different directions. At that point, the sewer system officially turned into a frozen maze. The two randomly picked one route and kept moving. They walked, climbed, descended, and wandered around for another hour while occasionally checking manhole covers above them. Every single exit was completely blocked by snow. After wandering around for so long, neither of them could even remember where they originally came from anymore. Thankfully, they eventually spotted another set of drainage pipes along with signs pointing toward a nearby residential district. Following the pipes led them toward actual brick structures underground, and eventually they stumbled across a map of the sewer system. After half a day of exploring, they discovered they were basically still near the same neighborhood they started from. Brother Li looked ready to lose all motivation right there, but Han Feng suddenly whispered for him to shut off the lights. He heard engines. A convoy of military trucks sped through the underground tunnels nearby, heading toward Han City's neighborhood. Han Feng and Brother Li quickly hid themselves in the darkness before the vehicles passed. At that point, it became obvious these trucks were connected to the same militarized faction as the Special Ops soldiers. They were using the underground routes to transport people and supplies between locations. Brother Li then suddenly remembered something important. Apparently, about a year ago, an old lady from Han City fell into the sewers and he saved her. Since then, he claimed he still remembered a hidden route leading into Han City's underground parking lot. Bro started bragging about his high school grades and memory skills like this was the perfect time for a flex. Unfortunately, the first manhole cover he checked was frozen solid. Then the second one failed too. Then the third. At this point, Han Fang was probably seconds away from muting him permanently. Finally, at the fourth and farthest cover, it actually moved. Brother Lee nearly cried from happiness after finally getting one right. The duo successfully emerged inside Han City's underground parking lot. Somehow, every important event in this apocalypse kept leading back to parking garages. Han Fang immediately told Brother Lee to stop celebrating and lower his voice since they were now deep inside unfamiliar territory. The two crouched low and slowly moved through the parking lot, using abandoned vehicles as cover. Along the way, they spotted frozen corpses and clear signs of previous fighting. Further ahead, several exhausted laborers were smashing apart a concrete wall with sledgehammers, while two special ops soldiers supervised them nearby. The soldiers openly complained about being stuck guarding civilians in some freezing neighborhood while eating garbage food. Clearly, even the military guys hated this assignment. At that point, it was obvious Han City had already fallen completely under the control of this militarized faction. Then suddenly, the entire ground started shaking violently. The soldiers immediately screamed for the workers to run because the real workforce was about to break through from the other side. The wall the workers had been hammering away at suddenly cracked apart like cheap plaster. Before the laborers could even react, a massive explosion blasted them away together with chunks of concrete the size of refrigerators. And then the thing responsible stepped out from the other side. A gigantic bald monster with a baby face and glowing eyes slowly emerged from the dust. This dude was built like somebody inflated a toddler with steroids and construction equipment. One look at him and it became obvious who dug that insane underground tunnel connecting neighborhoods without anybody noticing. Han Fang and Brother Lee stayed hidden behind cover because if that thing spotted them, it was over. The big baby casually demanded snacks after finishing the tunnel, and one of the soldiers promised food after cleanup was done. Bad answer. The giant instantly slammed the ground in anger, shattering the floor hard enough for the tremor to reach Han Fang's hiding spot. Bro really threw a tantrum with seismic damage. The duo immediately started crawling away as quietly as possible. Brother Lee was actually doing great for once too. Unfortunately, the dust from the tremor got into his nose, and the man sneezed loud enough to sell their location for free. Han Fang looked absolutely mortified. The soldiers immediately spotted the two crawling toward the manhole and ordered everyone to chase them down. At that point, stealth was dead, dignity was gone, and cardio became the only option left. Han Fang and Brother Lee bolted through the tunnels while the big baby charged after them at terrifying speed. And the moment he got close enough, the giant slammed the tunnel floor so hard the entire sewer system cracked apart. Jagged debris erupted everywhere, making escape almost impossible. Han Fang realized somebody had to stall this freak, so he told Brother Lee to keep running while he handled things. Honestly, this was the perfect moment to see whether his powers actually worked against another superhuman. Using the purple light, he softened the shattered ground beneath the big baby's feet. The massive guy stepped forward and immediately started sinking into the jelly-like floor. The heavier he struggled, the deeper he went. For the first time, the giant realized Han Fang wasn't just some random survivor, but another superhuman. And now Han Fang mixed the green light into the softened ground, rapidly hardening everything again. The trap locked the big baby in place. The giant went berserk. Veins bulged everywhere as he tried to force himself free through sheer muscle alone. Han Fang was sweating bullets, trying to keep the ability active long enough to finish the job. Another minute, and the battle probably would have been over. And then Brother Lee came back. Instead of escaping safely like a normal person, this man grabbed a random metal pipe and charged straight into the fight, yelling internally about friendship and brotherhood. Since the big baby was trapped, Brother Lee managed to land a full power swing directly on the giant bald head. It did absolutely nothing. The pipe hit with all the impact of a pool noodle against a tank. All Brother Lee accomplished was making the monster even angrier. Han Fang probably aged 5 years on the spot. This was now the second time Brother Lee accidentally sabotaged a perfect setup trying to play hero. Fueled entirely by rage now, the big baby started forcing himself free from the hardened floor. Han Fang had no choice but to abandon the trap and run again, while Brother Lee sprinted beside him pretending this was all part of the plan. The duo went straight back into panic mode, running through the tunnels while a giant murder baby chased them underground. After several more minutes of desperate running, they somehow managed to lose the oversized monster. Loose rubble collapsed behind them and blocked the path, giving them a temporary escape window. Unfortunately, now they had a different problem. Neither of them knew where the hell they were anymore. Brother Lee confidently assured Han Fang that he memorized the sewer map perfectly earlier and could absolutely guide them back. The confidence on this man was unbelievable considering his recent performance record. He proudly picked a direction and started marching forward like a professional navigator. Han Fang looked about as convinced as somebody trusting Google Maps during the apocalypse. 10 minutes later, Brother Lee suddenly shouted that he recognized the sewer layout on the left side. 20 minutes after that, he was still randomly following pipelines with zero certainty. By the 40-minute mark, even he started doubting his genius memory. Thankfully, before Brother Lee could lead them into another death trap, Han Fang noticed a faint current of wind blowing through the tunnel nearby. Hanfang finally stopped letting Brother Li freestyle the navigation and followed the faint wind current himself. After wandering through those cursed tunnels forever, they eventually found an upward path, and for once, an actual light at the end of the tunnel instead of another death trap. Brother Li instantly jumped ahead, acting like he discovered the exit first. Bro contributes confusion for 2 hours, and then steals credit at the finish line. The two carefully climbed up an icy wall, trying not to slip into an accidental funeral. At the top, they finally reached the surface and saw the outside world again. Everything was dark, silent, and frozen solid. The snowfall had weakened a little, but the entire city looked like time itself got locked in ice. Brother Li stepped out first and tested the frozen surface nearby, confirming the water underneath had completely hardened over. Hanfang scanned the distance and spotted a structure resembling the Dingfeng building. That's when reality hit him. They had run so far underground that they ended up in the northern 4th ring while their neighborhood was all the way near the southern 3rd ring. Basically, their panic sprint turned into an accidental cross-city marathon. Since the tunnels were compromised now, their only option was traveling above ground and somehow making it back through Jingshan district. In this weather, getting home before nightfall was basically impossible. Naturally, Brother Li immediately started bragging that he had plenty of contacts in Jingshan and could probably score them food and shelter. The man talks like he has DLC connections in every district of the apocalypse. While proudly walking across the snow-covered road, Brother Li suddenly slipped and crashed into the snow. Thankfully, the snow softened the fall, because otherwise his spine would have become modern art. Hanfang took that as a sign to slow down before both of them ended up frozen face first on the pavement. As night settled in, the snowfall started getting heavier again. The duo kept pushing forward while searching for somewhere safe to spend the night. They were still around 3 kilometers away from Jingshan district, but the blizzard was becoming vicious. If they kept moving another hour, they could probably reach familiar territory. Problem was, the cold was turning into a bigger enemy every minute. A little later, they spotted 2 frozen corpses lying in the middle of the road. The dead men had backpacks and gear, meaning they were prepared too. It just didn't matter. The cold beat them anyway. Hanfang checked the bags and noticed there wasn't any food left inside. Most likely they went out searching for supplies and never made it back. Just another reminder that the apocalypse doesn't care how prepared you think you are. By the time the duo finally reached Jingshan district, the snowstorm had gone full demon mode. Strangely enough, some villas in the area were still visible instead of completely buried. As they cautiously approached one possible shelter, silhouettes suddenly appeared through the heavy snowfall. Brother Li instantly volunteered to talk first, because apparently this man learned absolutely nothing from the past 20 near-death experiences. Before Hanfang could even warn him, Brother Li had already walked over and gotten himself captured. 2 armed men grabbed him and shoved a gun straight against his head. Incredible efficiency, honestly. Now Hanfang had no choice but to cooperate. He subtly moved toward his own gun, but the robbers immediately fired a warning shot. These guys were not playing around. One of them yelled at him to stop trying stupid tricks, while the other argued that they should keep the captives alive instead of shooting them. Apparently, carrying corpses uphill was inconvenient. Very considerate kidnappers. Hanfang realized that even if he survived a headshot with his powers, Brother Li would probably die instantly in the crossfire, so he surrendered peacefully. The robbers confiscated his weapon and marched the two uphill through the storm. Meanwhile, the kidnappers kept congratulating themselves for catching armed survivors like they just won an achievement trophy. Hanfang tried acting cooperative, pointing out that they already handed over all their gear and supplies, so surely they could be released now, right? Yeah, absolutely not. These guys clearly had other plans. Honestly, with the way they were talking, Hanfang started suspecting they'd wandered straight into some cannibal camp, where humans were emergency rations. Still, as dangerous as the situation looked, Hanfang noticed one important detail. From the top of that snowy hill, you could practically overlook the entirety of Honoan City. When they finally reached the destination, one of the robbers casually opened the villa gate with an automatic key fob. Hanfang immediately noticed something important. This place still had electricity. While the rest of the city was freezing into caveman mode, this villa was running on backup power like some rich people DLC bunker. Even buried under snow, the place screamed money. Expensive walls, reinforced structures, security measures everywhere. Somebody clearly built this house with apocalypse privileges enabled. The moment Hanfang saw the defensive setup around the villa, a dangerous little idea formed in his brain. If they could get rid of these bargain bin kidnappers, then with the Little Demon King's storage powers, this place could become an insane fortress. Hanfang accidentally let out a smug little laugh, imagining it, and immediately got smacked in the back of the head for acting suspicious. The robbers marched them toward the outer defensive wall and ordered them to keep digging before sunset. If they worked obediently, the robbers promised to return their supplies and let them leave afterward. Sure, Totally trustworthy words from two armed guys kidnapping strangers during the apocalypse. The bigger robber, Koyozi, got assigned to watch the prisoners during the first shift. Unfortunately for him, his partner kept bossing him around non-stop, and Big Bro was clearly running on 3 brain cells and pure irritation. He pointed the gun at Han Fang and Brother Lee, threatening to shoot if they stopped working. When Han Fang asked if they could at least remove the cuffs first, Koyozi immediately refused and ordered them to dig while restrained. Absolute management genius right there. So Han Fang and Brother Lee started digging like underpaid prison workers. While shoveling snow, Han Fang noticed a massive pile near a truck buried under frost. Looking closer, he saw frozen arms, legs, and body parts sticking out from the snow pile. Yeah, that was not decoration. Han Fang quietly pointed it out to Brother Lee. Brother Lee looked over, processed the sight, and nearly blue screened on the spot. Whatever happened here, it definitely wasn't good news for future tenants. Realizing they'd probably end up joining the frozen corpse collection eventually, Han Fang quickly whispered a plan to Brother Lee. Seconds later, the two suddenly started yelling at each other while pretending to argue about how to shovel properly. Honestly, they were selling it so hard it looked like a real workplace dispute. Koyozi turned around, pointed the gun at them again, and yelled for both idiots to shut up and work. The duo kept arguing anyway until the big guy finally got annoyed and walked off muttering that the digging better be finished before sunset. The moment he casually turned his back, the performance ended instantly. Brother Lee raised the flat side of the shovel and whacked the back of Koyozi's skull like he was ringing a dinner bell. Big Bro dropped immediately, and just like that, the laborers unlocked a firearm upgrade. Inside the villa, the smaller robber was sitting comfortably flipping through a dirty magazine, completely unaware his entire operation had collapsed outside. This man was so focused, he probably forgot the apocalypse existed for 5 minutes. Before he could continue his quality reading session, a flashlight hit his face, and he looked up directly into the muzzle of a gun. Han Fang and Brother Lee stood there dangling the handcuffs while roasting the guy for being caught lacking during goon hours. The power balance flipped so fast it gave whiplash. Once tied up, the robbers immediately started explaining themselves. According to them, they were debt collectors who came to this villa before the apocalypse started and simply got stranded there afterward. They swore the frozen corpse pile outside had nothing to do with them. They might shake people down for money, but apparently mass murder wasn't part of the package deal. Han Fang actually believed them. Brother Lee absolutely did not. He thought that they should finish the job and eliminate the threat entirely. Han Fang reminded him that he promised freedom already, and technically he kept that promise. The duo dragged both robbers outside, stripped them down to their underwear, and released them into the freezing wasteland. Han Fang never said freedom came with winter jackets. Those two immediately realized the terms and conditions were horrifying. With that little side quest resolved, Han Fang and Brother Lee finally prepared to continue the journey home. What started as a simple scouting trip underground had somehow evolved into tunnel monsters, military factions, avalanches, kidnappings, and frozen corpse yards. At this point, the apocalypse itself probably wakes up every morning wondering what Han Fang is going to break next. Because of one disaster after another underground, Han Fang and Brother Lee had drifted ridiculously far away from both their mission and their home base. At this point, Han Fang could only hope the people back at the apartment were still alive and hadn't gotten folded by another superhuman while he was sightseeing through frozen sewers. Back in the neighborhood, Zhang Hao was staying with Jin Yan and the little demon king inside the reinforced room, waiting anxiously for the scouting duo to return. Well, mostly the girls were anxious. Zhang Hao kept insisting they should be worrying about themselves instead. And honestly, the old man had a point. Only a few hours after Han Fang left, an entire army emerged from the underground tunnel. Right at the front was the big baby, the oversized bald menace capable of manipulating Earth like he was speedrunning natural disasters. Zhang Shuyu personally welcomed the delegation with open arms. With military support and literal superhumans backing him now, the entire district officially fell under Mr. Zhang's control. That instantly turned Zhang Hao's faction into public enemy number 1. The old boxer laughed bitterly at how blind everyone in the building was. The residents really thought those armed outsiders came to save them. Meanwhile, they were basically getting packaged for delivery, like frozen groceries. The little demon king randomly started talking like a philosopher, instead of an anime villain for once. She quietly pointed out that people will obey almost anything if they believe it improves their survival odds. Humans are simple creatures like that. After casually dropping wisdom on the room, she immediately passed out and fell asleep. Jin Yan silently covered her with a blanket while Zhang Hao sat there thinking about his own past. Back in his prime, the old man used to be a famous boxer, a champion. Crowds cheered for him, people respected him, and inside the ring he was a monster. But losses still happened. And whenever he got beaten bloody in the corner, his trainer never comforted him. The old bastard only screamed insults and demanded victory. To that trainer, Zhang Hao wasn't a person. He was just a weapon built for winning. Even decades later, those memories still gnawed at him. Unfortunately, the emotional flashback got interrupted because survival refused to wait politely. Zhang Hao suddenly told the girls to prepare to to move immediately. Mr. Jiang's people were definitely sweeping every unit looking for enemies by now. Staying in one room too long was suicide. Too bad they were already too late. The reinforced door suddenly exploded inward with terrifying force. The three inside instantly froze. Standing there was the big baby himself, drooling while staring into the room like a starving predator that finally found dinner. Meanwhile, downstairs, the military faction was busy organizing the mysterious sausage boxes and loading them onto trucks. One soldier reported the numbers: 97 refugees and 126 food supply boxes, ready for transport. Everything was being prepared like some industrial operation. Captain Scar casually smoked his cigar while asking what happened to the 3 special ops soldiers he sent earlier. Mr. Jiang immediately blamed Han Feng. He explained that Han Feng was a superhuman with strange light powers and insisted multiple witnesses could confirm it. Captain Scar clearly didn't like hearing his men died. Still, Mr. Jiang desperately tried proving his usefulness, even mentioning that he handled the mystery sausage production personally. Before this idiot accidentally exposed whatever nightmare ingredient was inside those boxes, Captain Scar shut him up immediately. Some truths are apparently better left frozen. Still, Captain Scar seemed satisfied enough with Mr. Jiang's work. He reassured him that loyal contributors become part of the crew, and he doesn't harm his own people without reason. For now, though, he wanted Han Feng brought in for questioning because apparently Captain Scar hates liars, and the man he chose for the job was the big baby. Back upstairs, after smashing through the reinforced entrance, the giant simply asked whether Han Feng was inside. Jiang Hao immediately pulled the little demon king behind him and shielded Jin Yan with his body. Anybody capable of casually breaking a door strengthened by Han Feng's powers was a catastrophic problem. More importantly, Jiang Hao's instincts were screaming at him to run. Years of fighting experience told him the monster standing there wasn't human anymore. It was a beast wearing human skin. Trying to box this thing would probably get him folded into a wheelchair-shaped memory. The old man instantly tried escaping through the window and slammed his elbow against the glass. Instead of the window breaking, pain shot through his arm so hard it nearly shattered his bones. Han Feng really reinforced everything. Bro accidentally created anti-escape windows. Since the reinforced room suddenly turned into a death trap, Jiang Hao immediately told the girls to run while he stalled the monster himself. The old man was fully prepared to throw hands with a walking excavator, if necessary. Before things escalated, though, Jin Yan calmly stepped forward and told the big baby they didn't know anyone named Han Feng. According to her, he simply had the wrong room, and somehow, the giant bought it. The big baby immediately apologized for causing trouble like some oversized toddler who knocked on the wrong apartment door. Jin Yan sighed in relief while Jiang Hao stood there completely speechless. Bro was mentally preparing for a boss fight while the nurse solved it with customer service voice. Unfortunately, the peace lasted about 3 seconds. As the big baby turned around to leave, he casually looked at the unit number outside the room and confirmed it was indeed 1804. The realization hit instantly. That girl lied straight to his face. And if there's one thing this overgrown cave troll hates, it's dishonest people. The big baby slammed both palms into the floor and the entire building shook violently. Jiang Hao immediately grabbed the reinforced window and realized it could actually slide open. Han Feng reinforced the glass but forgot windows are supposed to function. Absolute miracle. Without wasting another second, the old man grabbed both girls and literally threw them out of the 18th floor window into the snowstorm below. As they fell, Jin Yan looked back just in time to see the big baby about to stomp Jiang Hao into retirement. Meanwhile, outside, Han Feng and Brother Li had finally discovered the greatest transportation method in the apocalypse: snowboards. Every stupid mistake Brother Li made during the trip instantly became forgivable, because this man somehow pulled off the cleanest survival idea yet. Naturally, he spent the whole ride bragging about negotiating billion-dollar deals at ski resorts back in the day. Bro snowboarded for 15 minutes and regained his confidence stat. The boards made the return trip ridiculously fast, and the duo eventually arrived near the neighborhood searching for a way back inside unnoticed. That's exactly when the girls got launched out of the 18th floor like emergency supplies. While falling through the air, the little demon king stayed surprisingly calm and opened her storage ability mid-air. Mattresses, cushions, and soft padding started raining out of her black hole onto the snow below. Combined with the massive snow pile already there, the girls crashed down hard enough to leave a crater but somehow survived. Han Feng and Brother Li almost got flattened in the process. Han Feng immediately jumped into the crater to help them up while asking what kind of insanity happened upstairs this time. Jin Yan quickly explained that some giant monster barged into the room asking for Han Feng specifically. And speaking of that monster, apparently he wasn't interested in taking the stairs. The big baby suddenly appeared outside above them, charging forward like a starving bulldozer. Running on pure adrenaline, Jin Yan grabbed Han Feng and the little demon king and screamed at everyone to move already. The group started sprinting through the snow while desperately asking Han Feng for another emergency plan before they all became human snacks. Because yes, the big baby openly admitted he wanted to eat people now. This dude evolved from tunnel digger to refrigerated cannibal. Right when things looked hopeless, Han Feng suddenly stopped running and reached into his pocket. He pulled out a small bag, enhanced his throw with green light, and launched it directly into the giant's mouth like a baseball pitcher trying to assassinate biology itself. The big baby happily swallowed the bag whole, thinking he finally got a snack. Turns out it was soybeans. Han Feng quietly apologized in advance before activating his green light fully. Instantly, the hundreds of beans inside the big baby's mouth and throat exploded into rapid growth. Thick vines and giant stalks erupted from inside the monster's body, bursting out through his mouth and choking him violently. The big baby started gagging and clawing at the massive plants growing through his throat while blood splattered across the snow. Han Feng basically weaponized gardening. Farmer combat unlocked. The giant roared in rage and pain while yanking the vines out of his own mouth. Every second, his hatred for Han Feng kept growing stronger. He'd been getting outplayed non-stop since arriving, and his remaining patience officially evaporated. By the time he recovered enough to threaten revenge again, Han Feng and the others were already gone. The big baby threw a tantrum in the snow like somebody stole his Happy Meal. Finally, the special forces emerged from the basement and started locking down the perimeter around the district. Captain Scar gathered his men and calmly explained that in a frozen wasteland like this, nobody could stay hidden forever. Then he personally approached the injured big baby to hear what happened. After hearing the story about the instantly growing soybeans, Captain Scar's interest immediately skyrocketed. Forget fighting power. If Han Feng could grow food like that, then this man wasn't just valuable anymore. He was basically a walking agricultural cheat code. Captain Scar immediately radioed the men guarding Zhang Hao upstairs. The guy's already plotting how to bait the superhuman out like he's setting up a fishing trip instead of a hostage situation. Meanwhile, Han Feng's group managed to create some distance from the pursuit and finally stopped to regroup. Jinyan quickly explained everything that happened while Han Feng and Brother Li were away scouting. She warned him about the giant freak specifically targeting him. Anybody who can casually smash through reinforced walls and doors like cardboard is a walking disaster, especially when those same reinforcements survived literal explosives before. Jinyan nearly broke down, remembering how Zhang Hao stayed behind alone just to save them. Han Feng quietly admitted the old man was probably dead already and said the only thing they could do now was keep moving so his sacrifice wouldn't go to waste. The girls instantly rejected that idea. Even the little demon king wasn't accepting the death flag. Brother Li backed them up too, saying they couldn't just abandon the old man after everything. Han Feng wasn't refusing because he didn't care. The problem was simple: charging back in against monsters and armed soldiers with almost zero chance of success. Ironically, Zhang Hao was still alive, barely. Captain Scar had the old man dragged through the snowy streets like some war trophy, while he shouted through a megaphone, convinced Han Feng was hiding nearby listening. The captain tried the fake friendly approach first, claiming the whole incident earlier was just a misunderstanding. Meanwhile, Zhang Hao looked like he got hit by a truck and then punched by another truck for good measure. Seeing the old man in that condition nearly made Jinyan break cover immediately. Captain Scar continued yapping, saying Han Feng could join their organization and receive official treatment alongside his wife, daughter, and brother. That confused the whole group because this idiot had completely wrong intel. When nobody responded, Captain Scar stepped harder on Zhang Hao and asked if Han Feng was really the type to abandon family. Zhang Hao just laughed and revealed he'd only met the kid a few days ago. That earned him another brutal smack. Captain Scar genuinely couldn't process it. This old man got tortured protecting people he barely knew. Then Zhang Hao casually added Han Feng only met the girls recently too. They weren't his wife and daughter. The captain realized his information network was cooked and immediately switched tactics. Now he tried tempting Han Feng instead. According to him, risking your life for strangers is stupid anyway. And if Han Feng liked women so much, he could pick however many he wanted at the base camp. For one dangerous second, Han Feng almost looked interested. Brother Li and Jinyan immediately shut that nonsense down before Bro started negotiating membership benefits mid-hostage crisis. Since the adults were fumbling around emotionally, the little demon king stepped forward with an actual rescue plan. Back outside, Captain Scar kept torturing Zhang Hao for answers. The old boxer refused to break and instead questioned the captain about the so-called base camp. Once again, the guy repeated the same generic propaganda about saving humanity and helping survivors. Zhang Hao laughed right in his face. Bro had heard NPC dialogue with more conviction. Realizing the old man was dying anyway, Captain Scar finally leaned closer and whispered the truth. In a frozen world, there's one living thing still everywhere in massive numbers: humans. That's when it clicked fully. The base wasn't rescuing people. They were harvesting them. Alive, people consume food. Dead, people become food. Even Zhang Ha, who already suspected the worst, looked disturbed hearing it confirmed out loud. These lunatics were literally treating neighborhoods like livestock farms. Captain Scar finally raised his gun to execute the old man, but before he could fire, random objects suddenly started raining from the sky. Cigarettes, booze, vegetables, snacks, meat, all kinds of supplies came crashing into the snow. Every starving soldier instantly lost discipline. The big baby charged first like somebody rang the dinner bell. Soldiers dove into the snow, grabbing whatever they could carry while Captain Scar screamed at them to maintain formation. He even fired warning shots into the air, but the men ignored him completely. Hunger beat military discipline real quick. Captain Scar immediately realized this was a setup. Nobody throws free food around during the apocalypse unless something terrible follows right after. Then came the sound, concrete cracking, walls collapsing, metal grinding. A nearby building suddenly exploded outward as a giant bulldozer burst straight through the wall like a steel rhino. Sitting behind the wheel was Han Fang himself, fully committed to vehicular terrorism. Meanwhile, from the Little Demon King's perspective, the plan was beautifully simple. Step 1. Throw random loot everywhere so the starving idiots lose formation and scramble like pigeons fighting over breadcrumbs. Chaos first, rescue second. And honestly, it was working way too well. According to the Little Demon King's grand master plan, Han Fang would charge straight through the flock of starving sheep using a giant metal beast and rescue their injured comrade. In simpler terms, they were about to save Jiangha with a bulldozer. Honestly, Han Fang might be the only human alive capable of translating this chibi gremlin's delusional speeches into actionable strategy. Still, everybody moved according to the evil eye's enlightenment. The plan was stupidly simple, dangerously loud, and there was no guarantee the soldiers would even fall for the bait. But apparently the Little Demon King had already stuffed a bulldozer inside her storage dimension beforehand. Han Fang never imagined his evening would involve driving heavy construction equipment through an apocalyptic battlefield, but the moment he got behind the controls, bro was kind of enjoying himself. The giant machine crashed down onto the snowy streets and bulldozed through the thick snow like it was styrofoam. Then he swung the front blade toward the soldiers and casually swept them aside while they were too busy fighting each other over free canned food like hungry raccoons. Captain Scar instantly turned toward the big baby. That oversized toddler was basically their only hope of stopping the rampaging dozer. The giant brute jumped directly in front of the machine, convinced his strength could overpower anything. Han Fang already knew this guy was insanely strong, but trying to arm wrestle industrial machinery is peak caveman logic. The bulldozer's blades scooped him clean off the ground and launched him spinning through the air. After about 12 rotations and a dignity check, the big baby crashed headfirst into the snowbank. Captain Scar screamed that he'd blow Jiang Hao's brains out if Han Fang kept advancing, but inside the bulldozer cabin, Han Fang couldn't hear a thing, so he just kept driving forward. Captain Scar realized way too late that this was a game of chicken against several tons of metal and bad intentions. He dove out of the way while mentally filing a complaint against reckless youth. The rescue itself went smoothly. They grabbed Jiang Hao, softened the metal surface beneath him with Han Fang's purple light so the old man wouldn't get rattled to death, and immediately accelerated toward another skyscraper nearby. That was the signal. Brother Li, Jin Yen, and the Little Demon King smashed through a building window and landed onto the bulldozer roof mid-drive. By the time the soldiers finally stopped stuffing supplies into their pockets and remembered they had guns, the bulldozer was already speeding away. Bullets rained down across the snow, but thankfully the soldiers aimed like stormtroopers during an earthquake. Captain Scar nearly burst a blood vessel, screaming at his drivers to go faster. Unfortunately, the roads were buried under thick snow, and the armored vehicles had zero traction. Meanwhile, Han Fang was literally driving a machine built to flatten terrain for a living. It wasn't a chase anymore. It was bullying with diesel fuel. To make things worse, Captain Scar realized the bulldozer itself belonged to their faction. They were getting outplayed using their own equipment. That discovery almost made the man combust on the spot. One of the pursuing jeeps eventually lost control and swerved across the road, causing the vehicles behind it to pile up and block each other completely. Captain Scar's ride almost exploded too after a loose gas canister slammed into the windshield. And just when things couldn't get worse, the road ahead suddenly became cluttered with appliances, furniture, and random junk. The Little Demon King stood proudly on top of the bulldozer, throwing garbage behind them like an evil Santa Claus. To her, this was tactical warfare. To everyone else, she was weaponizing household clutter. Either way, it worked. The pursuing vehicles couldn't get through the mess. She posed dramatically on the roof, fully convinced she looked like the final boss of the apocalypse, right before the freezing cold made her sneeze like a tiny kitten. Aura destroyed instantly. After several more hours of driving, the group finally relaxed, knowing nobody could realistically track them anymore. Everybody squeezed inside the cabin together while Jiang Hao froze in the back looking like a retired boxer marinated in frostbite. Brother Li immediately started asking for a turn at driving the bulldozer like this was some kind of snow vacation road trip. Their destination was the hillside villa that Han Fang and Brother Li discovered earlier. It was isolated, defensible, and honestly way better than staying anywhere near Captain Scar's human cattle operation. Everyone agreed with the decision. Then the bulldozer started coughing like an old smoker. The fuel gauge blinked angrily. They were out of gas. Thankfully, they had the Little Demon King's storage ability. So Hanfang calmly turned toward the tiny gremlin and politely asked her to pull out some fuel. This deranged Little Demon King proudly opened her storage dimension after Hanfang asked for fuel, and immediately flooded the bulldozer cabin with bottles of cooking oil. Literal kitchen supplies. Bro asked for fuel and got supermarket aisle 7. At least it wasn't big baby oil. Nobody needed that kind of cursed plot twist. Right as Hanfang's sanity started slipping, the bulldozer engine coughed one last time and died completely. The entire cabin smelled like a failed restaurant business while bottles rolled everywhere. Hanfang clarified through pure suffering that he meant the emergency fuel canisters they prepared earlier. The Little Demon King froze. Then she started awkwardly rummaging through her storage while looking guiltier every second. Turns out she accidentally tossed all the fuel containers onto the road earlier together with the furniture, generators, and random junk she used to block the pursuit. The silence inside the cabin was devastating. They had an entire year's worth of prepared fuel, and this tiny goblin had launched it down the highway like roadside decoration. Trying to help, she offered natural gas canisters and buckets of coal instead. Hanfang stared at the coal like his soul was leaving his body. Then suddenly, an idea hit him. Through all his experiments with the powers, he noticed failed plant growth turned into coal-like material, while failed enhancement on meat created a strange black liquid with highly flammable properties. Since they were already one bad decision away from freezing to death anyway, Hanfang told them to grab a metal bucket and some meat. Once everything was ready, he activated the green light on the meat. Enhancing meat properly was difficult, but intentionally failing the process? Apparently Bro had mastered that technique. One chunk of meat instantly melted into a bucket half full of disgusting black sludge. The smell alone almost folded the entire group. Everybody recoiled while Hanfang stood there proudly cooking up forbidden diesel like a back-alley apocalypse chemist. He flicked a lighter at the liquid, and the whole thing ignited instantly. Just like he predicted, the substance burned extremely well. Hanfang looked satisfied with himself, while Jiang Hao stared at the bucket like he was questioning every life choice that led him here. The old man understandably doubted whether liquefied cursed meat juice could actually power heavy machinery, but their options were either test it or start hiking through a lethal snowstorm. So Hanfang produced more buckets of the nightmare fuel, dumped them into the bulldozer, and turned the ignition. The engine roared back to life. Everybody just sat there processing the fact that this lunatic accidentally invented apocalypse biodiesel using rotten meat and superpowers. Hanfang had officially evolved into a one-man survival toolkit. The group continued driving through the frozen darkness while the blizzard howled outside. Somewhere during the trip, the Little Demon King casually opened her storage again and started handing out snacks like a tiny convenience store owner. Entire shelves worth of goodies appeared for everyone to choose from. Jiang Hao finally connected the dots about the mysteriously emptied supermarket everyone kept talking about. While everybody munched on snacks and enjoyed the heaterless death machine ride, the hillside villa finally came into sight. Hanfang tried to accelerate toward it for one final push, and the bulldozer engine immediately exploded in protest. Apparently, liquefied meat concentrate was not approved by the manufacturer. Thankfully, they were already close enough to continue on foot. The group climbed through the storm while the blizzard battered them non-stop. Along the way, they passed the frozen bodies of the robbers Hanfang kicked outside earlier, wearing nothing but underwear. Nobody stopped walking. Honestly, those two lost the survival lottery the moment they thought kidnapping armed strangers during the apocalypse was a good career move. By the time the group finally entered the secured villa, everybody was shivering violently and hovering dangerously close to hypothermia. They rushed to the fireplace, tossed coal into it, lit the flames, and gathered around the warmth like survivors reborn from the dead. For the first time in a while, they could finally breathe without bullets, avalanches, monsters, or cannibal armies ruining the moment. Even Jiang Hao cracked a rare smile. He admitted the villa district was actually an incredible stronghold. The hill prevented snow buildup. Intruders would be spotted immediately trying to climb up, and the terrain itself made attacks difficult. The old man started discussing long-term defense strategies seriously, while the rest of the group was already mentally moving in. Brother Lee found a next-gen game console and instantly lost all professionalism. The Little Demon King started unloading TVs and furniture from storage like she was decorating a vacation home. Yeah, these idiots were absolutely staying long-term. Thankfully, the previous owners of the villa had prepared their own fueled generator before everything went to hell. Since their original generator got launched onto the highway by the Little Demon King's tactical debris deployment, this was pure luck. Hanfang spent some time tinkering with the controls until the generator finally roared to life. Electricity returned. Hanfang proudly declared that tonight called for a proper celebratory feast. Meanwhile, the girls heard one magical word and immediately stopped caring about food entirely. Bath. Jinyan practically lit up after hearing there might be warm water available. She admitted she hadn't showered since the snowstorm started, which honestly explained a lot about everybody surviving together in enclosed spaces this long. The thought of Jinyan finally taking a warm bath instantly turned Hanfang into a blushing disaster. Wanting to secure maximum aura points, he promised the bath setup would become top priority party tonight. Then he checked the basement and realized the villa's plumbing looked like it lost a war against Antarctica. The pipes were completely frozen. The installed water heater was dead, and the bathroom itself looked abandoned by civilization. Snow and ice had taken over everything. The pipe system was finished, but as long as they still had a bathtub, Hanfang refused to give up. The group surrounded the tub with space heaters, dumped huge piles of snow inside, and prepared the real MVPs of the operation, high-powered heating rods. It was basically an illegal science experiment disguised as hygiene. Hours passed while the rods slowly melted the snow into usable water. The problem was the temperature. Every time Hanfang checked, the water was still cold enough to spiritually damage a human being. He reached in for another test when a stray spark from the rods zapped his hand. The second the electricity touched him, the red light surfaced automatically. Hanfang looked back at the tub and realized the icy water had suddenly turned warm. Apparently, the mysterious red power had some kind of heating effect too. The moment the bath was ready, the girls disappeared into the bathroom at record speed. Jinyan happily stripped down while the little demon king casually opened her storage dimension and unleashed an entire luxury bath store. Shampoo, conditioner, skincare, oils, moisturizers, she had literally everything. At this point, her storage wasn't a dimension anymore. It was a shopping mall with infinite inventory. Jinyan got so happy she nearly crushed the little demon king in a hug. Honestly, after surviving explosions, avalanches, monsters, and cannibal soldiers, these two soaking in warm water probably felt like entering heaven early. While relaxing in the bath, Jinyan commented on how tiny the little demon king looked. The tiny gremlin immediately got offended and revealed she was actually 21 years old. Everybody had apparently been treating her like some edgy middle schooler this whole time. She insisted her eternal youthful appearance was the result of the little demon king's power preserving her beauty forever. Sure, totally normal explanation. Definitely not the kind of statement that gets scientists sprinting toward a laboratory. Outside the bathroom, Hanfang sat near the door listening way too carefully to the sounds of water splashing around inside. Brother Lee walked over, instantly recognized the behavior, and dragged him away before Bro turned into a full-time bathroom goblin. Hanfang tried acting casual, but Brother Lee wasn't fooled for even half a second. The gangster proudly declared that a true man wouldn't eavesdrop secretly. He'd just boldly peek without fear. This idiot even volunteered to do it immediately. Hanfang had to physically drag him away from the bathroom before the villa turned into a crime scene. The boys eventually settled down in the living room and started gaming while Zhang Hao watched from nearby. The old man genuinely couldn't believe these two morons were still playing video games during the apocalypse. From Hanfang and Brother Lee's perspective though, life was currently amazing. They had food, warmth, electricity, shelter, and no bullets flying at them for once. Of course they were gaming. If they were going to stay trapped in a snowy death world long term, boredom would probably kill them faster than the cold. Hanfang admitted he already knew Zhang Hao wasn't some ordinary old boxer. As for himself, he just wanted to live comfortably. As long as the old man didn't drag the group into more dangerous nonsense, he could stay as long as he wanted. Zhang Hao then decided it was finally time to reveal his real identity and mission involving the investigation of superhumans. Before he could fully explain, Hanfang stopped him immediately. Bro did not want any classified lore attached to his name whatsoever. The less he knew, the safer his stress levels stayed. The two stared at each other silently until Zhang Hao finally sighed and respected the decision. He promised he'd leave once his injuries healed. Meanwhile, Hanfang and Brother Lee resumed trash-talking each other over video games like civilization never collapsed. Then the bathroom door finally opened. Jinyan and the little demon king walked out wearing fresh, oversized coats, looking about 10 times more alive after the bath. Brother Lee immediately wrapped an arm around Hanfang and enthusiastically suggested they should bathe together too, supposedly to conserve water. Absolutely nobody believed that excuse for even 1 second. After enough struggling and flailing around, Hanfang finally realized resistance was meaningless. Brother Lee was absolutely committed to this shared bath idea. The poor guy got dragged into the water against his will, but once he settled in, yeah, warm water during the apocalypse hits different. Once everybody was finally clean and smelling like actual humans again instead of survival mode, the long-awaited feast began. And these people did not hold back. The table was loaded with all kinds of dishes like they were celebrating New Year's instead of surviving societal collapse. After stuffing themselves full, everybody retreated to their rooms and slept harder than hibernating bears. The following days were surprisingly peaceful. Hanfang spent most of his time upgrading the villa into an actual fortress. He strengthened the walls, reinforced the roof, hardened the fences, and basically turned the place into a nightmare for intruders. Since he had both time and resources now, he even remodeled one of the top floor rooms into a fully functioning sauna. Honestly, Bro was living better during the apocalypse than most people did before it. Hanfang usually relaxed inside the sauna while watching the snowy landscape from the giant lookout windows overlooking the hill below. One day, while sweating peacefully, he noticed several silhouettes slowly climbing toward the villa through the snowstorm. One of them staggered forward for a while before collapsing face first into the snow halfway up the hill. The group rushed outside and carried the mystery man back into the villa. Surprisingly, Brother Lee recognized him immediately. It was Brother Chang, one of Director Lu's men. Han Fang remembered him too from the gun deal earlier. Director Lu was the intimidating gangster who sold him firearms before the world froze over. A few hours later, Chang woke up looking like he got hit by a train powered by frostbite. The moment he saw Brother Lee sitting there, his confusion doubled instantly. Then he noticed Han Fang and somehow recognized him too despite only meeting once. After calming down, Chang finally explained what happened. A few days earlier, their headquarters got attacked by heavily armed soldiers. Many of their brothers were killed or seriously injured during the assault. Brother Lee instantly snapped upright hearing that. He urgently demanded to know what happened to Director Lu. Turns out Director Lu actually followed Han Fang's earlier advice and stockpiled supplies before everything went bad. The man even used those resources to help hundreds of struggling residents survive. For a while, things were stable. Then the soldiers arrived and ruined everything. They stole supplies, opened fire freely, and killed people without hesitation. Director Lu gathered his men and fought back to protect civilians, but the battle went horribly. Many of the brothers died, others got injured, and Director Lu himself was shot in the leg before being captured alive. After losing their leader, the surviving men scattered and planned to regroup at another hidden supply location somewhere within the villa district. The story explained perfectly why Chang collapsed near their hill earlier. Brother Lee looked genuinely shaken hearing what happened to the man who once saved his life. Apparently, if not for Director Lu helping him years ago, Brother Lee might have died alone on the streets already. That was enough for the gangster. He immediately grabbed Chang and declared they were going to rescue the director together. He instantly called him an idiot. Charging at armed soldiers with 2 exhausted people sounded less like a rescue mission and more like volunteering for a firing squad. But Brother Lee didn't care. To him, even a tiny chance was worth gambling his life for. Zhang Hao overheard the conversation and suddenly asked if this Director Lu belonged to the uprising volunteer group. Back during his underground boxing days, Director Lu was apparently the one who paid his ransom and freed him from that brutal world. The old boxer owed the man his freedom and his second chance at life. The moment he heard Lu was captured, Zhang Hao joined the rescue effort without hesitation. He even revealed he still had connections scattered throughout the city that could provide manpower if contacted properly. Chang immediately recognized Zhang Hao after hearing his name. The guy nearly lost it, realizing he was standing beside the infamous wild dog of the boxing arena, the monster who once racked up 30 consecutive wins. Han Fang burst out laughing at that edgy nickname, while even Zhang Hao looked embarrassed hearing it repeated out loud. The old man really got introduced like some underground boss battle. Just like that, 3 people volunteered themselves for the rescue mission. Meanwhile, Han Fang quietly sat in the corner thinking. He honestly couldn't believe the scary gun dealer from before turned out to be such a righteous man. Still, admiration alone wasn't enough to make him throw his life away recklessly. So Han Fang made his stance clear immediately. He wasn't leaving the safety of the villa to join the rescue directly. However, he also wasn't going to send them out empty-handed. He promised to provide supplies, equipment, and support where possible. At the same time, he reminded Zhang Hao and Brother Lee to keep all the superhuman business secret. The last thing he needed was more people discovering what his group could do. While Chang recovered inside the villa, Han Fang treated the guy decently, within reason. Bro still wasn't running a charity center. They couldn't exactly serve luxury meals while Brother Chang was around, or the guy would start wondering why these apocalypse survivors were eating like 5-star hotel guests. So the group deliberately toned everything down. They even prepared the most depressing guest room imaginable for him so the villa wouldn't look suspiciously comfortable. Bro got the economic package experience. When the day of departure finally arrived, the 3 rescue volunteers packed their bags full of supplies, firearms, ammo, and emergency food. Han Fang understood the need for guns and canned food, but what completely threw him off was Brother Chang demanding cartons of cigarettes like his life depended on nicotine. Turns out, cash is worthless now. Cigarettes basically became apocalypse Bitcoin. Major factions trade supplies using packs of smokes as currency. Humanity collapsed and somehow tobacco stocks survived the economy. Equipped with skis and gear, the trio prepared to head out. Chang sincerely thanked Brother Han and sister-in-law Jin Yan for all the support. The poor guy genuinely thought Jin Yan was Han Fang's wife. It took her a few seconds to process what he said before her face instantly turned bright red. At that point, she looked warm enough to melt the surrounding snow by herself. Han Fang pretended not to notice before things got awkward. Once the group left, only Han Fang, Jin Yan, and the little Demon King remained in the villa. With fewer people around, Hanfang became even more serious about security. He installed surveillance cameras around the hill and covered the surrounding area with CCTV feeds so he could monitor every possible approach toward the villa. After setting up the security network, the man immediately returned to his peaceful lifestyle of snacks, gaming, and not dying. That peace lasted until Jinyan suddenly came screaming out of the kitchen holding a knife like a horror movie survivor. She looked absolutely devastated while trying to explain the disaster that had just occurred. They were down to their last cabbage. Hanfang instantly sat upright like someone announced the fall of civilization again. He immediately asked Little Chu how many fresh vegetables they still had left in storage. The little demon king casually answered that they still had a lot. By a lot, she meant roughly 3 carts worth. Because apparently this gremlin robbed an entire supermarket but decided vegetables were mid. The only thing she truly loved was cucumbers, so naturally she hoarded mountains of those like some cucumber cult leader. That realization hit everybody hard. They'd been consuming resources daily without ever properly checking inventory. If this continued, fresh produce would eventually disappear entirely. At the moment, Hanfang could only reliably use his powers on soybeans, wheat, broccoli, and meat. Everything else either failed or turned into nightmare fuel. So with the last cabbage remaining, he decided to gamble everything on experimentation. He brought the cabbage to the living room and started testing his green light ability on it. The first attempt instantly reduced part of the cabbage into black coal-like residue. Not discouraged, he tore off another leaf and tried again. More coal, again, still coal. By the end of the experiment, the entire cabbage had basically died for science. Refusing to admit defeat, Hanfang moved on to carrots and potatoes. The girls just sat nearby watching the whole thing unfold like live entertainment. Hours later, every vegetable Hanfang touched had either combusted spiritually or transformed into useless charcoal. Not a single success. Bro was farming disappointment. When Jinyan finally checked on him, Hanfang looked genuinely miserable after accidentally destroying a chunk of their food supply. The little demon king didn't really care much though. According to her, they still had enough cucumbers to survive a geological era. Plus, they could just use vitamin pills to compensate for missing nutrients. Truly inspirational problem solving there. Since the superpower method completely failed, Jinyan proposed something way more practical. They should grow vegetables themselves. She explained that she used to grow plants on her apartment balcony before the apocalypse. As long as they had proper lighting, temperature control, and nutrients, indoor gardening was possible. Now they just needed gardening racks, soil, nutrient solutions, and LED lighting. Immediately, Hanfang and Jinyan both turned toward the little demon king, assuming the supermarket goblin had all those supplies stored already. She didn't. The two instantly realized they made the critical mistake of expecting planning skills from the self-proclaimed demon king. So Hanfang and Jinyan headed outside to gather soil manually, but the frozen ground was basically concrete. Their shovels bounced uselessly off the ice-covered earth. Jinyan tried using her superhuman strength to brute force it. Instead, the shovel head snapped off and launched into the sky like a ballistic missile. Outstanding progress. After freezing outside accomplishing absolutely nothing, Hanfang suggested retreating indoors to think of another solution before they became part of the snow landscape themselves. As punishment for not storing gardening supplies, the little demon king got assigned manual labor duty. She started turning empty plastic bottles into makeshift planting containers. Surprisingly, she was actually good at it. Before long, she had rows of finished containers lined up and ready for use. Apocalypse recycling arc unlocked. Meanwhile, the tiny tyrant started yelling at Hanfang and Jinyan for failing to bring back soil. Their farming project had barely started, and the adults were already fumbling the tutorial stage. Eventually, Jinyan suggested using heating rods to melt the frozen ground first. It sounded promising. Assuming the rods didn't explode, short-circuit, or somehow awaken another weird Hanfang power by accident. If they could somehow melt the frozen ground instantly, their little apocalypse farming project might actually work. Hearing that, the little demon king suddenly shot up from her seat and declared that the apostle of bathwater must awaken his true power. Hanfang immediately understood what this gremlin was yapping about. Back during the bath setup, his red light somehow heated the water instantly. If he could recreate whatever caused that reaction, then melting frozen soil outside should also be possible. So the man spent 20 whole minutes sitting there with his red light coated hand inside a bucket of water looking like an unemployed wizard. Nothing happened. Absolute zero progress. Hanfang started replaying every detail from the bath incident in his head, trying to pinpoint what triggered the heat. Then the realization finally hit him. Electric shock. He slowly turned toward the little demon king and asked if she had anything that could electrocute him. Naturally, this tiny menace immediately pulled out a high-power strip and suggested he stick his finger into it. Bro asked for help, not assisted suicide. After rummaging through the storage dimension some more, she finally found a low-voltage self-defense electric baton, which she proudly introduced as a basic electromagic staff. The label claimed the shock only caused slight numbness, but Hanfang still looked nervous, holding the thing. Choosing to trust the self-proclaimed Demon King for some reason, he activated the baton and dipped his hand into the bucket. Do not try this at home, seriously. The slight numbing effect almost made his soul leave his body. His eyes rolled back so hard he probably saw the game credits. But it worked. The water heated up immediately. Hanfang rushed outside like a man who had just discovered forbidden technology. He coated his hand in red light, pressed it against the frozen ground, and stabbed the electric baton against his arm again. This time he handled the shock better. The frozen layer embedded in the soil instantly melted apart, leaving behind usable dirt and warm water. Hanfang stared at the soil in his hand with genuine excitement. This was the first normal dirt he'd seen in forever. Man looked happier holding mud than most people do holding gold. They quickly gathered enough soil to fill the makeshift containers, and the farming setup could finally begin. Thankfully, Little Chu had a mountain of seed packs stored away. Hanfang was ready to just grab random seeds and pray, but Jinyan immediately stepped in before he accidentally tried farming tropical fruit in the apocalypse. As expected from the balcony gardening specialist, she carefully selected seeds that could theoretically survive colder conditions. The group converted the basement into a makeshift greenhouse. They installed high-powered LED lights, furnaces, and heating equipment everywhere. The setup looked less like farming and more like they were growing classified government experiments underground. Even after all that effort, the temperature still refused to reach ideal conditions. If the room stayed too cold, the seeds simply wouldn't sprout. Since the setup was already decent enough, Hanfang decided to try supplementing the growth process using his green light. This time he controlled the energy carefully instead of brute forcing it like usual. He focused on the rhythm and output, almost like he was playing a rhythm game. To his surprise, it worked. Tiny leafy vegetables finally sprouted. After seeing success, Hanfang continued experimenting with the other seeds. Some worked, some failed spectacularly, and some probably spiritually gave up halfway through. Still, the group managed to cultivate dozens of sprouts over the next few days. Unfortunately, reality hit hard again. The sprouts slowly began dying because the basement temperature remained too low. Even with all the heaters running, they could barely maintain around 10 degrees. They needed at least 20. Adding more furnaces wasn't enough anymore. The issue was heat retention. Logically, going deeper underground should preserve heat better. So Hanfang suggested digging beneath the basement and creating another lower level. Jinyan immediately agreed. With her absurd physical strength, excavating a whole new underground area sounded less like construction and more like casual exercise. Still, before they resorted to manual labor, Hanfang wanted to see if his powers could speed things up. Green and red lights were basically useless against concrete, so he tried using purple's softening ability instead. It worked, kind of. The concrete became soft and muddy in appearance, but somehow still retained its original hardness. It was basically fake mud, scam dirt. At that point, Hanfang started desperately experimenting with every possible combination of his 3 lights. Different orders, different timing, different energy rhythms. Nothing worked. Failures with plants produced coal. Failures with meat created fuel. But stone refused to transform at all. Hanfang eventually concluded that inorganic matter simply followed different rules. Several more days passed with non-stop failed experiments piling up. Hanfang was completely fed up. Out of frustration, he slammed his red light-coated fist straight into the floor. Hanfang finally discovered that the red light changes completely once the intensity crosses a certain threshold. Instead of just softening or heating things, it straight up shatters whatever touches it. Bro accidentally unlocked demolition mode. The moment he realized that, the farming project got temporarily abandoned because now he wanted to punch rocks professionally. Hanfang released the red light at full power, expanded its range, and carefully increased the output. The flooring cracked apart with terrifying precision. After days of struggling against stubborn concrete like a frustrated construction worker, the rocks finally lost the battle. The effect was insanely effective, but the recoil on his body was brutal. Destroying even a small patch of floor left him sprawled on the ground gasping like his soul got taxed. Still, once Hanfang realized this was the fastest method available, he committed fully to excavation duty. Jinyan helped by carrying all the shattered debris out using pure monster strength. The two basically turned into an underground construction company. After an entire week of non-stop labor, they finally dug around 10 meters below the basement and created a brand new underground room spanning roughly 20 square meters. After more remodeling and setup work, the underground greenhouse was finally complete. Hanfang and Jinyan stood there looking genuinely proud while staring at their tiny garden of sprouts. Humanity really fell so hard that people are now emotionally attached to lettuce. Of course, Hanfang had another favorite activity during this whole farming arc. Every time they climbed the narrow staircase back up from the underground floor, he always insisted Jinyan go first. Bro suddenly became very passionate about stair safety. If everything went smoothly, they estimated the crops would be ready for harvest in about 2 months. Unfortunately, their last proper vegetable stock had already run out 4 days ago, meaning the group had been surviving almost entirely on broccoli. Hanfang was spiritually collapsing. That vegetable had become his mortal enemy, but it was one of the only crops he could reliably grow with his green light. Jinyan suggested trying bean sprouts since they grew quickly. Meanwhile, Hanfang was busy receiving emotional support from gravity itself. Jinyan suddenly slipped on the stairs and fell backward, planting something very soft directly onto Hanfang's face. The man got flashbanged by comfort. Unfortunately, the moment happened too quickly for him to properly appreciate it. When they got upstairs, Hanfang kept insisting he was completely fine, despite blood pouring out of his nose like his body had already exposed him. Jinyan tried checking the injury, but Hanfang became suspiciously defensive all of a sudden. Once they reached the living room, they were greeted by absolute nonsense. The little demon king had drawn some weird occult symbol on the carpet, placed a laptop in the center, and was dancing around it while chanting dramatically. Apparently, she was attempting to summon the fifth evil eye, which was just her edgy name for one of the broken CCTV feeds. This Chunibu gremlin was trying to repair surveillance equipment with ritual magic. Their villa sat near a cliffside, and as long as the cameras along the hill path remained operational, they could monitor the entire surrounding area safely. Since one camera had malfunctioned again, Hanfang and Jinyan headed out to fix it. The worsening snowstorms had been wrecking their surveillance systems constantly lately. While Hanfang was replacing the damaged camera, they suddenly heard a faint explosion echo nearby through the blizzard. Visibility outside was terrible, making it impossible to determine exactly where the sound came from. Hanfang ultimately brushed it off for now. There were definitely other survivors operating beyond the hill, but as long as everybody minded their business, there shouldn't be a problem. The following afternoon, Hanfang woke up and immediately resumed his usual routine. First stop was the underground greenhouse because this man had fully committed himself to becoming an apocalypse farmer scientist. His current obsession was figuring out how to accelerate plant growth more efficiently. He started experimenting with new seeds again, carefully adjusting the rhythm and intensity of his green light. The problem was that every plant reacted differently. A rhythm that worked perfectly for one vegetable would completely fail on another. For each new crop, Hanfang basically had to restart the entire learning process from zero. For the next 30 minutes, he kept experimenting through non-stop trial and error. Unfortunately, it was an absolutely catastrophic day to be a plant. By the end of that half hour, Hanfang had accidentally converted most of their fresh sprouts into coal again. The greenhouse looked less like a farm and more like a botanical war crime. Thankfully, he avoided touching the original batch that was close to harvest. After calming down, Hanfang started wondering if maybe he'd been overdoing the energy output this whole time. Perhaps the plants only needed a tiny amount of green light rather than full power exposure. Risking the precious first batch, he carefully released just a faint amount of green light onto the vegetables for another 30 minutes. This time, he controlled the exposure much more delicately, trying not to accidentally murder the crops again. On the 5th day, all the blood, sweat, and accidental vegetable genocide finally paid off. The underground greenhouse produced its first proper harvest. Holding a massive Chinese cabbage in his hands, Hanfang couldn't stop grinning like a proud farmer dad. The crops came out a little questionable, though. One radish looked exactly like a human foot. The tomatoes looked like they came from an alien planet. And in the corner sat the final boss of vegetables itself, an absolutely gigantic green cabbage. Still, weird or not, the vegetables were healthy and edible. In the apocalypse, nobody gets to complain about aesthetics. Even so, that foot-shaped radish was giving everybody suspicious vibes. The crew cooked nearly everything they harvested and celebrated with an all-vegetable feast. 2 entire weeks of non-stop labor disappeared into their stomachs in one sitting, and honestly, it was worth it. Even the little demon king finally changed her opinion on gardening. Now she wanted strawberries and honeydew next time. Character development through vegetables. Out of all the dishes, the only leftovers were the sautéed cabbage from the giant mutant one. Nobody wanted to touch it anymore. They'd eaten enough cabbage to spiritually become herbivores. Moments like this made Hanfang think about Brother Lee. That guy would absolutely annihilate every leftover on the table without a single complaint. It had already been 2 weeks since Brother Lee, Zhanghao, and Chang left downhill. The supplies they brought were probably running low by now. Hanfang could only hope those idiots were still alive somewhere. While the group finished their meal, another explosion echoed from the distance. This was already the 6th day they'd been hearing those mysterious blasts. Since the explosions only happened once a day and seemed far away, the group didn't worry too much about it. 3 days later, that confidence disappeared. The detonations suddenly intensified. Barrages of explosions shook the hillsides non-stop. At this point, the noise was actively ruining Hanfang's peaceful gamer-farmer lifestyle. The man finally snapped and climbed onto the villa roof with binoculars to see what kind of lunatic was causing this chaos. Even with the binoculars, visibility through the icy hills remained terrible. He still couldn't figure out who was responsible, but one thing was obvious. Whoever was doing this did not care about hiding their location. The blasts were also getting closer. Hanfang immediately started worrying about the villa walls. He really didn't want to test whether his strengthening powers could tank direct bombardment. Their current wall setup suddenly looked way too thin. The solution was obvious. Bigger walls, thicker walls, Apocalypse home renovation arc. Unfortunately, the little Demon King didn't have any cement stored away because apparently stealing an entire supermarket still wasn't enough preparation. Thankfully, they already had tons of rocks piled nearby from all the basement excavation work, so the trio improvised. First, they stacked the rocks neatly, then they poured water over the structure and let the freezing temperature turn everything solid. In this weather, the frozen water acted like natural cement. An ice wall reinforced with stone could actually become tougher than normal walls. The three stooges immediately got to work. Everybody handled their role seriously. When they ran out of rocks, Hanfang casually demolished empty nearby villas to harvest more materials. After 3 straight days of non-stop labor, they finally completed a gigantic defensive wall surrounding the entire villa. The thing was massive enough to completely cover the house from outside view. The group finally relaxed for exactly 5 seconds before the explosions started again. This time the blasts were close enough to clearly see from the rooftop. Worse yet, every explosion seemed closer than the last. Then one of the neighboring villas got directly hit. The detonation launched debris everywhere across the hillside. Some of the fragments even slammed against the freshly built ice wall. One tiny stone grazed Hanfang's cheek while he stood on the roof. That pebble flew fast enough to cut skin clean open. The group immediately realized how lucky they were to have finished the wall in time. Without it, things could have gone really bad. Hanfang rushed back inside and ordered the girls to retreat into the second basement immediately. The three hid underground inside the greenhouse for nearly half a day before things finally quieted down enough to return upstairs. Then the bombardment started again the next night. Hanfang was literally in the middle of taking a bath when the explosions shook the villa so hard he almost ascended spiritually. The man barely had time to grab a towel and sprint downstairs before becoming the Apocalypse's most traumatized bath victim. On the morning of the 3rd day, the villa right beside theirs got turned into powdered real estate, and one of the blasts slammed directly into their ice wall. By the 4th day, Hanfang was peacefully sitting on the toilet trying to handle personal business when another explosion shook the entire house hard enough to make him clench everything back up. Apocalypse constipation is crazy work. To make matters worse, he almost flashed the little Demon King while scrambling for cover. By the 5th day, Hanfang was completely done with this nonsense. The man geared up, grabbed his sniper rifle, threw on his ski outfit, and stepped outside looking like an Apocalypse action protagonist with anger issues. They'd been hiding in the basement every single day, unable to eat, sleep, or relax properly. Bro finally snapped. Before leaving, Hanfang reminded the girls to follow their emergency protocols and stay safe until he returned. Then he skied downhill straight toward the war zone. The trip started smoothly enough, but as he moved farther from the villa, he finally saw the destruction up close. Entire areas were blasted apart. Pieces of military uniforms were scattered through the snow, which immediately made Hanfang suspect the military faction was involved somehow. Maybe Captain Scar and Big Baby were caught up in this mess too. The deeper he ventured into the chaos, the more corpses he found blown apart along the route. Wanting a safer vantage point, Hanfang climbed higher into the snowy hills to scout the battlefield from above. The higher he climbed, the colder the air became. Every breath felt like his lungs were getting sandpapered from the inside. Finally, through his binoculars, he spotted the source of the bombardment. Hidden within the mountainside was a massive cave resembling some kind of secret military facility. Embedded into the walls were giant cannons pointed outward. So those things were the reason his peaceful villa life had been turned into a non-stop bombing simulator. Outside the cave entrance, soldiers cautiously surrounded the area like they were dealing with enemies hiding inside. Then suddenly they stormed the entrance while spraying bullets everywhere. Internal conflict. Great. Before the soldiers could properly advance inside, a terrifying invisible force violently blasted them backward. One poor guy got launched so hard he landed near Hanfang's observation point. When Hanfang checked the body, the man was basically a pile of disconnected meat DLC. The soldiers inside the cave had been annihilated in seconds. Then the people responsible calmly walked out. There were only 3 of them. A little girl carrying a bazooka bigger than herself, a stylish little boy with enough drip to survive the apocalypse in fashion, and finally, a white-haired woman with glasses and a long coat. And brother, that woman was dangerous in every possible way. For just a split second, she paused and looked directly toward Hanfang's hidden position hundreds of meters away. Then she smiled with those glowing purple eyes like she'd already found him. Hanfang instantly felt every survival instinct in his body screaming. The next time he looked through the binoculars, the bazooka gremlin was already aiming directly at him with the happiest smile imaginable. That tiny demon immediately fired. the entire hilltop exploded. Hanfang barely managed to slide out of the blast radius in time. At that point, it was confirmed. Those monsters had detected him from absurd distance somehow, and they were horrifying. Hanfang quickly retreated farther back while reassessing the situation. Down below, surviving soldiers desperately continued firing while retreating from the trio. Unfortunately, the little boy casually manipulated the surrounding snow like he was rearranging furniture. The snow surged upward like a tidal wave and completely cut off the soldiers' escape route. The kid maintained the blankest expression imaginable while burying people alive. Cold little menace. Then he pressed downward. The snow imploded violently, triggering a massive icy explosion that destabilized the entire mountain. Hanfang immediately realized he was way out of his league here. Before he could reposition, a gigantic avalanche came roaring downhill toward him. There was nowhere to dodge. Tons of snow swallowed everything in sight and kept pouring down endlessly until the entire terrain changed shape. After some time, the snow surface suddenly glowed faintly red. Hanfang blasted his way out using the red light before the avalanche could suffocate him completely. The man crawled out half dead, dragging another unconscious soldier along with him. Even while getting buried alive, this idiot somehow still picked up side quests. Luckily, Hanfang spotted a dam nearby and immediately used it as cover. If he hadn't reacted in time, that avalanche would have flattened him into frozen street jam. That quiet little boy controlling snow and ice is genuinely disgusting in this environment. Bro basically got the home field advantage buff from nature itself. While catching his breath, Hanfang figured the unconscious soldier he dragged along might finally provide useful information about the three psychos casually massacring military squads for cardio. After wandering around for a while, he finally found a building tall enough not to be completely swallowed by the snow. He dragged the soldier into an abandoned room, tied him up for safety, then gave him the classic Hanfang interrogation starter pack, a pistol slap straight to the face. The soldier woke up terrified and instantly started begging for mercy before Hanfang even asked a single question. Bro folded faster than cheap lawn furniture. Hanfang had mentally prepared several interrogation techniques too, so this was honestly disappointing. Pulling up a chair, Hanfang demanded information about the white-haired woman and the two demon children who just steamrolled an entire military facility. The soldier visibly trembled at the mention of them. To him, those three weren't humans anymore. They were monsters. According to the guy, the white-haired woman can unleash invisible energy waves with a casual hand motion. Entire groups of armed soldiers get launched away like bowling pins. Then there's the tiny bazooka gremlin who can turn things into explosions with her ability. Literal walking artillery in child form. And finally, the emotionless little boy who manipulates ice and snow however he wants. In an apocalypse buried under snowstorms, that power is beyond broken. While the soldier continued ranting about those superhumans being unfair nightmare creatures, Hanfang quietly reflected on the irony. Considering his own powers, he really wasn't in a position to judge anyone anymore. Superhumans were appearing everywhere now, and every new one seemed crazier than the last. Hanfang then asked the most important question: who was responsible for bombarding the hillside villas non-stop for days? The soldier immediately denied responsibility. According to him, the military didn't cause those bombardments. Their camp had already been taken over by the trio. Today's operation was supposedly their final attempt to reclaim the base using reinforcements sent from headquarters. That explanation made sense. The corpses Hanfang saw littering the snowy hills earlier were probably victims of the woman and her tiny raid bosses. Unfortunately, realizing the truth didn't improve Hanfang's mood at all. If anything, it made things worse. These lunatics were threatening the peaceful life he'd built, and fighting them sounded suicidal. Still, he got the answers he needed, so Hanfang decided to let the soldier go. Terrified that Hanfang might change his mind, the guy immediately sprinted into the snow without even asking for his restraints to be removed first. Pure survival instinct kicked in. Didn't matter though. The moment he stepped into the open, he exploded, completely erased. Then a chain of explosions erupted across the entire area around Hanfang's hiding spot. One blast nearly vaporized him too, but he barely managed to reinforce the surrounding walls in time using his powers. At that moment, Hanfang realized something horrifying. Those bombardments were never random. They were targeting him specifically. He had hidden himself multiple hills away from the battlefield, yet those monsters still pinpointed his location with absurd accuracy. Meanwhile, back at the military complex, the trio wasn't even rushing. The little girl was practically enjoying herself, while casually testing her explosive abilities, like this was arts and crafts class. The white-haired woman calmly observed the situation and noticed something interesting. After the bombardment, their target's energy signature hadn't disappeared. In fact, it had become stronger. Whoever survived both the avalanche and the explosions was definitely not normal. The woman ordered another barrage immediately. If the target survived again, they'd personally go after him. No loose ends. The little snow kid looked bored out of his mind during the whole conversation, but the explosive gremlin was hyped beyond belief. She was having the time of her life blowing mountains apart. Absolute menace. Back in his temporary hideout, Hanfang slumped into a chair completely drained. Today had been nothing but near-death experiences stacked back to back. For a moment, he considered retreating and pretending none of this existed. But if he ran back to the villa now, the bombardments would probably follow. And Hanfang was done letting maniacs interrupt his peaceful life. So he picked up a rock, crouched down on the floor, and started sketching out a battle plan. Near the dam stretched a massive snowfield, boxed in by hills on both sides. Camped there were 3 awakened enemies, and every single one of them was a nightmare in their own way. Zixi could turn anything she touched into a bomb, but Hanfang had already figured his strengthened body could tank her explosions. Zhang Ro could fire devastating energy blasts from long range, making her dangerous enough to respect. The real headache, though, was Yuan. The kid could manipulate ice and unleash avalanches big enough to bury both Hanfang and the dam in one shot. If Yuan started controlling the snow from a distance, this whole place would become Hanfang's frozen grave. He still had the sniper rifle, but there was one tiny problem. He wasn't exactly the next legendary sharpshooter. At that distance, the odds of landing a clean shot were about as reliable as random matchmaking teammates. If those 3 stayed on the surrounding hills, getting a clear angle would be almost impossible. Hanfang forced himself to think. A snow trap? Pointless. Yuan could casually rewrite the terrain and ruin the whole setup. Then an idea clicked. If he could lure all 3 of them beneath the dam, he could open the floodgate and let nature handle the trash cleanup. The plan sounded beautiful, except for one issue. If he went downstairs himself, nobody would be left above to release the gate. Staring at the massive structure, Hanfang estimated the floodgate was around 7 meters tall. He remembered hearing that ice near the North Pole usually formed layers around 2 meters thick. If that estimate held up, he should still be able to reach the water underneath. Better test it now than gamble his life on bad math. Using the red glow, he quietly tunneled through the heavy snow until he reached the base of the gate. Hidden behind a snowbank, he extended the purple glow beneath the concrete and softened a tiny section. The moment the concrete weakened, water burst through the opening. Perfect. Before anyone noticed, he immediately repaired the damage with the green glow, sealing everything back up like nothing had happened. Test successful. Whenever he wanted, he could crack the gate open and unleash the flood. Now all he had to do was drag those 3 idiots into the perfect death zone. Meanwhile, the enemy trio tore through the frozen forest without slowing down. The deep snow barely existed to them. Zhang Ro calmly used her detection ability and pinpointed Hanfang's exact location. Zixi practically vibrated with excitement as she pulled out her rocket launcher, ready to erase him from existence in one blast. Zhang Ro immediately stopped her. She ordered Yuan to move first and force the rat out of hiding. Yuan obediently raised his power, and the snow beneath the hillside surged forward. What started as a wave instantly snowballed into a full avalanche racing straight toward Hanfang's hideout. Inside the ruined building, Hanfang immediately reinforced the walls with his strengthening ability. The avalanche slammed into the structure with overwhelming force, but the battered outpost barely managed to stay standing. Grabbing the sniper rifle, he peeked through the scope and easily traced the avalanche back to its source. There they were, 3 targets. One crosshair settled directly on Zhang Ro's forehead. Hanfang squeezed the trigger without hesitation. The high-caliber round ripped through the freezing air, screaming toward her skull, but Zhang Ro reacted instantly. A barrier flashed into existence, and the bullet ricocheted away. Hanfang didn't even bother getting frustrated. He immediately emptied the rest of the magazine, firing shot after shot until accuracy completely abandoned the chat. It didn't matter. Every single bullet smashed harmlessly against that barrier, exactly as expected. Missing wasn't the problem. Getting their attention was. Since the avalanche failed to finish the job, it was officially Zixi's turn to start her favorite hobby, excessive property damage. Protected by Zhang Ro's barrier, the trio charged straight toward Hanfang's position. Watching them rush in, Hanfang calmly packed up his gear and climbed onto the makeshift table ladder he had prepared earlier. Reaching the ceiling, he melted a hole open with the red glow and climbed onto the roof. He took one deep breath, then activated the deadliest weapon in his entire arsenal, his mouth. Hanfang unleashed enough insults to make a ranked league player uninstall on the spot. Even the trio froze for a second, genuinely stunned by the absolute verbal war crimes flying across the snowfield. Their shock lasted exactly 1 moment before pure rage took over. Zixi instantly reached for her rocket launcher, fully committed to deleting him from existence, only to realize it was gone. Zhang Ro had already snatched it away. Even she wasn't about to trust Miss Boom Boom. After hearing all that disrespect, the temperature somehow felt even colder as Zhang Ro's face darkened. Being called a run-through slut clearly wasn't on today's bingo card. Without saying another word, she squeezed the trigger herself and unleashed a barrage of rockets, making it painfully clear that somebody's feelings had just taken critical damage. Zhang Ro might have been blinded by rage, but her aim definitely wasn't. Every rocket landed exactly where Hanfang had been a second earlier. Too bad for her, because Hanfang was already busy playing the next chapter of his master plan. He jumped off the roof, popped open a parachute, and slowly drifted toward the snowfield below. Seeing him run, the furious trio immediately chased after him. Jangro was so unbelievably tilted that even Zixi, the certified walking explosion hazard, was trying to calm her down. That's how hard Hanfang had roasted them. The three sprinted after the parachute, slowly closing the distance, completely unaware they were chasing absolutely nothing. The parachute carried nothing but a decoy. Meanwhile, the real Hanfang stayed on top of the dam to finish the most important move of the entire operation. Using the purple glow, he softened the surface of the floodgate one last time and silently wished his guests a very cold goodbye. At first, only a thin stream leaked through. Then the crack widened, and the dam finally gave way. A wall of water exploded forward, crashing down the snowy slope with unstoppable force. Hanfang wasn't satisfied with opening just one gate either. Since they wanted the deluxe package, he delivered it. He raced across the top of the dam and opened the second, third, and fourth floodgates. 4 massive torrents merged into one monstrous flood, charging straight toward the trio. By the time Jangro realized something was wrong, they had already run far away from the dam while chasing a fake target. She immediately tried locating Hanfang again with her ability, but there weren't any ability fluctuations nearby. The first person to notice the deafening roar behind them was Yuan. Unfortunately, by then the refund policy had already expired. The flood was right on top of them. Realizing they'd been completely outplayed, Jangro immediately pulled both kids toward her. Yuan desperately manipulated the snow beneath them, trying to raise their position higher, but his ice control couldn't compete with 4 open floodgates. Jangro threw up another barrier while Yuan tried surfing away on snow, only to discover the rushing water had already melted most of it. The barrier shattered under the overwhelming pressure, and the flood nearly swallowed all 3 whole. Even while being thrown around, Jangro's instincts kicked in. She grabbed both kids before they were swept away and barely managed to create another barrier around them. That transparent sphere became the only thing standing between them and a very cold trip to the afterlife. Within moments, the frozen dam had transformed into a raging river. High above it all, Hanfang calmly watched through his binoculars from the top of the wall. The surrounding hills blocked his view downstream, so he couldn't see the final result. Still, he figured that even if those 3 somehow survived the flood, freezing to death afterwards sounded like an equally convincing retirement plan. Satisfied enough, he decided it was finally time to deal with the military base. He quickly crafted makeshift snowshoes so he wouldn't sink into every step and started making his way across the endless snowfield. The trip took longer than he'd hoped, but eventually he reached the cave base. Along the way, he picked up an assault rifle just in case. He had already outsmarted 3 awakened monsters today. It would be downright embarrassing if ordinary bullets became his game over screen. Carefully approaching the entrance, Hanfang immediately used the purple glow on the 2 cannons stationed outside. Their solid metal frames softened and melted into useless piles of scrap. He almost did the same thing to the artillery shells, but stopped himself. Melting live shells sounded like the kind of experiment that ended with everyone in the neighborhood suddenly becoming aware of his location. Better not. Without functioning cannons, the shells were basically expensive paperweights anyway. With the outside secured, Hanfang quietly entered the cave. Inside, rows of massive artillery weapons stretched across the base, accompanied by enough ammunition to flatten a small city. Looking at them sent a chill down his spine. Suddenly, the little mortar shells fired at his villa earlier didn't seem so scary anymore. If these monsters had been used instead, his snow wall would have lasted about as long as a tissue in a hurricane. Strengthening the villa wouldn't have mattered. One direct hit and everything would have vanished. That settled it. Every single artillery piece had to disappear. Hanfang immediately got to work, melting cannon after cannon until nothing remained except sad lumps of twisted metal. By the time he finished, the entire arsenal had been turned into an overpriced scrap collection. Going deeper into the base, he finally reached the supply storage. Crates of weapons, ammunition, and military supplies filled the area. There was enough equipment here to arm an entire battalion. Suddenly, everything made sense. No wonder those soldiers had been desperately trying to retake this place from Jangro's group. Hanfang looked around with a helpless sigh. As useful as all this loot was, he was only one guy. There was no chance he could carry everything by himself. At the same time, leaving this mountain of weapons behind felt like wrapping a gift box for the next lunatic who wandered in. Then one person popped into his mind. Chuku. If that little storage-addicted gremlin were here, she'd vacuum this entire warehouse clean before he finished blinking. Just imagining her stuffing every crate into that absurd storage ability almost made him smile. Maybe the smartest move now was to head back to the villa, bring Chuku here, and let her perform the world's fastest warehouse disappearance act. Having all this firepower on their side sounded a whole lot better than leaving it for somebody else to discover. After making sure every corner of the military base had been cleared, Hanfang finally headed for the exit. The second he stepped out of the tunnel, a rain of loose rocks came flying straight at him. His eyes narrowed when he noticed strange handprints carved into every single one. A split second later, all of them glowed crimson together. Boom. Dozens of explosives detonated at once, stacking into one massive blast that swallowed the entire cave entrance. Standing above the collapsed tunnel, Zishi finally looked satisfied. Apparently, blowing Hanfang up was today's emotional support activity. Jangro immediately activated her detection ability to confirm the kill, but the moment she scanned the blast zone, her calm expression completely cracked. As the smoke slowly cleared, Hanfang was still standing there. A faint green glow and purple glow surrounded him, while his reinforced winter gear barely held together. He looked down and realized more explosive rocks were scattered around his feet. Without wasting another second, he reinforced his clothes again. That explosion had come dangerously close to sending him straight to the respawn screen. If his entire body hadn't been covered by reinforced gear, he would have been finished. Looking up, Hanfang immediately figured out where those rocks had come from. They'd thrown them directly from above the cave entrance. Fine, if they wanted to play dirty, he could play dirtier. He activated the red glow and aimed it at the tunnel walls. The glowing energy spread across the entrance before the concrete rapidly softened. Seconds later, the entire cave mouth collapsed. The ground beneath the trio disappeared without warning. Zixi landed flat on her butt, Yuan smacked his head on the way down, and even Jangro blacked out for a brief moment. She forced herself back up and immediately told the kids to move. Unfortunately, Hanfang was already waiting with an assault rifle aimed directly at them. The moment they tried retreating, he opened fire without hesitation. Jangro instinctively shielded the two kids, sacrificing her own escape. One bullet tore through her leg, instantly dropping her to the ground, while Yuan and Zixi barely managed to dive out of the firing line. Realizing the tables had flipped completely, Jangro raised her hands and surrendered. Zixi, meanwhile, immediately started threatening Hanfang and demanded he release her big sister. Funny enough, Hanfang was genuinely more afraid of the tiny explosive gremlin than anyone else there. Those enchanted rocks had nearly deleted him seconds ago. If he shot Jangro first, Zixi might instantly carpet bomb him again. If he eliminated Zixi first, Jangro would blast him with those energy waves, and Yuan could still bury him under snow whenever he wanted. After running through every bad ending in his head, Hanfang decided maybe talking wouldn't kill him, hopefully. He honestly told them there was never any personal grudge between them in the first place. If they stopped turning his house into a daily fireworks festival, he was perfectly willing to coexist peacefully. Jangro looked genuinely confused, while Zixi suddenly wore the exact expression of someone realizing she'd been blowing up the wrong address this whole time. She awkwardly asked if Hanfang actually lived in one of those villas on the hillside. Hanfang almost exploded before she could. He complained that he'd been peacefully minding his own business while somebody kept trying to flatten his home every single day. Otherwise, he would have never bothered coming anywhere near this dangerous place. Under Jangro's questioning stare, Zixi sheepishly admitted the truth. She literally couldn't stop blowing things up. If she went too long without explosions, she felt uncomfortable. On top of that, every time she saw rich people living in fancy villas, she just wanted to bomb them anyway. Hanfang silently reached the obvious conclusion. Somebody seriously needed to lock this walking disaster inside a padded room. Everything finally made sense. Hanfang had absolutely nothing to do with the soldiers they fought earlier. He had simply shown up at the worst possible time, and both sides spent all day trying to kill each other because of one spectacular misunderstanding. Tears filled Jangro's eyes as she sincerely apologized and even tried buttering Hanfang up by calling him handsome. Hanfang immediately called out the obvious fake tears, only to realize she wasn't acting at all. She was crying because there was still a bullet lodged in her leg and it hurt like hell. Even Hanfang couldn't stay grumpy forever after seeing that. He finally lowered the gun enough to let the trio back inside the military base so they could treat the wound. Luckily, the base was packed with medical supplies. Hanfang still kept his rifle trained on them the entire time while they worked. As Zixi carefully removed the bullet and treated Jangro's injury, Hanfang couldn't help noticing something strange. Jangro barely reacted despite the pain. If it were him, the entire mountain would have heard him screaming. On top of that, Zixi handled the treatment with practiced precision. For someone whose daily hobby was recreational terrorism, her medical skills were suspiciously good. Whatever these three were before the apocalypse, it definitely wasn't ordinary. Once the wound had been bandaged, Hanfang finally laid down one simple condition. From today onward, the hillside villas were officially declared a strict no-boom zone. Everybody would simply stay on their own side and stop trying to erase each other from existence. Jangro immediately agreed and apologized for Zixi's chaos one more time. To prove she meant it, she even offered Hanfang permission to take whatever resources he wanted from the military base. Zixi instantly tried protesting, until Jangro hit her with a glare so deadly even Missexplosion.exe quietly shut down. After all, if she hadn't been obsessed with bombing rich neighborhoods for absolutely no reason, none of this would have happened, and Jongro wouldn't currently have an extra ventilation hole in her leg. At this point, the least Zixi could do was kneel properly and apologize like a civilized little menace. Just a few minutes ago, they were trying to kill each other, and now Jongro was talking like none of that had happened. Hanfang stayed cautious and asked how she had pinpointed his location so accurately earlier. Before answering, she calmly told him to lower the gun first since they were allies now. Hanfang wasn't buying friendship after one apology, so the rifle stayed exactly where it was. Seeing that he wasn't lowering his guard, Jongro explained anyway. She said it wasn't a unique ability but a superhuman technique anyone could learn. Even before the world froze over, there had already been people with supernatural powers. Every superhuman naturally released fluctuations similar to a magnetic field. Anyone who learned to sense those waves could roughly locate another ability user. They continued talking for quite a while, and Hanfang gradually understood how to detect those fluctuations himself. Once he realized abilities could become stronger through training and proficiency, he asked another question. Could someone awaken multiple powers? Jongro shook her head. According to everything she knew, different abilities rejected each other. Normally, one person could possess only a single power. Hearing that, Hanfang quietly fell into thought. His red glow, green glow, and purple glow should never have been able to exist together. After spending hours discussing abilities and superhumans, Hanfang finally lowered the rifle and introduced himself as an ordinary office worker before the world completely lost its mind. Jongro introduced herself as a teacher, and the two sealed their agreement with a handshake, hoping to cooperate from now on. The moment the gun disappeared, Jangro's smile disappeared with it. She coldly brought up every colorful insult Hanfang had screamed at the dam. Apparently being called a run-through slut and every other creative masterpiece he'd invented wasn't something she'd forgotten. Beside her, Zixi burst into manic laughter as explosive handprints suddenly lit up across the room. The tiny menace was literally waiting for permission to turn the entire place into a crater. Hanfang kept holding Jangro's hand and decided bluffing was the only thing keeping him alive. He confidently claimed the earlier explosions hadn't even scratched him, so he wasn't afraid of another one. Inside, though, he knew another blast in this enclosed room would probably turn him into decorative wallpaper. Jongro calmly replied that their alliance still stood. She simply wanted an explanation for those wonderfully offensive insults. Hanfang tried pulling his hand away while pretending not to understand, but Jangro's grip wasn't letting him escape. Lady had hands built for industrial machinery. Since brute force clearly wasn't winning, Hanfang instantly switched to plan B, shameless flattery. He declared Jongro to be graceful, wise, gentle, beautiful, radiant, brilliant, and basically every compliment he could stack together before running out of oxygen. It worked immediately. Jongro actually blushed and told Zixi to stop threatening such a good man because he was now their ally. She finally released his hand, leaving Hanfang secretly wondering whether she'd been squeezing concrete for fun before the apocalypse. Zixi still crossed her arms and refused to accept some stinky guy as an ally, so Hanfang simply recycled the same strategy. He praised her as an adorable, lively, innocent, and unbelievably cute young lady. Critical hit. Zixi immediately started blushing too. Even Hanfang and Jongro silently agreed this little gremlin might be way too easy to manipulate with compliments. Meanwhile, Yuan had somehow slept through almost everything like this was just another normal afternoon. With the misunderstanding finally settled, Hanfang prepared to leave, saying he'd return later with someone else to collect supplies since his home's generator was running out of fuel. Jongro generously told him he was free to take whatever resources he needed. Since night had already fallen, she even invited him to stay until morning. Hanfang appreciated the offer, but sleeping under the same roof as a girl whose favorite hobby was random explosions sounded like an extremely creative way to die. He politely declined and headed back into the freezing snow alone. Once he disappeared, Zixi asked whether it was really okay that they'd hidden several important details about superpowers from him. Jongro admitted she had intentionally kept some information secret. Knowledge could become a valuable bargaining chip later. She then turned toward Yuan and casually told him to stop pretending to sleep now that Hanfang was gone. The little actor opened his eyes, proving he'd been awake the whole time because he simply hated talking to strangers. Since he'd used his ability repeatedly today, Jongro wanted to check whether anything had changed. Zixi immediately volunteered for inspection duty and shamelessly checked him from head to toe, including places absolutely nobody asked her to inspect. After laughing to herself, she finally found what she was looking for on Yuan's backside. Jongro sighed with relief that only that area had been affected, then decided they'd have to limit Yuan's ability usage for his own safety. Outside, the temperature had dropped to its lowest point while Hanfang continued crossing the endless snowy hills alone. The brutal battle earlier and the exhausting journey home had completely drained him. Suddenly, something felt terribly wrong. His heartbeat became irregular, and every breath grew heavier than the last. He dropped to one knee, clutching his chest as breathing itself became a struggle. Hanfang immediately realized he might not survive much longer in the freezing wilderness. Luckily, he'd finally reached the forest where he'd hidden surveillance cameras earlier. Spotting one of them, he desperately signaled for help, hoping somebody inside the villa would notice. Unfortunately, nobody was watching. Jinyan was buried under thick blankets with heaters running at full blast, sleeping like the apocalypse had filed a noise complaint. Chuku wasn't any better, completely knocked out in her anime-themed bed surrounded by enough random junk to qualify as its own ecosystem. Hanfang finally understood how badly he'd messed up. The only two people who could save him were both sleeping peacefully while he was running on his last sliver of health. His heartbeat grew increasingly unstable as strange patterns spread across his chest. A sharp stabbing pain tore through him, worse than anything he'd experienced before. Completely exhausted and unable to fight the cold any longer, Hanfang collapsed into the snow. His body temperature rapidly dropped as consciousness slipped away. Somehow, after an unknown amount of time, his eyes slowly opened once again. Hanfang slowly opened his eyes, his vision still blurry, and the first thing he saw was Jin Yan standing beneath the light in his room. His survival instincts instantly kicked in. He shot out of bed in panic, lost his balance, crashed onto the floor, and only then realized two very important things. First, he was safely back inside the villa. Second, he was completely naked while both Jin Yan and Chuku were standing there. Turns out luck hadn't abandoned him after all. The previous night, Jin Yan got hungry and wandered toward the kitchen. By pure coincidence, she glanced at the CCTV monitor and spotted Hanfang collapsed in the snow. She immediately threw on her coat, rushed downhill, and thanks to her ridiculous strength carried his frozen body all the way back. To restore his body temperature, she dragged him into a warm room, stripped off his snow-covered clothes, and checked him over. Other than passing out, she couldn't find any obvious injuries. The only thing Hanfang remembered was the stabbing pain in his chest before everything went black. Once he had recovered enough to talk, he explained everything that happened at the dam and the military base. Jin Yan suspected the freezing weather and extreme exhaustion might have triggered angina, while Chuku couldn't care less about the diagnosis because she was too busy obsessing over the fact that Hanfang somehow survived fighting 3 ability users at once. Remembering he'd promised Jingro he'd return for supplies, Hanfang excitedly invited Chuku to come along. Jin Yan shut that idea down immediately. She ordered him to stay in bed, avoid putting any strain on his heart, and strictly forbade Chuku from dragging him outside for the next several days. Doctor mode activated. Nobody was winning that argument. For the next 5 days, Jin Yan looked after him until he completely recovered. During those 5 days, Hanfang spent nearly all his free time practicing the superhuman sensing technique Jang Ro had taught him. After countless attempts, he finally managed to sense Jin Yan's position somewhere inside the house. Unfortunately for her, she happened to be sitting in the bathroom. Poor woman suddenly got the creepy feeling someone was staring straight through the walls while she was just trying to have 5 minutes of peace. Meanwhile, Hanfang celebrated like he'd unlocked some legendary cheat skill. Back at the military base, Jang Ro was beginning to worry. She expected Hanfang to return quickly, yet 8 whole days had already passed. Those worries disappeared the moment she sensed his superhuman fluctuations approaching. What surprised her even more was that 2 additional superhumans were accompanying him. Hanfang arrived with a smile while he and Jin Yan pulled Chuku on a sled through the snow. He happily introduced Jang Ro, Zixi, and Yuan as their new allies. Jin Yan politely bowed and introduced herself with perfect manners, while Chuku lazily muttered a greeting that sounded like she'd rather be literally anywhere else. The instant Chuku and Jang Ro saw each other, both froze. Chuku immediately turned around, climbed back onto the sled, and muttered that coming here had been a huge mistake. Somehow, Jang Ro suddenly stood up from her wheelchair and called out to Chuku as her big sister. Everyone else's brains collectively disconnected. Chuku immediately insisted she was just an adorable 12-year-old girl, so Jang Ro clearly had the wrong person. Nice try. Jang Ro wasn't fooled for even half a second. She completely ignored the excuse, practically forgot she'd been shot in the leg days earlier, and rushed straight toward Chuku. The sisters immediately started arguing, with Jang Ro demanding to know why Chuku disappeared from the research institute and made everyone worry. Chuku casually answered that she'd simply chosen her lifelong dream, staying home, eating snacks, and doing absolutely nothing until the day she died. Peak ambition. While those two were busy arguing like they'd skipped straight past the emotional reunion chapter, Hanfang, Jin Yan, Zixi, and Yuan could only watch in total confusion. Eventually, everyone calmed down and moved deeper inside the base. Chuku and Jongro finally explained the situation. They really were sisters. Although Jongro admitted the explanation sounded strange, she had grown up as an orphan before being adopted at 11 years old. After entering that family, Chuku became her older sister, and the two grew incredibly close. Hanfang and Zixi immediately called foul. Looking at them now, there was no universe where Chuku looked older than Jongro. Jongro expected that reaction. She pulled out an old photograph to prove it. Back then, it was obvious Jongro had been the younger one by a year. The weird part was Chuku. Years had passed, yet she looked exactly the same as she did back then. If Chuku was 21 now, then Jongro was only 20. Somehow life had decided to press fast forward on one sister and pause on the other. Zixi innocently remarked they looked less like sisters and more like mother and daughter these days. The room instantly got awkward, and realizing she'd stepped on a landmine, she hurriedly apologized. Since it had been years since they last met, Jongro had countless things she wanted to tell Chuku about everything that happened at the research institute. Before starting, she quietly looked toward Hanfang, clearly hoping the story would stay between sisters. Hanfang caught the hint immediately and suggested he and Jinyan go explore the cave for useful supplies while they talked. Before either of them could leave, Chuku stopped them. She firmly declared that as companions chosen by her evil eye, they had every right to hear the truth as well. With permission granted, Hanfang and Jinyan stayed seated. Seeing it was her sister's decision, Jongro finally nodded and began explaining everything. After Chuku disappeared, the research had actually succeeded, but the professor leading the project was killed, and the research institute itself was completely destroyed. Hanfang rubbed his forehead because Jongro's explanation skipped so many details it felt like she started telling the story halfway through. Before he could even ask, Chuku replied with a blank expression that she already knew everything she had just said. Refusing to give up, Jongro revealed another secret. Hostile factions had already appeared throughout the city, capturing superhumans wherever they found them. Once your identity was exposed, those groups would hunt you down relentlessly. Chuku simply nodded again. She already knew that too. Growing desperate to finally surprise her little big sister, Jongro pulled her collar aside and revealed crystal growth spreading across her body. She explained that using superpowers too much caused strange crystals to form on a superhuman's body, but she had also discovered a way to remove them. Chuku casually replied that crystals had already appeared around Hanfang's heart a few days earlier, and she had personally removed them. Hanfang just froze. Excuse me, when exactly was he planning to be informed that crystals had started growing inside his chest? Judging from Jinyan's expression, she already knew too. Seeing every piece of information she'd prepared getting instantly countered, Jongro sighed and said she'd at least developed a technique to sense superhuman fluctuations. This time, Chuku actually paused. Before she could answer, Jongro accused her of pretending not to know just to make her feel better. Chuku had always been an absurd genius after all. Watching the sisters spiral into this strange competition, Hanfang quickly interrupted and asked them to explain everything properly from the beginning. Both sisters exchanged serious looks and asked whether he was really prepared to hear the full story. Even though the mood alone was unsettling, Hanfang nodded anyway. Around 2 years earlier, 18-year-old Jongro had graduated with a bachelor's degree while 19-year-old Chuku completed a master's degree. Both were recognized as genius researchers and immediately joined a special department after researchers discovered a superhuman frozen inside a block of ice because of her mysterious ability. About a year into researching that phenomenon, both sisters suddenly awakened superpowers themselves. Then, on that exact same day, Chuku disappeared without a trace. Jongro stayed behind at the institute together with Professor Zixi and Yuan. Eventually, their research successfully produced an artificial superhuman project, but only a few months into testing, disaster struck. The professor was murdered inside the women's restroom. Researchers connected to the project started disappearing one after another, and before long, the entire institute was destroyed. Only Jongro, Zixi, and Yuan escaped alive by relying on their awakened abilities. Hanfang immediately guessed that whoever attacked must have wanted to monopolize the superhuman research for themselves. The theory fit perfectly. Greed explained both the murders and the destruction of the institute. According to Jongro, the biggest suspect was a hostile organization operating inside the city known as Base. They had already gathered several superhumans under their control. Hearing that instantly reminded Hanfang of the military group that had attacked them earlier. Jingro confirmed the soldiers they fought near the dam were also connected to that conflict. During the battle, they managed to capture a minor captain alive, but the man constantly insisted he wasn't part of Base at all. According to him, he belonged to the Uprising volunteer group and had only become cannon fodder after being forced into service. He even claimed he'd once helped entire neighborhoods survive disasters and described himself like the hero in his own autobiography. Hanfang nearly laughed. The Uprising brother Lee belonged to might have looked like a gang recruitment poster, but those scary-looking guys had proven themselves far more trustworthy than this smooth-talking uncle. Curious, Hanfang asked to meet the prisoner personally. Since the military base already had prison cells, Zixi led everyone toward the only occupied one inside the captive side dramatically, claiming he'd already revealed everything he knew. He repeated that he was only another victim forced to obey the uprising volunteer group just to stay alive. The moment Hanfang heard that familiar voice, he immediately recognized him. Standing behind the bars was none other than Mr. Jing, the manipulative neighborhood leader who once forced Hanfang out of his own home. Oh, how the tables had turned. The self-proclaimed great philanthropist was now a skinny prisoner hiding behind iron bars. Hanfang sarcastically asked what happened to the grand plan of leading everyone toward a brighter future. Even now, Mr. Jiang kept that same fake smile plastered on his face. He admitted he never expected to meet Hanfang here either, then smoothly tried twisting the story again. Back then, he claimed he only gathered as many resources as possible to save more people. Surely Hanfang could understand that difficult decision. In other words, apparently getting robbed was Hanfang's fault for not being cooperative enough. He even generously pretended to understand why Hanfang had chosen to prioritize his own safety during such difficult times. The shameless acting was enough to make anyone's blood pressure rise. Hanfang had already seen this snake in action before. As far as he was concerned, Mr. Jiang joined forces with Base, screwed everything up, then started pretending to be an innocent hostage after getting captured. Hearing all this made Zixi furious too. The little demolition goblin looked ready to solve the interrogation with her favorite explosive method. Mr. Jiang stuck to his story without missing a beat. He admitted that he had joined Base at first and even became a minor captain. According to him, his very first mission was to help surround the uprising volunteer group, but their unit walked straight into an ambush. After surrendering, they supposedly switched sides. Later, he claimed he was assigned to another battalion that disguised itself as soldiers to seize the underground military warehouse, only for that operation to fail miserably and end with him becoming a prisoner. It was a polished story, almost too polished. Hanfang listened until the end, but all he heard was premium-grade nonsense wrapped in pretty words. With a tired sigh, he decided talking was officially over. He grabbed that snake by the hair and slammed his face straight into the prison bars. That silver tongue had fooled plenty of apartment residents before, but Hanfang wasn't buying another word. Even with blood running down his face, Mr. Jiang calmly insisted he was telling the truth. Wrong answer. Hanfang treated his face like it owed him rent, throwing punch after punch through the bars. Somehow, after taking all that punishment, Jiang Shuyu still struggled back to his feet and refused to change his story. Credit where it's due. The man's commitment to lying deserved an award. Finally, he sighed and claimed he had no more cards left to play. He was just a helpless prisoner with a miserable past, and from now on he swore he would never lie again. Hanfang's patience officially expired. He clicked his tongue, pulled out a pistol, racked the slide, and aimed it directly at the man's face. One last chance. Tell everything about Base. This time, fear finally crept into Mr. Jiang's voice, but even then he repeated the exact same excuse. He'd been captured shortly after joining Base, so he barely knew anything about the organization. Hanfang answered with a gunshot. The bullet tore past his ear, close enough to leave absolutely no misunderstanding. That wasn't an execution, it was a warning. Hanfang still intended to squeeze every last useful piece of information out of him, but if Mr. Jiang kept performing the saint routine, he'd eventually become completely worthless. Leaving the trembling prisoner alone with his thoughts, Hanfang and Zixi walked back upstairs. On the way, Zixi happily praised Hanfang for looking so cool while beating the absolute stuffing out of the prisoner. Peak Zixi compliment. Back in the main room, everyone else was casually playing cards like today's schedule hadn't included explosions, conspiracies, and prison interrogations. Hanfang informed Jinyan and Chuku that the prisoner downstairs was Jiang Shuyu. Both of them froze in shock the moment they heard his name. Since Jiang Ro still didn't know the whole story, Chuku gave her a quick summary of everything that happened back in Hanfang's neighborhood. Realizing she'd nearly believed a manipulative sociopath, Jiang Ro looked genuinely stunned. Yuan, meanwhile, wasn't surprised at all. According to him, good-looking people usually turned out to be bad news anyway. Brutal logic, but apparently it checked out today. Since Jiang Shuyu had once belonged to Base, they concluded the underground military warehouse must have originally belonged to that organization as well. Right now, Base and the uprising volunteer group were constantly clashing, with the uprising repeatedly disrupting Base's patrols and operations. Base was desperately gathering more manpower and supplies so they could crush the rebellion once and for all. Hanfang couldn't help smiling because there was a very good chance the person giving Base all these headaches was none other than Brother Li. Then came another surprise. During the interrogation, Jiang Shuyu had revealed that Brother Li was now leading the entire uprising volunteer group. Hanfang hadn't believed that at first either. In fact, he'd punched the guy even more because he assumed it was another lie. Only later did it become clear that this part was actually true. Chuku filled Jiang Ro in on everything involving Brother Li and the uprising, finally bringing everyone onto the same page. They now understood the full situation. Base had occupied the international airport and controlled nearly 1,000 soldiers. They continuously searched the city for supplies and manpower. Healthy young men were forced into military service in exchange for basic meals, while elderly people, those they considered useless, and even corpses were secretly processed into food for ordinary civilians. The entire organization had crossed every possible line. Zixi immediately declared she'd be perfectly happy blowing the whole place sky high. Honestly, nobody was surprised she volunteered explosives as the first solution. After revealing everything he'd learned, Hanfang expected Jinyan and Chuku to be horrified. Instead, both stayed strangely calm. Turns out Zhang Hao had already told them about Base's horrifying operation long ago. Hanfang immediately realized that annoying old man had deliberately left him out of the conversation. Fantastic. Now the situation was obvious. Once Base eliminated the uprising volunteer group, all of their attention would shift toward reclaiming this underground warehouse. Since Hanfang's villa wasn't far away, finding his home would only be a matter of time. Before that happened, they needed to strengthen the uprising. Hanfang proposed taking weapons and supplies from the base to support Brother Li's forces. Chuku immediately agreed. Everyone headed toward the storage rooms packed with military equipment. Standing proudly in front of the mountain of supplies, Chuku dramatically muttered another one of her evil eye speeches before opening her subspace storage. One by one, rifles, ammunition, and military equipment disappeared into the massive storage space. Zixi watched the entire performance with sparkling eyes, completely hyped by such an over-the-top ability. Once all the weapons were secured, Hanfang didn't waste another second. He immediately dragged Chuku through the rest of the warehouse, making sure every drop of fuel and every box of rations disappeared into her storage too. If they were borrowing supplies, they were borrowing everything. While Hanfang kept checking the list of supplies they still needed, Chuku looked ready to throw up after stuffing half the military warehouse into her storage. Seeing that they would soon be operating separately, Zhang Ro handed everyone military walkie-talkies with a 30-kilometer range so they could stay in contact during future operations. Hanfang wasn't done yet. He kept making Chuku swallow more military supplies until she finally reached her absolute limit. Meanwhile, the battle for the city was only getting worse. Base had completely surrounded the remaining members of the uprising volunteer group. Zhang Hao was nowhere to be seen, leaving Brother Li carrying the burden of leadership alone. Even he started wondering whether he was really cut out for the role. Base wasn't playing fair either. They tied captured uprising members to the fronts of armored vehicles and used them as living shields while advancing. Once they got within range, they gave the resistance a final warning: surrender immediately, otherwise they would open fire. The soldiers also bragged that they were equipped with thermal imaging capable of detecting people hiding inside buildings. To prove it, they sprayed random buildings with bullets while searching for hidden rebels. They had been combing through the district for quite some time, yet Brother Li's group still hadn't appeared on any thermal scan. The soldiers inside one of the tanks were blindly following orders despite having absolutely no clue where the enemy actually was. 4th Squad completely cleared one sector, burned through a mountain of ammunition, and still found nothing. Their orders remained the same: move to the next street and continue searching. Leading the entire operation was Captain Xiao. Just like 4th Squad, 1st Squad and 2nd Squad also came up completely empty. Riding alongside Captain Xiao was a sharply dressed young officer who couldn't resist questioning him. The man openly reminded everyone that Captain Xiao already had a black mark on his record after letting a superhuman escape before. Now he couldn't even deal with a handful of ordinary humans. Captain Xiao looked ready to throttle him on the spot but held it in. He explained that the old district was packed with tightly connected buildings, making searches incredibly difficult. The correct strategy was to slowly shrink the search area until the rebels had nowhere left to hide. Satisfied after poking the captain's nerves, the young officer casually stepped out of the vehicle, lit a cigarette using a blue flame burning from his fingertip, and walked away. Just like that, Hanfang's list of superhumans got one name longer. Once the arrogant officer was out of earshot, the driver quietly asked who that guy actually was. Captain Xiao simply muttered that the man was hardly human. Shaking off the annoyance, he ordered every squad to continue tightening the perimeter and leave absolutely nowhere unchecked. Not far away, 3 figures were speeding across the snow without slowing down at all. Hanfang, Chuku, and Yuan were making ridiculous progress thanks to Yuan literally turning himself into a human snowmobile. Riding comfortably while Yuan manipulated the snow beneath them, Hanfang happily praised how unbelievably convenient the kid's ability was. Yuan wasn't nearly as impressed. At this point, he felt less like a teammate and more like public transportation. The only reason he'd even agreed to this trip was because Hanfang had tempted him with fresh meat and vegetables afterward. Food really was the strongest negotiation skill. According to Hanfang's estimate, they only needed to turn left and cross 2 more snow-covered streets before reaching their destination. Soon they arrived at the old sewer entrance Hanfang and Brother Li had used countless times before. Heavy snow had completely buried the entrance, but Yuan effortlessly cleared the path. Once inside the sewer network, Hanfang immediately warned both of them to stay close. The tunnels twisted everywhere, and getting lost down here was incredibly easy. Their destination lay ahead, but there could easily be people waiting nearby, so they had to stay alert for ambushes. The trio moved through the underground passages without any trouble until they reached the final stretch, where a massive pile of collapsed rocks completely blocked the route. Hanfang calmly activated his red glow and melted the obstacle out of the way. With the path reopened, they climbed out through the second basement of the Xingfu district. Looking around the familiar underground parking lot, Hanfang couldn't help pausing for a moment. Not long ago, this place had been one of the worst memories of his life, yet now he had willingly returned. Strange how quickly everything had changed. Nostalgia could wait though. They still needed to find Brother Li. According to Zhang Shuyu, the uprising volunteer group was hiding somewhere around the old western district, but no exact location had ever been given. An hour later, the trio quietly secured a high vantage point overlooking the area. From above, they watched base soldiers slowly moving through the streets, methodically tightening the encirclement around the old district as they searched for the last remaining members of the uprising. Hanfang figured tailing the base soldiers would eventually lead him straight to Brother Li, but these clowns couldn't track a target to save their lives. An entire hour passed and they were still wandering around in circles. Thankfully, something finally exploded a few blocks away. Looking through his binoculars, Hanfang spotted one of base's tanks blown to pieces. He shifted his gaze toward a nearby rooftop and immediately found Brother Li standing there with a bazooka in hand, leading the attack himself. It looked like a huge win at first, but the explosion instantly attracted every nearby base squad. The rebels had completely exposed their position and were surrounded. Brother Li grabbed a megaphone from one of his men and blasted his voice across the battlefield, cursing the base bastards and daring them to come take him if they had the guts. Their numbers had dropped, but their fighting spirit hadn't budged an inch. Even if today became their last stand, they were dragging base down with them. These guys would literally follow Brother Li straight into hell without asking questions. Captain Xiao soon arrived and immediately ordered every soldier to shoot to kill. He didn't care anymore about capturing the mithril that headquarters wanted recovered from the uprising. After sacrificing so many troops just to corner these rebels, revenge mattered more than orders. The soldiers obeyed without hesitation, lining up artillery below the rooftop and aiming every barrel at the rebels' position. The firing command rang out, but instead of the rooftop exploding, base's own tanks erupted into flames. Captain Xiao leaned out of his vehicle in confusion and looked upward. Surfing across the rooftops on manipulated snow were one man and two kids. Yuan controlled the snow while Chuku kept handing over military-grade grenades like she was running an endless vending machine, and Hanfang happily rained them down from above like a one-man bomber squad. Vehicles exploded, tanks were ripped apart, and soldiers were sent flying in every direction. Captain Xiao instantly recognized Hanfang's face, and the painful memory of letting him escape before came rushing back. He quickly concluded that Hanfang was deliberately pulling his forces away to save the uprising, but catching a superhuman would earn him far more favor with headquarters than wiping out a few rebels. He immediately ordered every remaining soldier to ignore the uprising and chase after the brat, throwing grenades instead. Even Captain Xiao grabbed a megaphone and shamelessly offered Hanfang the position of second in command if he joined base. Unfortunately for him, he was actually chasing Yuan, whose only job was to lure every idiot in uniform as far away as possible. Once base disappeared into the distance, Hanfang and Chuku quietly climbed out from a nearby rooftop snow pile. They signaled for the uprising members to come down, and moments later Hanfang finally reunited with Brother Li. The reunion was exactly what you'd expect. Tears, snot, emotional yelling, and all of it freezing in the middle of winter. Still sniffling, Brother Li proudly introduced Hanfang as the sworn brother who had survived life and death beside him. Hanfang told everyone to follow because he had brought something special for the people still fighting the good fight. He restored several of the massive cannons he had previously melted and officially handed them over to the uprising. Then he quietly warned Brother Li to keep Chuku's storage ability completely secret from everyone else. Some cards were better kept hidden. Standing proudly in front of the restored artillery, Hanfang fired up the volunteers and told them it was finally time to turn those base bastards into dust. Before anyone else could finish cheering, Chuku dramatically declared the uprising members to be apostles personally chosen by the tyrant Eye of Truth to rain divine judgment upon the wicked. Brother Li absolutely loved the speech. The older volunteers just stared at each other, wondering what language she was even speaking. Overflowing with excitement, Brother Lee grabbed Hanfang and demanded a crash course on operating the cannons. There was only one tiny problem. Hanfang had supplied the weapons, but he had absolutely no clue how to fire them. Brother Lee immediately asked if anyone in the resistance knew artillery. After a brief silence, the smallest guy in the group awkwardly raised his hand. Turns out he had served as an artilleryman in the military. Everyone instantly shoved the responsibility onto the poor guy. He enthusiastically launched into a detailed explanation about manufacturer dates, caliber sizes, muzzle velocity, recoil systems, maximum firing ranges, and enough technical jargon to put half the room to sleep. Hanfang cut him off before the lecture became a college course. He pointed toward the building currently serving as base's camp and told him there was only one lesson that mattered today: make that building explode. Hanfang also revealed he'd already left behind something inside that greedy pigs from base would never ignore. As expected, after losing their target, every base squad eventually regrouped around the location and stumbled upon a huge stockpile of food and fuel. Nobody understood why such valuable supplies had been abandoned there. Captain Xiao immediately assumed it had to be the rebels' supply depot. Even so, he ordered every nearby soldier to carefully search the area for traps before touching anything. Once they confirmed it was safe, they would haul every last crate away. Fuel and food were far too valuable to leave behind, and in their current situation, greed was about to walk them straight into Hanfang's trap. A few streets away, Hanfang gave the signal. After the uprising volunteers received a crash course from the former artilleryman, they swung the howitzers toward the target and opened fire. Meanwhile, the base soldiers were happily loading barrel after barrel of fuel like kids who had just won the apocalypse lottery, completely clueless that they were carrying their own funeral decorations. Seconds later, the first artillery shells crashed into the area. Explosions erupted one after another, igniting the stacked fuel barrels. The fire spread instantly, turning the entire supply point into a blazing inferno. Inside the building, Captain Xiao was blasted off his feet as the shock wave ripped through the structure. He watched helplessly while his own men burned alive outside. If being cooked had a final boss, these poor guys had just unlocked it. Somehow the explosion failed to finish Captain Xiao, but the building collapsing on top of him was more than happy to clock in for overtime. The uprising didn't let up for a second. They kept loading shell after shell until the entire high-rise collapsed into a pile of rubble swallowed by flames. Brother Lee was having the time of his life while everyone else's eardrums were filing complaints after 10 straight minutes of non-stop artillery. Once the last shell was fired, Hanfang reminded everyone to stop celebrating because this attack had completely exposed their location. They needed to disappear before base regrouped. The volunteers immediately rushed toward the howitzers, hoping to drag the massive cannons away, but Hanfang stopped them. Hauling those monsters around would only slow everyone down. Instead, they surrounded the artillery with landmines. If base came looking for their precious toys later, the cannons would hand out one final surprise. While everyone planted explosives, Hanfang asked Brother Lee whether they had managed to rescue Chief Lu. Brother Lee admitted they still had no clue where the chief was imprisoned. Lately, they'd been ambushing base patrols just to capture officers and squeeze information out of them. As for Brother Li Jianghao, the old man had separated from them earlier and completely vanished. Hanfang figured the stubborn old fox would eventually show up again. Right now, everyone needed to return to Xingfu District and recover. Before leaving, Hanfang secretly filled the underground parking garage with enough weapons and supplies to arm the entire uprising battalion. Brother Lee had already thanked him so many times today that he probably lost count himself. Hours later, after Hanfang Chuku and the uprising had long disappeared, the surviving base soldiers finally located the abandoned cannons and reported everything to Captain Xiao, who was somehow still alive despite looking like he'd personally lost a fistfight with a collapsing skyscraper. Sitting in a wheelchair, barely conscious and running entirely on rage, Captain Xiao ignored the cannons completely. His order was simple: forget the weapons, find the bastards who tried to kill him. Furious, he rolled his wheelchair forward and suddenly heard a click underneath. He slowly looked down, his cigar slipped from his mouth, and in that exact moment he realized Hanfang had left him a retirement package. 10 straight minutes of artillery couldn't finish Captain Xiao, but one tiny landmine politely completed the paperwork. From a rooftop back in Xingfu District, Hanfang noticed another distant explosion and wondered which unlucky genius had stepped on the trap. Behind him, Brother Lee quietly appeared, smelling like he'd already declared war on several bottles of alcohol. According to Brother Lee, saving the day meant celebrating immediately. Inside one of the larger apartments, the uprising volunteers stuffed themselves with warm food, drank until they forgot what day it was, and finally enjoyed a moment where nobody was actively trying to kill them. Yuan somehow ended up promoted to full-time grill master, making sure everyone stayed fed while pretending he wasn't being turned into free labor again. After the second suspicious explosion echoed across the city, base dispatched another investigation team. This time the force was led by the young superhuman officer with the blue flames. When he reached the battlefield, he calmly ordered his men to collect every corpse. Food was running short inside base, and even charred bodies weren't considered waste anymore. Among the wreckage, he eventually found what was left of Captain Xiao and reported that the captain had heroically fallen in battle during an ambush. The commander couldn't have cared less. He simply reassigned Captain Xiao's mission to the fire user without wasting another word. The superhuman officer accepted the new assignment immediately before heading to the 3rd Brigade's temporary headquarters, a former scenic cafe overlooking the city. Waiting there was base's prize superhuman Zhang Dongshu, who had officially taken command as the 3rd Brigade's new captain. Captain Zhang Dongshu lazily leaned back and brushed off the blizzard outside. According to him, only an idiot would volunteer to work in weather like this when a hot cup of coffee existed. Why freeze outside when his subordinates could do all the hard work for him? He reorganized the battered 3rd Brigade into 3-man patrol teams and ordered them to widen the search area. Slacking off wasn't an option. Captain Xiao's former second-in-command couldn't help but miss the old captain. At least Captain Xiao suffered alongside his men. Their new captain just parked himself indoors while everyone else froze to death outside. Zhang Dongshu casually unwrapped a rice ball and confidently predicted that the uprising would eventually run out of food. Hunger would force them out of hiding, and the patrols would catch them sooner or later. Taking a satisfied bite, he proudly declared that only someone of his status deserved food this good. In his head, the rebels were probably outside chewing snow just to survive. Reality couldn't have been further from the truth. While Captain Couch Potato enjoyed his lonely rice ball, the uprising was throwing an all-you-can-eat victory feast. Meat, steaming stew, fresh vegetables, and enough alcohol to knock out an elephant covered the tables. By the end of the night, everyone was completely stuffed. Some of the volunteers were literally crying while shoving more meat into their mouths because this was the first proper meal they'd eaten since the frozen apocalypse began. The former artilleryman ignored the meat entirely and attacked the fresh vegetables like they'd personally saved his life. Completely won over, the volunteers happily declared Han Feng the uprising's new big brother. Brother Li laughed and explained that he'd only gathered this loud bunch around 10 days ago, so they hadn't seen much of the world yet. Since Han Feng had officially been promoted to honorary big bro, Brother Li shamelessly demanded one more display of goodwill. Han Feng responded by pulling out the ultimate luxury item, a fresh pack of Hazi cigarettes. The moment that wrapper cracked open, every smoker in the room instantly came back to life. Even the guys who had already passed out somehow resurrected just by smelling nicotine. Soon everyone was peacefully puffing away while the apartment slowly transformed into a full-scale lung cancer convention. Chuku and Yuan quietly wore gas masks while judging the adults making terrible life choices right in front of children. Once the celebration settled down, Yuan reminded Hanfang that their mission was already complete. They had delivered the supplies, so it was time to head home. Hanfang agreed. Things with Base had become increasingly dangerous lately, and he wanted to return before anything happened at the villa. Hearing that, Brother Li immediately worried that Hanfang's home had already been exposed, but Hanfang quickly shut that conversation down. Some things stayed classified. Instead, he briefly explained how he had chased a soldier, discovered the underground military warehouse, looted the weapons and equipment, and ended up strengthening the uprising with Base's own firepower. Just before everyone parted ways, Brother Li scratched his head and awkwardly asked whether Hanfang could spare a few more cartons of cigarettes. They had pawned several uprising members earlier and now needed cigarettes to buy them back. Hanfang's brain completely froze. Pawned people? Brother Li explained that somewhere in the city there was a place where human beings could literally be traded like property. Back when the uprising had absolutely nothing left, they had no choice but to hand over some of their own people. Now the traders wanted 4 times the original price to return them. If anything happened to those hostages, Brother Li wouldn't forgive himself. In the current economy, an adult man was worth roughly 10 jin of grain, around 6 kilograms. Meanwhile, 1 carton of cigarettes was worth nearly 30 kilograms of grain. Human lives had become cheap, while cigarettes had somehow become luxury currency. Grain itself was considered the cheapest food available. Fresh fruits and vegetables were so absurdly valuable that Brother Li had even heard rumors of 3 fresh tomatoes being traded for 3 beautiful women. Hanfang's mind immediately wandered to his thriving vegetable garden back home, and for one dangerous second his imagination started making very questionable business calculations. Realizing where his thoughts were heading, he immediately shut his own brain down and awkwardly looked away. Putting that aside, he finally pieced together something important. Base didn't actually control the entire frozen city. Their dominance mainly extended along subway routes because they relied on underground rail tunnels to move troops efficiently. Areas without subway access were too troublesome to maintain, so Base simply abandoned them. That was exactly why the uprising had settled deep inside the old district, safely away from the train lines. With Hanfang's cartons of cigarettes, Brother Lee could finally buy back his captured comrades. They desperately needed more manpower before attempting to rescue Director Liu. Brother Lee was fired up just thinking about rebuilding their forces, but the non-stop battles and constant running had finally pushed his body past its limit. An old injury from previous fighting suddenly reopened, and before anyone could react, Brother Lee collapsed straight onto the floor. Brother Lee was carried into a room packed with electric heaters while everyone tried to keep him warm. Looking at the swollen wound, Hanfang immediately realized this wasn't fresh. Brother Lee had been carrying that injury for several days and never told anyone because he didn't want to slow the uprising down. He endured freezing weather, non-stop battles, and constant pressure from base while pretending everything was fine. Big Bro really tanked all that without saying a word. Worried sick, the uprising members turned toward Hanfang for help, but nobody in the room knew the first thing about treating a gunshot wound. Hanfang asked everyone to step outside. A few stubborn guys wanted to stay, but the sensible old man shoved the crowd out before they became extra decorations in the room. Soon only Hanfang, Chuku Yuan, and the unconscious Brother Lee remained. With nothing to lose, Hanfang poured the green glow into Brother Lee's wound, hoping its regenerative power would work the same way it had on himself. 10 straight minutes passed, but nothing changed. The green glow completely refused to heal him. Hanfang clicked his tongue in frustration while Chuku searched through her subspace storage, only to discover she didn't have any medicine that could deal with an infected gunshot wound. Yuan added that the military warehouse had no medical supplies either. Zhang Ro only survived because her injury never became infected. Brother Lee wasn't nearly that lucky. Hanfang estimated that without proper treatment, Big Bro didn't have much time left. He immediately grabbed the walkie-talkie and contacted Jin Yan. Calmly walking him through emergency treatment, she explained that the bullet had to come out first. After that, the wound needed to be flushed with saline, disinfected with povidone iodine, and Brother Lee would require antibiotics along with medicine to reduce the fever. Since none of those supplies existed here, Hanfang geared up immediately. Guided by the old man Brother Chang, he headed toward the city's underground black market to find the medicine. To reach it quickly, Yuan once again became everyone's unwilling snowmobile. Brother Chang was completely stunned while gliding across the frozen landscape, while Yuan silently accepted that his job description had officially become public transportation. As they traveled deeper toward the outskirts, the icy wind only grew harsher. Yuan barely cared, but Hanfang and Brother Chang definitely felt every bit of it. Brother Chang explained that the black market was hidden beneath a cross-river tunnel several kilometers away. The main road was notorious for scavenger ambushes, so they had to stay alert. Wrecked vehicles covered the roadside, making it painfully obvious how many people had died trying to reach this place. Since everyone heading toward the market usually carried valuable supplies, robbers practically treated this route like office hours. Thankfully, most scavengers didn't have firearms, so their equipment gave them the advantage. Unfortunately for them, today a desperate rifleman happened to be watching the road. The thief complained that they hadn't scored a worthwhile haul in 5 days and were almost out of food. His partner told him to be patient because robbing people before they finished trading was pointless. Their last victims only carried cigarettes, and unlike bullets, cigarettes couldn't fill an empty stomach. They had even resorted to eating human flesh before, but the corpse they'd saved had already rotted away. Just then, the sniper noticed movement approaching through the snow and raised his rifle, expecting another easy target. A few seconds later, he lowered it again in complete disbelief. 3 people were literally surfing across the snow without any vehicle. He stared so hard that his partner assumed the lack of sleep had finally melted his brain. Before long, Hanfang's group arrived at the checkpoint where all transportation had to stop. According to the market's rules, everyone continued on foot from there. Anyone foolish enough to ignore those rules usually ended up like the frozen corpses scattered around the entrance. Dead bodies lay everywhere, preserved by the cold like gruesome warning signs. The sight was so disturbing that both Hanfang and Yuan immediately threw up. Brother Chang, meanwhile, walked forward like he'd seen this nightmare 100 times already. He calmly led them past a toll booth guarded by automatic machine guns and decorated with hanging corpses that silently reminded everyone what happened to rule breakers. After wiping his mouth clean, Hanfang forced himself onward. A few minutes later, they finally reached the hidden entrance inside a rundown building. Brother Chang warned the 2 youngsters to brace themselves because what they were about to see would only get stranger. Before Hanfang could even process his surroundings, a rectangular service robot rolled up beside him and politely welcomed them while requesting a membership card. The thing looked like one of those hotel assistant robots somehow still running after the apocalypse. Brother Chang casually pulled out a black membership card and presented it. The robot immediately recognized him as member number 250 and respectfully welcomed him inside as an esteemed guest. The service robot calmly explained that the black market was neutral ground, and anyone stupid enough to start violence inside would immediately be rewarded with enough bullets to become wall paint. Looking around, Han Fang realized that wasn't an empty threat. The dried blood staining the walls belonged to people who had tested the rules and lost. Even crazier, the place still had a fully functioning elevator, bright lights, and active service robots. Keeping all this powered after the apocalypse wasn't cheap. Whatever force controlled this market clearly had resources that ordinary survivors couldn't even imagine. The robot escorted them all the way to the last door deep underground and cheerfully invited them inside. Han Fang tightened his grip around his pistol before opening it. He expected to walk into a den full of murderers, smugglers, or some underground auction for illegal goods. Instead, the moment the door swung open, rows of frozen, dismembered corpses lining both sides of a long hallway welcomed them first. At the very end stood nothing more than a laptop sitting on a podium protected by 4 automated turrets. The smiling robot politely reminded them once again that anyone threatening the market would immediately be eliminated. Judging by the hallway decorations, customer complaints clearly weren't accepted here. Even Han Fang started wondering whether coming here had been a terrible idea. Poor Yuan was already mentally checking out, forcing Brother Chang to carry him the rest of the way. The laptop booted itself and automatically opened the black market's trading page. The whole place somehow felt more unsettling because it looked so normal. Brother Chang, already familiar with the system, calmly searched through the listings for his captured comrades, Old Gan, Old Wen, and Old Kwai. The website literally displayed human beings as merchandise, with cigarette cartons serving as the payment method. After selecting the 3 hostages, the total came to 4.5 cartons of cigarettes. Han Fang then added everything Brother Li needed for treatment, including saline solution, iodine, mupirocin ointment, amoxicillin, cephalosporin, and the remaining medical supplies. After everything was added up, the bill reached 17 cartons of cigarettes. They didn't have enough smokes to cover it all, but Han Fang had planned ahead. He placed 6 cartons of cigarettes on the counter, added 3 fresh tomatoes valued at 7 cartons, then casually tossed in 1 banana worth another 4 cartons. Apparently produce had become premium currency now. The robot happily accepted the payment and politely asked them to wait while the order was prepared. As it disappeared into the back room, Han Fang quietly wondered if they had just handed over everything to the world's fanciest scam machine. Brother Chang simply shook his head. Whatever else this place was, it honored its deals. A few minutes later, the robot returned carrying every medical supply they requested, along with the 3 rescued men. Brother Chang immediately rushed forward and hugged his comrades without saying a word. Then the robot delivered Han Fang's remaining order, 10 game discs and 30 special photo books. These definitely weren't educational reading material. Han Fang casually stuffed the magazines into his bag at lightning speed like absolutely nobody saw that. Mission complete, the group immediately left the creepy underground market with one shared conclusion: they never wanted to come back here again. On the journey back, Brother Chang quietly asked Han Fang if he could spare a few of those legendary magazines. Han Fang sighed dramatically and agreed to part with only 2. Brother Chang instantly tried negotiating for 3 like a true businessman. Not wanting to miss free loot, Yuan shamelessly demanded 2 copies as payment for serving as everyone's personal snow taxi. The adults immediately switched gears and started lecturing the poor kid about how this kind of material wasn't healthy for growing children, completely ignoring the fact they had just been bargaining over it like collectors. While the distinguished gentleman debated culture, the sniper who had been patiently waiting outside finally pulled the trigger. The bullet slammed directly into Han Fang's chest. Hidden in the distance, the thief grinned from ear to ear. At last he'd caught himself a fat target. The group instantly dove for cover as more rifle shots came pouring in. Brother Chang fired back wildly, screaming at the top of his lungs and swearing revenge for Han Fang like the man had already become a tragic flashback. The firefight quickly turned into both sides dumping bullets at each other without seeing much of anything. Meanwhile, the sniper started getting nervous. This much gunfire was guaranteed to attract every scavenger lurking nearby. His elevated position suddenly didn't feel nearly as comfortable anymore. Brother Chang continued unloading magazine after magazine while dramatically mourning Han Fang's heroic sacrifice. Except Han Fang wasn't dead at all. The whole performance was just bait. While Brother Chang deserved an Oscar for his crying, Han Fang quietly slipped through a blind spot using abandoned vehicles as cover until he reached the sniper's building. Once close enough, the red glow quietly spread across one side of the structure. Han Fang wasn't interested in winning a sniper duel. If someone took a cheap shot at him, the entire building was getting evicted instead. The thief finally noticed the glowing wall, but by then it was already too late. The structure lost its support and immediately began collapsing beneath him. Along with chunks of concrete and rubble, rubble, the sniper crashed straight down into the deep snow below. Thankfully for him, the thick snow broke his fall. Otherwise, he'd have skipped straight to the afterlife. The thief barely had time to process what happened before he realized Hanfang was already waiting for him below. Staring at the man he had supposedly killed, the criminal couldn't believe that Clean Shot had done absolutely nothing. Hanfang calmly revealed the reason. Underneath his winter clothes, he had been wearing a bulletproof vest the whole time. Going outside without one these days was practically asking to get deleted. Assuming only base soldiers could own equipment like that, the desperate thief immediately started talking. He claimed he belonged to the White Tiger Gang, a small group that had pledged loyalty to base long ago. He even bragged that he personally knew Captain Xiao and had participated in the assault on Brother Lee's G Hall. Wrong answer. Before he could keep digging his own grave, Hanfang pulled the trigger and put a bullet straight through his head. Anyone proudly waving the base banner had already signed their own death warrant. Just then, Hanfang heard movement behind the collapsed rubble and ordered whoever was hiding there to come out. The thief's partner trembled as she realized her turn had arrived. Looking around, she noticed their bag of loot and instantly came up with a desperate act. Carrying the bag, she slowly stepped out while begging Hanfang not to shoot. With tears, trembling, and enough fake innocence to qualify for an award, she claimed she'd been imprisoned by the dead thief for days. As proof of her gratitude, she even offered him the bag full of cigarettes and promised she'd willingly do anything he wanted if he spared her. Hanfang appeared to soften and slowly walked closer, assuring her that he and his companions weren't bad people. She kept thanking him while secretly pulling a knife from inside the bag. The moment Hanfang entered striking distance, she lunged without hesitation. Hanfang's pistol was already aimed before she even finished moving. Several shots rang out in rapid succession, freezing the woman in place before she collapsed. She genuinely couldn't believe a man would shoot someone as beautiful as her. Too bad Hanfang never believed her story in the first place. She claimed she'd been locked up for days, yet her clothes were spotless, her body showed no injuries, and she was even wearing fresh makeup. The script needed serious rewriting. Brother Chang and the others hurried over and praised Hanfang for acting so decisively. Brother Chang admitted that if he'd been holding the gun, he probably would have hesitated. Hanfang simply shrugged. After everything he'd already experienced, scams like this barely registered anymore. The woman even reminded him of a certain manipulative witch from his past. Searching through the thieves' belongings, Hanfang wondered why they hadn't simply traded their cigarettes for food at the black market. Brother Chang explained the catch. A membership card was required before anyone could trade there, and buying that membership alone cost 5 cartons of cigarettes. Those unlucky thieves had only managed to collect 4, leaving them trapped outside the system. After that little detour, the group's return to Xingfu district went smoothly. The moment they arrived, Hanfang immediately started treating Brother Lee's wound using the supplies they had risked so much to obtain. By the very next morning, Brother Lee finally woke up, and the entire uprising practically exploded with relief. The 3 comrades Brother Chang had redeemed from the black market also recovered after finally getting proper meals again. Later that day, Brother Chang approached Hanfang with a serious proposal. He wanted Hanfang to become the uprising's new leader. Hanfang rejected it without hesitation. He only helped these people because of Brother Lee. Leading a rebellion that constantly painted a target on his back wasn't part of the plan. 2 more days passed and Brother Lee's condition stabilized. With his recovery well underway, Hanfang finally prepared to return home. Brother Lee almost begged him to stay a little longer so he could repay everything he'd done, but Hanfang had already made up his mind. He promised to keep sending supplies every month and even left behind a walkie-talkie so they could stay in contact. With steady support flowing in, Brother Lee would have everything needed to rescue Director Lu soon. Brother Lee became so emotional he nearly reopened his own wound again. In the future, he'd eventually become the official leader of the Ji Hall uprising. But that chapter could wait. At last, after one ridiculously long side quest, Hanfang, Chuku, and Yuan finally headed home. Wanting to reward the kid for all the work he'd done over the past few days, Hanfang promised him a proper treat. He bragged about his villa staying a luxurious 10 degrees above freezing, complete with a television, game consoles, and enough entertainment to keep Yuan glued to the couch all day. Chuku proudly added that the bathroom and sauna were the real highlights. Yuan immediately imagined soaking in hot water before spending the rest of the day gaming, and for once he actually looked excited. That excitement lasted exactly until they reached the villa. One glance was enough for Yuan to smugly declare that this dump wasn't even as nice as their cave. Hanfang's smile disappeared instantly. During their absence, the cold had completely conquered the place. The charcoal stove was ruined, the generator had frozen solid inside and out, and the beautiful vegetable garden he had worked so hard to grow had completely withered away beneath the frost. The moment Hanfang inspected the villa, he found the real criminals behind this disaster. Every electric heater scattered around the house had cooked itself into retirement. Then it finally clicked. Those heaters had been running non-stop ever since they left because they originally planned to come back the very same day. Then one problem turned into 10. Days flew by and nobody came back to shut anything off. The poor heaters fought until they literally died on the job. Now the generator needed to be restarted if they wanted to save what was left. Hanfang checked the fuel tank, only to find the gauge sitting at low even though he clearly remembered filling it before leaving. He tried starting the generator anyway, but nothing happened. The fuel inside had frozen solid. Now he was trapped in the world's dumbest loop. To melt the fuel, he needed heat. To make heat, he needed electricity. To get electricity, he needed the generator running. Congratulations, he had successfully unlocked survival mode on nightmare difficulty. For a moment, he considered going full caveman and simply setting the fuel on fire, but even he admitted that sounded like an excellent way to blow up his own house. Instead, he tried using his own ability. Activating the red glow, Hanfang grabbed a taser and used the electrical shock to amplify his power while carefully controlling the heat. The goal was simple: melt the frozen fuel without turning the generator into a fireworks display. At first, everything actually worked. Frost slowly disappeared, the temperature climbed, and the frozen fuel began thawing. Then the electricity from the taser leaked into the freshly melted fuel, and the generator answered with a loud explosion. Luckily, it was only a small blast. The machine survived, and somehow the explosion finished melting the remaining fuel. Seconds later, the generator finally roared back to life. Hanfang, however, got blasted in the face by smoke and fumes until he looked like he'd personally challenged a chimney to a fistfight. Hearing the explosion, Chuku and Yuan rushed into the generator room. The moment they saw Hanfang covered head to toe in soot, both kids nearly lost the battle against laughter. At least the lights were finally back on. Still, Hanfang had completely lost faith in those bargain bin electric heaters. If they could betray him this badly once, they could absolutely do it again. He needed a permanent heating system. While thinking things through, he accidentally leaned against the generator's cooling pipes. The heat instantly burned through his tracksuit and warmed his back, making him realize something. The cooling water tank was unbelievably hot. And just like that, another idea was born. Meanwhile, Yuan looked completely done with this entire adventure and asked if he could finally go back to the cave since Hanfang's amazing reward had apparently turned into unpaid construction work. Before the kid could escape, Hanfang stopped him with one last tiny favor. He wanted to build a proper heating system using the generator's cooling tank, a refill tank, radiators, and a mountain of steel pipes. Surely the military base had everything they needed. By this point, Yuan had developed complete immunity to Hanfang, saying just one more thing. Thankfully, Chuku contacted her sister and quickly confirmed that the military warehouse was packed with steel pipes. Since Yuan was heading back anyway, they decided to make one more trip. Then Chuku casually revealed that she'd unlocked a brand new ability. She opened another entrance to her subspace and proudly introduced it as Spatial Evil Eye number 2. Unlike the original entrance, this one could detach from her body. Other people could place items into it from one location, and she could pull those same items out somewhere else. Hanfang immediately realized how ridiculous this upgrade was. Chuku explained that after absorbing all the military equipment earlier, her ability had naturally evolved. Thinking about it, Hanfang realized his own powers had also grown stronger over time. Superpowers clearly weren't fixed. They could evolve through use. Thanks to Chuku's new trick, Yuan could simply gather the supplies at the military base while everyone else stayed behind. Back at the base, Yuan found himself drafted into yet another round of child labor, though Jinyun's ridiculous strength made moving the heavy steel pipes far less miserable. Before long, piles of perfectly cut pipes started arriving through Chuku's second portal. Now it was Hanfang's turn to get to work. To make modifying the generator easier and avoid turning himself into barbecue again, he shut the generator down first. Since it used a water cooling system, the cooling tank was already filled with scalding hot water, making it the perfect foundation for the heating system he had in mind. Taking advantage of the generator's hot cooling water, Hanfang activated his purple glow and carefully reshaped the steel pipes until they perfectly fit the outlet. His idea was simple: let the boiling water flow through the pipes and spread heat across the entire villa. With steady hands, he softened and bent every pipe into crude homemade radiators. The pipes became the house's new veins, carrying steaming water through every room. After installing the radiators, he connected a pump that would continuously circulate the water, sending the cooled water back downstairs to be reheated before making another lap around the house. Once everything was finally connected, Hanfang fired the generator back up. The machine rumbled back to life, restoring power to the villa. Chuku immediately poked one of the radiators, only to frown because it was still ice cold. Meanwhile, Hanfang casually sat on the couch with a drink in his hand and told the impatient little gremlin to stop poking it every 5 seconds and wait. Around 30 minutes later, the system finally kicked in. Warm water reached every radiator, and the entire villa gradually became nice and cozy. For the first time in ages, they could comfortably walk around wearing summer clothes while the outside world stayed trapped in eternal winter. Even Chuku had to admit the homemade heating system was actually a huge success and gave it an approving thumbs up. While happily eating his bowl of slop, Hanfang suddenly froze. He had forgotten something important: his underground garden. He hurried downstairs, restored power to the garden, and installed another set of radiators along the walls to solve the temperature problem there as well. Refusing to give up on his crops, he activated the green glow and continuously nourished the frozen vegetables for nearly half an hour. Unfortunately, the results were depressing. The radishes were still tiny, while the tomatoes had become bigger but looked absolutely cursed. Hoping appearances were deceiving, he bit into one only to instantly spit it back out as the horrible mix of sourness and bitterness assaulted his taste buds. His mood dropped, but at least he could always plant another batch. Looking defeated, he asked Chuku for more seeds while she sat comfortably in the living room dominating the PS5. Besides the usual vegetables, she also handed him strawberry seeds because the little demon king had already decided she deserved giant strawberries. Naturally, she also demanded steak for dinner while she was at it. Her greed remained undefeated. The mention of steak reminded Hanfang of an earlier experiment where he had successfully enlarged meat by combining it with soybeans using the red and green glows. Curious, he grabbed the heart of a cabbage and tried creating an upgraded version. Thanks to all the practice with his abilities, he could now sense energy fluctuations far better than before and carefully synchronize the rhythms. Even so, his first attempt immediately turned into a lump of coal. Thinking the ingredients simply weren't compatible, he tried combining cabbage with another cabbage instead, that also produced coal. Clearly, the vegetables weren't cooperating today. Next, he picked up one of the disgusting tomatoes and combined it with soybeans while focusing completely on matching their energy patterns. This time, the experiment succeeded. The tomato grew into a giant one, but sadly, it still looked like something that belonged in a horror movie. He took one hopeful bite anyway and immediately regretted every life decision that led him there. The giant tomato was just as sour and bitter as before. Still unwilling to quit, Hanfang enlarged one of the small radishes next. This one actually worked. The giant radish tasted completely normal. At that moment, he finally understood the pattern. Unripe vegetables simply became giant unripe vegetables, while normally grown crops kept their original taste after being enlarged, just like meat had earlier. Right then, Chuku barged into the garden and suggested he should grow ripe strawberries first before enlarging them into gigantic desserts. She also casually informed him that Jinyan had already returned from the cave, so there was no need to pick her up. Apparently, Jinyan had also brought home a pet. Hanfang immediately wondered what kind of animal could possibly survive in this frozen apocalypse. The answer walked straight through the front door. Standing there was a completely traumatized polar bear that looked like life itself had personally bullied it. Jinyan happily introduced the massive bear as Dubai, explaining she believed the poor thing had escaped from the zoo, become skinny from hunger, and looked so cute and obedient that she simply couldn't leave it behind. Hanfang stared at the giant predator in disbelief. From everything he knew, polar bears were about as far from cute and obedient as humanly possible. Then again, after whatever Jinyan had apparently done to it, even the apex predator looked like it needed emotional support. On the way home, Jinyan had a little accident. A huge furry figure suddenly lunged at her out of nowhere and she reacted on pure instinct. One punch later, the poor polar bear was knocked clean out before it even knew what happened. Feeling guilty, Jinyan carried the unconscious beast all the way back while treating its injuries herself. Hanfang finally understood why this so-called apex predator looked completely traumatized. It hadn't survived the frozen wilderness, it had survived Jinyan. Somehow, the battered polar bear officially joined the household. The moment Hanfang tossed it some meat, the poor thing looked like it had just discovered heaven. Since food wasn't a problem anymore, Dubai gradually settled into villa life. Better yet, the giant furball turned into Hanfang's personal sled beast, pulling him across endless snowfields with ease. Since Dubai mainly ate synthesized meat, none of their precious fresh food was wasted. Honestly, owning a polar bear in a frozen apocalypse turned out to be ridiculously efficient. Hanfang spent more and more time patrolling with his oversized mount, and every trip ended the same way. Dubai returned completely exhausted while Jinyan happily welcomed them home. The second she walked toward the bear, the poor thing immediately looked ready for another near-death experience. Even after all this time, Dubai still hadn't recovered from that first punch. A few more peaceful days passed before Hanfang finally perfected his crop experiments. After repeatedly adjusting his powers, the strawberries finally ripened properly. Now only one last enhancement remained. By this point, enlarging them had become second nature. The giant strawberries came out perfectly, and everyone grabbed forks before digging in. Chuku even stored several massive berries inside her subspace so she could share them with her sister and the kids later. The entire cave group was left speechless by the ridiculous size of the fruit. After finishing just 3 giant strawberries together, everyone was stuffed to the point they could barely move. Unfortunately, dessert time ended abruptly. The entire underground cave suddenly shook violently. The lowest level had just been breached. Jang Ro instantly spread out her sensing ability and immediately detected an invading superhuman. If Hanfang had been there, he would have recognized that giant immediately. It was the same big baby from before, and he had literally dug a tunnel straight into the underground base. The instant the opening was made, base soldiers flooded inside in perfect formation. They lined both sides of the tunnel, making way for Captain Jang and another captain dressed in the same military uniform. Captain Jang ordered the reserve team forward first. The so-called reserve force was nothing more than a bunch of armed lowlifes handed rifles and thrown in as disposable bait. Their mission was simple: search every room and capture anyone they found. To motivate them, Captain Jang shamelessly promised that survivors would officially join base and even receive a woman as a reward afterward. The desperate cannon fodder instantly charged in like starving dogs chasing free food. The female captain immediately criticized him since he had absolutely no authority to make promises like that. But Jang didn't care. He was betting most of those idiots would die before anyone could ask about their reward. Dead men don't collect bonuses. Confident as ever, Captain Jang proposed splitting their main forces to search faster, and the female captain reluctantly agreed. Jang took the left corridor, already calling dibs on hunting down Big Baby and Old Man Yan himself. The woman clearly couldn't stand working alongside him, but for now they shared the same objective. Unlike Jang, she refused to rush recklessly. She chose to hold her position and guard the rear, anticipating a possible counterattack. Meanwhile, the reserve troops continued charging through the tunnels like brainless attack dogs while Captain Jang calmly reminded his elite soldiers to stay behind them. Why risk professionals when disposable idiots were available for free? Deep inside the warehouse, Jang Ro tracked every movement with her sensing ability. She immediately realized the 2 superhumans remained the biggest threat. The soldiers weren't the real problem. The biggest issue was that nobody expected enemies to tunnel in from underground. Every explosive trap Zixi prepared was positioned near the surface entrance, making them completely useless now. Even worse, Yuan's terrifying snow ability became almost worthless underground since there wasn't enough snow to control. With her injured leg, Jang Ro knew she couldn't hold off 2 superhumans and an entire strike force by herself. Right then, Han Feng's voice came through the walkie-talkie asking for an update. Jang Ro reported the situation without wasting a second. Base had breached the underground warehouse with superhumans, and they were preparing to retreat. Han Feng immediately demanded more information. Jang Ro described one of the attackers as a bald giant far larger than any normal human. Han Feng instantly connected the dots. Big Baby had returned. Jang Ro reassured her sister that they would retreat safely and contact them again once they reached another secure location. Then she shut off the walkie-talkie to focus entirely on the battle ahead. Han Feng's expression darkened. If base reclaimed that warehouse, they'd recover all the remaining weapons and ammunition stored inside. That alone could spell disaster for Brother Li and the uprising. Even worse, the villa wasn't far from the cave. If base secured the outpost, discovering Han Feng's home would only be a matter of time. And once those bastards found his peaceful little paradise, they would never stop coming for him. Han Feng instantly realized they still had one chance to stop this disaster. If base got their hands on the remaining weapons first, everything would spiral out of control. If he couldn't take the supplies himself, then blowing them all to hell was still a perfectly valid backup plan. He declared that there was no way he would leave Jang Ro and the others to fight alone after becoming allies. Chuku meanwhile looked completely unconcerned. She confidently claimed that with Jang Ro, Zizi, and Yuan working together, escaping would be easy. In fact, she found Han Feng's sudden hero act suspicious. After staring at him for a moment, the little demon king reached a brilliant conclusion. Han Feng had obviously fallen for her little sister. According to the evil eye's flawless judgment, he was now officially approved and should address Chuku as Lady Sister from this day forward. Jin Yan looked completely lost, so Chuku happily whispered her ridiculous theory into her ear. Before long, both of them were convinced Han Feng was charging off to rescue the damsel in distress. A few minutes later, Han Feng was fully geared up against the freezing winds while Dubai pulled the sled at full speed. The poor polar bear wasn't just dragging the sled anymore. It was dragging Jin Yan too, along with a massive Gatling gun that looked completely normal in her hands for some reason. Han Feng still insisted he could handle the rescue mission alone, but Jin Yan ignored every word and climbed aboard anyway. Back inside the cave, Jang Ro grabbed an assault rifle while the kids pushed her wheelchair as fast as they could through the tunnels. Unfortunately, one of the reserve squads spotted them almost immediately. The second those lowlifes saw a woman, their brains completely shut down. Thinking about their promised reward, they rushed forward without even using their rifles because because they didn't want to damage the goods. That was easily the dumbest decision they'd made all day. Zixi and Yuan instantly drifted the wheelchair around the corner while Jangro calmly raised her rifle and riddled the charging idiots with bullets. The hallway became a graveyard before they even reached her. Hearing the gunfire, Captain Zhang redirected his troops toward the sound, while nearby reserve squads also began closing in. Jangro immediately told the kids to grab onto the wheelchair before charging up one of her energy blasts. The moment they obeyed, she unleashed the attack. Forget wheelchair bound, this woman just unlocked disabled Super Saiyan. The recoil from the massive energy wave launched the wheelchair backward like a rocket, blasting every pursuer out of the hallway. Anyone lucky enough to survive the energy blast immediately found themselves in Old Man Yan's path instead. That was even worse. The giant bulldozed straight through them, crushing bodies into the narrow tunnel walls without slowing down. Riding the recoil like absolute maniacs, Zhang Ro, Zixi, and Yuan shot straight toward the tunnel exit while Old Man Yan barreled after them like an oversized missile that refused to miss. They focused so much on escaping that nobody noticed the collapsed debris blocking the exit. Thinking instantly, Jangro erected a barrier around all three of them just before impact. Using the collision itself, the wheelchair launched high into the open air. As they flew out of the tunnel, Zixi tossed several explosions behind them, collapsing the weakened entrance. The blasts weren't enough to seriously hurt Old Man Yan, but they triggered a rock slide that temporarily sealed the exit. Not far away, Hanfang and Jinyan spotted the explosions. Using the sensing technique Jangro had taught him, Hanfang immediately confirmed they had successfully escaped the underground base. Their landing would have been perfect if the wheelchair hadn't clipped a rock at the last second, sending them tumbling through the snow. Before they could recover, Big Baby simply punched straight through the collapsed tunnel with his bare hands. Cave-in slowed him down for about 3 seconds. Covered in injuries but still charging forward, the giant caught up with the defenseless trio in the blink of an eye and swung his massive fist down, ready to flatten them. The kids froze as death came crashing toward them. Several bullets slammed into Big Baby. The rounds barely pierced his skin, but they shoved him away from the kids. Jinyan had arrived riding Dubai like an apocalypse cavalry unit, casually unloading a Gatling gun while keeping perfect accuracy. Hanfang steered the sled beside Zhang Ro and immediately offered them a ride out of there. The moment Big Baby recognized Hanfang again, his blood pressure probably shattered a new record. Somehow this guy kept showing up just to ruin his day. Too bad for him. Jinyan was standing between them. When the Gatling gun finally ran dry, she didn't panic for even a second. She simply grabbed the entire machine gun by the barrel and smashed it straight into Big Baby's face, with enough force to shatter the barrel itself. Zixi and Yuan stared in complete disbelief. Until now, they thought Jinyan was just the gentle nurse who patched people up. Turns out she could also beat monsters senseless with military hardware like it was just another Tuesday. After knocking Big Baby away, Jinyan immediately grabbed the kids while Hanfang rushed over to help Zhang Ro onto the sled. Somehow, even after eating bullets, getting smashed around and taking an absolute beating, Big Baby still refused to stay down. The walking tank staggered back to his feet and started chasing them again like he hadn't just been used as a punching bag. Seeing the giant closing in, Hanfang shouted for Yuan to use the massive snowdrift nearby and trigger an avalanche. Out in the open, this was finally Yuan's home turf. Without wasting a second, the boy placed his hand on the snow, and the entire mountainside answered his call. Within moments, an enormous avalanche came roaring down the slope. Yuan casually reminded everyone why his ability was completely busted whenever snow was involved. Big Baby saw the incoming wall of snow, and with complete confidence prepared to punch the whole avalanche itself. Apparently, this man believed fists solved literally everything. Before he could embarrass himself, a streak of blue fire sliced across the battlefield. The blazing flame formed a barrier between him and the avalanche, instantly melting the massive wave of snow before it could reach him. Steam filled the air, and when the snow completely vanished, Big Baby prepared to continue the chase. Then a calm voice stopped him. Captain Zhang Dongshu casually ordered the giant to stand down, saying there were more important matters than chasing a few escaping superhumans. Driving them away was good enough for now. With Big Baby finally backing off, Hanfang and the others escaped the danger zone without another fight. They eventually reached an abandoned building where everyone took a short break. Dubai practically collapsed from exhaustion after dragging everyone through the snow non-stop. The poor polar bear deserved a raise. Once everyone had caught their breath, Hanfang told Jinyan to take Zhang Ro, Zixi, Yuan, and Dubai back to the villa first. He wasn't going with them. He planned to stay behind and cover their escape. If those base bastards dared follow their trail, he'd make sure they regretted it. Zhang Ro and the kids silently thanked fate that they had settled their misunderstanding with Hanfang instead of making him an enemy. After resting a little longer, the others climbed back onto the sled and disappeared into the snowy wilderness, leaving Hanfang alone. Now it was time for round 2. Hanfang quietly circled back toward the underground headquarters and found the collapsed entrance Zishi had blown apart earlier. Since the only entrance had been completely buried, the soldiers hadn't even bothered guarding it anymore. Normal guards wouldn't have mattered anyway. At this point, Hanfang's reinforced clothes were practically bulletproof. The only people worth worrying about were Big Baby and Captain Zhang. They were probably deeper inside the cave, making the entrance relatively safe. Activating his purple glow, Hanfang carefully softened the collapsed rocks until they became pliable enough for him to squeeze through. He focused completely while slipping through the narrow opening. Getting stuck halfway inside the wall would have been the most embarrassing game over imaginable. Once inside, he checked the area and confirmed nobody was watching the entrance. With his rifle ready, Hanfang quietly slipped back into enemy territory. He moved through the underground base toward the supply warehouse, but something immediately felt wrong. He hadn't seen a single soldier the entire way. Base had fought so hard to capture this place, yet nobody was moving the weapons, fuel, or ammunition. Honestly, Hanfang wasn't about to question free sabotage opportunities. He calmly pulled several explosive charges from his bag and began planting them at key locations. If he couldn't steal everything, then turning the entire stockpile into scrap metal worked just fine. He rigged the fuel barrels first before making his way toward the armory. Just then, loud fighting echoed through one of the nearby tunnels. Curious, Hanfang carefully listened and quickly realized the unbelievable truth. The soldiers weren't fighting intruders, they were fighting each other. Captain Zhang Dongshu had suddenly turned on his own side. The female captain already knew the guy was bad news, but even she hadn't expected him to start murdering fellow base soldiers. Everything suddenly made sense. The reason nobody was transporting the supplies wasn't because they were busy securing the warehouse. These idiots had started a civil war before they even finished looting the place.